Introduction. It began with a virus. It ended in a coup. In the spring of 2020, the American nation had been filled with bitter divisiveness and anger. With pent-up and undirected rage, the nation struggled with who it really was, both morally and fundamentally. The media intentionally fueled these tensions to push a progressively liberal political agenda for mere ratings and to flex their political clout. The country had endured political division before and prevailed, but in the past, it had never been so connected digitally. Politics toyed with people's health and welfare simply to sway opinion polls. Uncertainty about the economy and the handling of the pandemic were kindling for a fire that was already starting to roar in the hearts of many citizens. Fear was used to convince people to give up their rights. The nation had become a hot stew of frustration on the verge of boiling over. Anarchist cells sowed further division. Their desire was that the entire political system be violently taken down. Many politicians looked the other way and even funded their efforts, hoping it would damage their political opponents in the upcoming elections. Little did they realize at the time that they were empowering people that were willing to take them down as well as their opposition. The presidential election became a quagmire of fraud, both perceived and real. The lawsuits drew bitterness and only added to the insecurity of daily life. The drawn-out legal process led to protests, which morphed into rioting across the country. Brute force was applied to restore law and order, but it only generated more resistance and hate. Law and order began to dissolve. Indecision as to who really won the election tore at the American people. Months of being suppressed by restrictions tied to the virus made their anger transition to undirected violence. A cascade of chaos began in late autumn, early winter. The self-proclaimed president-elect suffered a cerebral aneurysm and died before being able to take office. It was a tragic event that only fueled frustration and spawned conspiracy theories. The vice president-elect was then assassinated by a right-wing extremist, further piling onto racial and political tensions. What had begun as a constitutional crisis boiled over into a full-fledged mayhem. What sounded like a madman's crazy conspiracy theory became a reality for many people. The enemies of the United States abroad capitalized on the chaos, using social media to fan the flames of division and more. Some nations took a more hands-on approach, funding the violence and arming the anarchists. They knew that the only way to take down the United States was to have its citizens do it from within. By the early winter, the enemies of America organized the factions that sought to bring it down. The time had come at long last to make the U.S. suffer. Matters were set in motion that could not be controlled or predicted. What followed was bloodshed and carnage. Prologue. Tyranny is what you make it. Washington, D.C. Secret Service Assistant Chief Jack Desmond sat in a hot seat in the service's Emergency Response Center, ERC, 2 stories under the White House, and glared at the screens. The protesters had been getting bolder in the last few weeks, a few clambering over the fence in Lafayette Park and then attempting to scale the perimeter fence around the White House. Each night the numbers grew. Each night, new tactics were employed. The majority of the perpetrators had been apprehended, but there was method behind their madness. The increased use of fireworks was part of a strategy. Desmond saw a pattern, which was part of his job to go beyond the raw data. They are testing our response, watching how we react. It spoke to him of a level of sophistication that the FBI and DOJ were not assigning to the leaders of the protests. When 2 groups hit the perimeter fence at different times, he finally convinced his superiors that they were planning something bigger, something far worse. They are coordinated, organized, and upping their game. That had been last night. And while the crowd eventually had broken up, Jack had a feeling in the pit of his stomach that it was going to get worse. As he looked at the monitors, he had never felt so bad about being so right. The crowds were at least 3 times larger than what the Department of Homeland Security had predicted, which only confirmed what he thought about their intelligence apparatus. He had long suspected that a lot of old schoolers in DHS and FBI didn't like the president and skewed their intel to make him look bad. It was well known by folks at his rank, but little seemed to be done to fix the underlying problem: disloyalty. The agents he worked with were competent, but some of them did not hide their disdain for the policies of the president. Normally he wouldn't care, but if something went down, would that hate cloud their decisions? Jack Desmond really didn't want the answer to that. There were cameras everywhere around the White House, on micro-drones, some planted on the fence, some camouflaged as nothing more than bolts, satellite surveillance, not to mention the agents that mingled with the protesters, decked out in Antifa black. The protesters had taken out some cameras with paintball guns, low-tech but effective. Some carried strobes designed to overload night vision gear, and others used signs, large banners, and makeshift shields to conceal their nefarious activities. The resulting blind spots had been tolerable on the other long nights of riots. Jack and the other service staff could compensate for the gaps. To Jack, it was as if someone had tipped off the protesters as to Secret Service monitoring. That was a thought that aided him as well, as he tried to wade through the barrage of visual data that hit him and the ERC team. Jack knew that the best thing was to be responsible to his oaths. He served the office, if not the man. He had voted for the man, but like all men, he knew the president was flawed. So were his predecessors, in some way or another. As long as his colleagues did their jobs and ignored their political slants, things generally worked out. His job was to protect the president and the White House, in that order. With the crowds like this surrounding the White House, he had nagging feelings that if push came to shove, a number of DHS agents might just stand down. He had privately sworn that if he saw anyone neglecting their duty, he would take care of it, one way or another. His wife Barbara had tried to call him twice, but he had ignored his cell phone. Duty first. That's how it had always been with Jack. From his 8 years in the Army to his 15 with the Secret Service, he had always put his job first. Barbara and the girls knew the drill. He was sure she was just trying to reach him to tell him to be careful. Begrudgingly, the DHS had set up teams on top of the old executive office building and the Treasury. He had counter-sniper teams deployed at the Department of Veteran Affairs, the Freedmen's Bank Building, and the White House Conference Center, giving him overlapping fields of fire if things got out of hand. The rules of engagement for a massed assault were known, but he knew people would hesitate. Thoughts of mowing down American protesters on the front lawn of the White House was the kind of thing that got you hauled up to Capitol Hill. He'd reviewed the rules carefully with the teams at the start of his shift. As he watched the screens, he saw that the crowd was monitoring his people on their rooftops and on their assorted perches. The problem was that the crowd was willing to risk it. Fueled by hate and organized by Antifa and other radical groups, they had gotten more sophisticated. The arrest of several cells in Portland and New York had resulted in bombings and 2 assassination attempts on department heads, leaving one director in a hospital. This was beyond protests. This was now war. Though the press played down the entire thing as minor incidents of violence in otherwise peaceful protests. "Sir," the captain seated in front of him spoke up, pointing to the far left monitor. "Look, I think those are collapsible ladders." Jack saw them too. In the crowd they were hard to make out, even with night vision. They had used them before to toss up makeshift barricades. But tonight felt different. Leaning in, he toggled the microphone on and tore off the black mask he had been forced to wear since the pandemic began. He couldn't afford to have his voice muffled. Not now. "This is Rabbit to all stations. Southeast corner, ladder spotted. Prepare for breaching attempts." One of the emergency phones flashed on, and the communications officer picked it up. Jack saw the color drain from the young man's face as he lowered the phone. "Who is it?" "Capitol Police. The rioters have penetrated the Capitol. The speaker's been taken hostage. They are calling for help." "Shit," he cursed under his breath. "That's it. They're coming for us next." Hitting the mic again, he spoke as crisply and professionally as he could. "All stations, this is the castle. We're at red. Say again, we are at condition red." As he spoke, it was as if the crowd outside heard him. They surged forward to the fence like a wave lapping up on the shore. Ladders went up, and like an army of ants they began to scamper up them. This time, dozens were being set up, laden with rioters, all seeming to head right at him. The lawn sensors triggered all around the White House. "We have perimeter breaches. All units engage." He could not hear the gunfire in the ERC, but he heard it over the speakers. Rubber bullets at first sprayed a swath of the rioters, but they did not recoil like they had before. Though a dozen more dropped from the kinetic impacts, most got right back up and continued to climb. Body armor, fucking Amazon and eBay. They would run out of rubber bullets soon, then things would get ugly and bloody. His eyes saw they were hitting everywhere at once. The gunners switched to live ammo, but the sound of explosions tore up the front lawn and rocked the house above. "Mortars," Jack said. Strobes flashed from the crowd, overloading the night vision. "Comms, get the Pentagon on the line. The castle is under siege. Tell them to send in everything they have. Case Jade. Get the FBI HRT at Quantico. We need cover and possible extraction. If we can, open a line to the Marine barracks." For a long moment he stared at the rioters and felt the weight of the world on him. This might not be reversible. He hit a switch next to the microphone and barked out, "Rabbit to Slingshot. We have a shattered spear. Repeat, shattered spear. Get Excalibur to Camelot. Now." One of the screens flickered off. Jack checked to make sure his sidearm was still in his holster at his side. "If anyone can pull this off, it's Charlie. Don't let me down, Slingshot." Secret Service Lieutenant Charlie Kaczynski heard Jack Desmond's words in her earbud, and the sounds of semi-automatic gunfire outside filled in all the blanks she needed. Something was going down, something bad. Years of training and instinct kicked in. This was a scenario they had anticipated, one they had planned for. There was no time to think, only to act. She entered the Oval Office and saw the president rising, looking out the windows. "Sir, we need to get you to the EOC now," she commanded. He turned to her with a mixed look of disorientation and concern. "What is happening?" She didn't have time to respond. Several shots hit the bulletproof glass of the Oval Office, snap cracking on the armored glass. The president rose as another explosion went off outside, this one throwing tiny bits of grass and dirt on the window. He moved to her side as two additional agents rushed in, flanking him. "My family, my wife and son. We'll get them," she promised, tilting his head down as they made for the door. "We need to get you secured and fast," she snapped back. They moved into the hall, and another rumble shook the White House, this one above them. "Mortars, they're using fucking artillery." The lights flickered for a millisecond as the backup power kicked on. Plastered dust drifted downwards as they sprinted to the elevator. She pushed him harder than she would have liked, but it was clear time was not on her side. As the doors hissed shut and the elevator started down, she hit the mic pinned to her collar. "Rabbit, this is Slingshot. Excalibur is on the move." As they pushed the president forward, she got a whiff of his cologne. It was such an odd thing, that tiny detail. Yet it stuck in her mind. "Roger that, Slingshot." Jack Desmond's clearly strained voice came back. "Be advised, we have perimeter breaches, north, east, and west. They aren't using fireworks this time. They have mortars." As if to confirm that, she heard a rumble in the White House above her. The elevator stopped and the door opened. She and the other two agents hurried him down the hallway to the Emergency Operations Center, the EOC. "We are in Camelot," she said as the heavy blast door closed behind them. The president was breathing hard, his face red, his eyes wide, as he gave her a quick glance. "Inform the president that they have overrun the Capitol. Cap police say that the speaker has been taken hostage." Charlie looked over at the president, who nodded that he too had heard the words. "Taken hostage? I call bullshit. Chances are she was behind this." The speaker and the president had been at odds for years, and she had made a point to say that she supported the protests from the beginning. Charlie suppressed those thoughts. There would be plenty of time for conspiracy theories. Right now she had a duty to perform. "Engage access shutdown procedure," Charlie said, and one of the agents hit a button on the control panel and killed the power to the elevator, meaning anyone trying to come in would have to climb down 4 stories. Certain parts of the shaft would be electrified enough to kill anyone trying to access. There was also a gas system that would pump a knockout agent into the shaft if it were breached. Anyone trying to come in would have a hell of a time doing it. For a short second, she felt secure. She ran her hands back through her short blonde hair and drew a long, deep breath as she gathered her composure. Turning to the president, she locked a gaze on him with her pale blue eyes. "I have trained for this, and I need to do my job." "Sir, the communication system is lit." In the center of the room was an oblong polished table. A panel rose at the far end where the president sat, and the monitors flickered to life. "Green light gets you the Pentagon. Yellow, the FBI. He nodded. Presidents get training for this moment, but none had ever had to endure it. The protests had started months ago, and they had steadily gotten more daring, more violent. But this, attacking the Capitol and White House, this has got to be organized. The president activated the channel to the Pentagon. The face of the Secretary of Defense came on, wet with sweat, each wrinkle on his face shimmering. "Mr. President, thank God you are okay. Dave, I need you to scramble the troops. They're shelling the White House, and have overrun the Capitol." The Secretary looked as if he were going to have a heart attack. "They have us under fire too, sir. Joint Base Bowling was just hit by 2 car bombs and is being shelled. So is Andrews. You've got to get someone over here," he ordered. "This situation needs to get under control, and quick." The Army Chief of Staff stepped into view. "Mr. President, I'm going to scramble the old guard out of Meyer-Henderson, and we have the Marine barracks mobilized in the district. The streets are clogged with protesters, though, sir, and we are not equipped for riot duty. These protesters are well organized, sir, more so than before." "Your president and the White House are under siege," the president said angrily. "Tell your people to get their asses in gear." "Sir," the general hesitated. Charlie could see it from where she stood. "The Joint Chiefs of Staff have reservations about using our forces on American soil against a clearly domestic threat." "What are you saying, General?" "Sir, the situation should be handled by DHS and FBI. They are equipped to handle it, and frankly, there are statutory concerns about using our forces in the manner you have prescribed." "I am the Commander-in-Chief," the President barked. "I am ordering you to send in the troops and restore order. Respectfully, sir, I'm not sure I can comply with that order." "Then you're fired. Put someone on that will do their job," the President snapped. The general stepped off screen, and another officer stood facing the camera. "This is Brigadier Cooper, Mr. President." "The general sent in the troops to secure the White House," he ordered. General Cooper's face went red. "At present, we are unable to comply, sir. We have talked with the FBI, and their hostage rescue team is at Quantico, now boarding helicopters. They're still about 30 minutes out. Best case scenario. Can you hold until they arrive?" The president looked over at Charlie, who nervously nodded. "You heard my orders. You will send in the troops, General." "I will do what I can, sir," he said. The screen went off. Charlie's stomach felt as if she had been punched. "My God," The military is hanging us out to dry. Looking down at the president, she saw that he was as stunned as she was. He regained his composure first. "Where's the vice president?" he asked. Sergeant Donaldson of the Secret Service pulled out his mobile device and checked. "He's at a fundraiser in Arizona, sir. We got him in his limo and on the way to the airplane the minute it started." The president nodded nervously. "Good. What about the D.C. police?" Donaldson shook his head, and Charlie dipped hers. "They're overwhelmed, sir. We didn't expect this big crowd tonight. DHS has teams of Treasury, and they report engaging with the hostiles." Charlie had her own thoughts. The D.C. mayor hated the president. He had shut down her bid to make D.C. a state. She will order her people to stand down and let us burn if she can. The president knew it too, but he had to ask. "Tell the mayor to get this under control. Now. I want the D.C. National Guard to move out." Charlie didn't hold out hope. The mayor would contradict that order. She had on previous nights. The guard would be paralyzed with conflicting orders. It's almost like they had this planned. Charlie hit her own mic on her collar. "Slingshot the rabbit. Sit rep," she said. "Perimeter defenses just went offline, Slingshot," his ragged voice replied. "We have formed a defensive ring around the ERC, and are coordinating here. Hostilities are in the house, numbering over 100. They are heavily armed." "Can you hold?" she asked. "We will," he said, trying to assure her. There was something in his voice, though, something she had never heard from Jack before. It was a hint of fear. "This is worse than I thought." There were ways out of the Emergency Operations Center, last-ditch tunnels that led to various parts of the city. A distant rumble of another mortar round going off made her start mentally crunching the math, determining if it was time to move. No, not yet. We might still retake the building. The thought of the president out on the street, filled with violent radicals, made her more nervous. For now, we hold here and wait for the cavalry to arrive. A line she'd been taught years ago came to her and filled her with resolve. Hope is not a strategy. 5 blocks from the White House. Abel Brummer stepped out the back door of the building and was shocked by the number of people on the street. It was late, and at this hour, usually the streets near federal buildings were empty. But tonight, that was not the case. At the front of the massive government structure where he worked, hundreds of people in a raging mob were throwing objects at the building. 8 men wearing black hoodies and black masks were carrying a large pole-like object, a battering ram. They were climbing the steps a block from where he stood. Abel clutched the package tight to his chest. The protests had been getting worse. Anarchists, angry young men and women, had been commonplace. Tonight it seemed different. That was why he stayed late, along with the small cabal of men and women. The package had to be saved, and the time had come to take the extreme actions needed to preserve them. And Abel had drawn the straw. Literally. As he moved onto the sidewalk, he collided with a young black man wearing a mask. Abel clutched the package tight to his chest, and the young man eyed it instantly. "Where you going, man?" In the distance, Abel could hear the sounds of the helicopter rotors, a sign that the protests were growing larger than on previous nights. "Home," he said, lying. In the distance, he heard a rumble, not thunder, something else, explosions. There were pops, rapid, uneven, echoing in the streets and off the buildings. Gunfire. God, it's happening. He hated being right, but he was. He told his supervisor he thought something was wrong. Too many people out at midday, the size of the protests swelling, far beyond what they had seen before. "If we don't act now," he had told the small group in his office, "tomorrow may be too late. They will destroy it because of the threat it represents." Now, his words were taking flight as the city began to burn. "What's in the bag, little man?" the youth asked, poking at it. For a moment he feared he might try to rip it from his hands. "Work. With these riots, I thought I'd better work at home. The streets are not as safe as they used to be." "Protests," the man corrected. "These are peaceful protests. Rioters are breaking laws. We are making laws." Another rumble in the distance and the sounds of gunfire, a lot of it, seemed to invalidate that comment. "Of course, protests," Abel corrected with another lie. The gunfire did not faze the young man in front of him. In fact, he seemed to be savoring it. The eyes of the man were almost all he could see of his face. He eyed Abel up and down, focusing on the package. Then he nodded. "Look, old man, get off the fucking streets. It's going down. The people are taking back everything that's ours." "Thank you," Abel said. And with that he moved into the shadows. No metro tonight. He'd have to work the back streets to get to his house. If he got there, he could plan the next phase of his trip. He clutched the heavy package even tighter as he fast walked into the darkness. Behind him the staccato of battle grew, growing like a thunderstorm over the District of Columbia. Chapter 1. Only the downtrodden are truly free. Nearly 5 years later, Wheaton, Illinois. Andy Forrester sat beside his father's hospital bed and clutched his withered hand. His father was asleep, thanks to the drugs. At least when he was asleep, he wasn't in pain. Andy looked at his dad's face and struggled to recognize him. He had been so gaunt. Fucking cancer. His father, Arthur, had faced numerous obstacles in life and had overcome them. But this was an enemy that seemed to be winning, consuming his father a bit more each day. National Hospital 114 was supposedly one of the better ones, but he didn't see it. The ruling council had implemented nationalized health care as soon as they came to power. The new national hospital system was supposed to be better, more efficient. At least, that was what the media said. Andy's experience was the opposite. He had to go and slug it out with the local medical tribunal to get his father treatment. Arthur was classified as non-essential, non-contributing. So there was a debate about whether his recovery would be worth the cost. Andy had yelled, lied, and pleaded to get treatment, even with a steady trickle of chemicals. Andy was watching his dad die, a little with each passing day. And I had to fight for this. He hated hospitals. The Nationals were physically fine facilities, but the staff were FedGov workers and acted the part. No one ever seemed to know what was going on. His dad's doctor wasn't one person, but a steady stream of unfriendly faces, and they never had the answers. Then there was the smell, a mix of disinfectants, cleaners, and his father's own faint body odor. Andy wished he could afford private health care, but at the same time he was glad he couldn't. If I made that kind of money, it would just have put a target on my back. In New America, making money was a curse. The door opened, and he saw his sister enter the room, making his stomach knot. The woman wore her black shirt, with red piping on her collar, showing her rank in social enforcement, where the National Security Force, NSF, was a potent arm of the FedGov. Social enforcement was less controlled, and thus more dangerous. Born out of the Antifa and BLM mobs during the Liberation, they acted as informal police, dispensing social justice as they saw fit. She was proud of her membership in an organization bent on intimidation, one that had ruined her father. That told Andy all he needed to remember about his sister Karen. It bothered him instantly that she would show up wearing that garb for their father, especially after all they had done to him. He hadn't seen Karen in 2 years, nor had he missed her. She looked as if she had put on some weight, which gave him a little satisfaction. His sister had changed her last name to Forrester early on after the Liberation, claiming she had been forced to do so because of their father's political affiliations. Andy knew better. There had not been any forcing of the matter. His sister had shed the family deliberately for personal gain. She only gave him a passing glance, instead turning her focus on the father who lay between them. Karen Forrester eyed him as if he were an inanimate object, not the man that had raised her. The fact that she had gone to the effort to get a permit to fly from the regional office that she ran in the Midwest to Chicago for the visit seemed odd to Andy. She and their father did not speak, and with damn good reason. Karen wasn't one to give in to sympathy, not unless there was something in it for her. It has always been about her. "Karen," he said softly from the side of his father's bed, giving her minimal acknowledgement. "Andy," she said, leaning over her father as if to study his face, never making eye contact with him. "I thought you'd be at work." That was Karen's way of saying she had hoped to avoid seeing him altogether. "I took off early. How's he doing today?" "They keep him sedated most of the time. He's still taking food, still in the game." "He always was a fighter," she acknowledged. "When the cause was right," Andy added wryly. "He always fought the good fight." She finally looked over to him. "That was supposed to be a shot, wasn't it?" Arrogance rang in her voice. "You can take it any way you want." Her eyes flared slightly. "You're like a dog with a bone, aren't you? I haven't seen you in 2 years or more, and you go right back to the argument we last had." There it was. Karen's trademarked anger. Andy knew he was pushing her buttons, but didn't care. "Our last argument never got resolved," she stormed off. He didn't believe it would be today either. "Karen," he said, mustering what composure he could to keep his voice low so his father wouldn't be stirred from his sleep, "you and your social justice goons got him fired from his job. Because of the SEs, he lost his house, our mom, almost everything he had, and his reputation because of the investigation." "Me?" she snapped. "I had nothing to do with it. All he had to do was cooperate and recant. If he had given up a few associates' names, everything would have gone fine. God only knows I told him to. He brought this on himself. Don't try to lay this at my doorstep." Why should he have to turn on his beliefs? Because it didn't fit your social commentary at the time? "You know very well why," she spat back, running her hand through her short-cropped black hair. "He supported a domestic terror group. He didn't change his class curriculum to the standard. The man was a professor at Sojourner Truth U and refused to adhere to the rules." "Sojourner Truth? You mean Mary Washington University?" With a national purge of offensive names and symbols, the school dropped any association to the Washington family, since they had been slave owners. Mary Washington had been just another victim of the Great Reformation. To Andy, the new name had no meaning. It had been imposed rather than honored. His father had been a respected historian, but the NSF had ruined him. Surely Sojourner Truth would have been opposed to that. They had sent social enforcement teams to follow him everywhere, harassing him to the point where he couldn't even get to his classroom. They broke windows at the house, set fire to his car, and relentlessly followed him, screaming and shoving, to the point where businesses wouldn't allow him in. Everything he typed was monitored, screened, and often edited. Big Tech monitored every keystroke he made, or so he claimed. And Andy's sister was part of the Social Enforcers, or SE, a part of what FedGov called the Great Reformation. The overthrow of the government was called the Liberation by almost everyone out loud. In whispers, however, it was called the Fall. Karen had consumed the Kool-Aid of the riots, the violence, and the taking down of the government. It was a fact that steeled his disdain for her. Yes, their father had dug his heels in against teaching the state-mandated changes to his teachings. But rather than due process, they had resorted to physical and virtual thugs to cow and bully him. The school fired him out of fear for their reputation and because of a handful of vocal students who claimed his presence oppressed them. It was an easy choice for the university, one that garnered favor with the FedGov. They didn't even care that he had done nothing wrong. Then came the NSF interrogators, separate from the SE. They were just as bad, if not worse, because they had a fragment of legitimacy that the social enforcers lacked. The NSF claimed he knew radicals and that he had incriminating materials in his possession, materials that were never produced, only alleged. They allowed him to be hauled before two people's tribunals, the kangaroo courts of the SEs, with no evidence, and he lost 2 years of his life, exiled to a social quarantine camp, denied his freedoms. He had come back from the social quarantine a hollow shell of a human being. In the end, Karen had done nothing for her father, other than attempt to persuade him to provide names of his associates. She had been in social enforcement and could have vouched for him, perhaps even called off their dogs. Instead, she let her father die emotionally. Now, the cancer was going to do the rest. That terrorist group you alluded to was the Republican Party, for Christ's sake, he said. The only thing that made them terrorists was you and your goon squads calling them that. She glared at Andy, and her eyes narrowed. It was more than that. He had ties to the Sons of Liberty. So you claim. When did it become illegal to support a cause? You may want to watch what you're saying, big brother, she replied coolly. For what? You'll send me off to a concentration camp like you did with Dad? There it was, the line that had started the argument 2 years ago. Andy said it with no regret whatsoever. It wasn't a concentration camp. It was a social quarantine facility. Her implied threat was real, but Andy was in no mood for addressing it. Karen loved threats. They were her pacifier, what makes her comfortable. Same thing. No, it's not. There were no cells. No one was tortured. There are worse facilities, believe me. Dad got off light, probably because of me. Pride. There it was, ringing in the last word she said. He couldn't leave, Andy countered. That made it a prison. It was for his own good. You know what my people are capable of. Some SE squads don't play nice, and he was no spring chicken. And if he had only cooperated a little bit, he could have left a lot earlier. How much would you have to give up to satisfy them? What was the price of his freedom? It wasn't a choice he got to make, Karen. The fact that you can't see that as wrong is a big part of the problem. He did make a choice, she said, moving to the foot of the bed. He could have given us what we wanted. He chose not to. I didn't send him to the facility. That was the tribunal's call. It was for his own good. He was going to get hurt at some point by the social enforcement teams, maybe killed. Andy shook his head in disbelief. You just don't get it, do you? What? Your enforcement teams are a bunch of thugs. The fact that the NSF lets them go out and administer social justice is little more than state-sponsored intimidation. You know what they are, what their tactics are, what they do to innocent people. We don't go after innocent people, she replied flatly. Innocent people have nothing to fear. That lie works for a lot of people, Karen. Not for me. Who makes the call as to who is innocent? We used to believe you were innocent until proven guilty. Now we start with guilt and force people to prove their innocence. History is filled with groups that take justice into their own hands. Most of them are sponsored by the governments that spawned them. For a long moment, Karen said nothing but glared at him. "Andy, you might want to think about the words you're choosing. As the son of a known violator, your files are already flagged. That kind of talk is sedition." The irony of her using that word made him angrier. Sedition? You people overthrew the government. Andy knew a threat when he heard one, though, and kept his anger in check. Karen never would say it out loud. That was part of her passive aggressiveness that he remembered from their youth. We used to be close. Family. Now she's just one of the thugs. Worse yet, he knew that she would carry through on the threat. She never lifted a finger to help Dad when he needed her. You know what? Maybe I should go. You probably haven't seen him in a long time. He rose from his seat. What does that mean? She snapped, refusing to step down from the brink of the argument. Nothing, Andy lied. I just know from what he said that you stopped coming by, that's all. She moved one step to the same side of the bed he was on. I couldn't, Andy. Did that ever occur to you? I have my own life to think about. Our dad was a criminal, a traitor. You just don't want to admit it. He associated with criminals and he performed criminal acts by not teaching what he was supposed to. I tried to get him to turn over something that could help him get out, but he refused to cooperate. His stubbornness is what landed him here. It's the same thing that drove Mom away. Her words struck home. Yes, Arthur Forrester could be seen as stubborn. He preferred to think of it as staying true to his principles. Where Karen saw him as flawed, Andy saw him as a man who honored his friends. The mention of their mother hit hard. When his father had lost his job and was tormented non-stop by the social enforcers, she had left him. His mother lived under a cloud of fear that she would be attacked while stepping out to get groceries. That was part and parcel with the tactics of the social enforcement teams. Harassment was a weapon in their hands. She moved in with a friend, but was unable to get work. Her name was on a list because of their father. She took her life 6 months later, never even speaking to Andy's father. He had not been released for her funeral. Karen laid the blame at their father's feet. Andy saw it for what it was. The Fed Gov had killed his mother and had stolen his father from them. He drew a long, deep breath. What drove Mom away wasn't Dad, Karen. It was the people you work for. As he finished, he saw crimson rise on his sister's cheeks. Her mouth opened slightly, but no words came out. He decided to beat her to the punch. I need some fresh air, he said, walking past her. Take your time. I'll be with him tonight anyway. Andy walked past Karen, not looking back once. He left the hospital and walked aimlessly for 2 hours. Karen wouldn't stay that long, but he did not want to risk seeing her when he returned. She was not the kind of person that was supportive. Guilt was what brought her there. There was nothing that could be left to family other than a few personal possessions. The new laws prevented people from having inheritances. He suspected her of a deeper motive. It was a well-founded distrust on his part. Even as a child, Karen never did anything that was not to her benefit. Sacrifice, even for family, was not in her DNA. She was masterful at weaving the words, so she sounded like she was supportive. But Andy knew the facade far too well. He stopped his stroll in front of a long-abandoned Starbucks, its windows now gone and the exterior spray-painted with protest slogans. A government poster was plastered up under the spray paint, barely visible. Trust. It begins with you. Andy wanted to chuckle. The revolutionaries had preached to not trust the government. Now they wanted that trust back. As he looked into the shell of a building, he found himself wondering, why had Karen come to visit her father? He had endured cancer treatment for a year, and she had not come. What had brought her from the District of Chicago now? There had to be a reason. The District. Kay Lee Leitrim entered the conference room and surveyed it quickly. Her instincts had served her well. She had determined who represented the greatest threat, and what she might be able to use in the conference room to kill others. The pitcher of water offered some possibilities. Jagged glass was perfect for the throats of victims. She slid into her seat and glanced about the third-story window of what had been the Hoover Building before the liberation. If she had to, she could punch through the glass and make the jump, but landing was going to be a bitch. She could remember when the district had been called Washington, D.C. Although the memories were fading a little bit with time, the purge hadn't done as much damage as its critics had said, at least in her mind. What was one of the mottos of the FedGov? Change is for the better? She didn't subscribe to all that rah-rah bullshit. Kay Lee was also smart enough not to say anything about her opinion, not out loud. The secretary of the National Support Force came into the room, a perky woman, probably the same age as Kay Lee. In her mid to late 30s, the secretary had a quasi-Hispanic look to her. Dark skin, pristine, long, straight hair, and almost perfect makeup. She wore the single gold pip on the collar of her jacket that signaled her rank. Other than that, she wore a small black flag pin, adorned with the white outlined fist and the arrow lightning bolt stabbing downward. The old flag had long been banned, deemed far too racist and prejudiced to ever be shown in public. Kay Lee wondered for a moment how a piece of cloth could possess such qualities, but knew enough to keep her mouth shut. Her only other decoration was a shiny brassish pin with the emblem of the party. She wore it over her heart. Kay Lee had inquired about the pin before, not to the secretary personally, but with her manager, Burke Dorn. It was special. Only members of the ruling council had them. When she found out what it was made from, she understood. There was an arrogance as the secretary sat down, a rigidity in her spine. Her light brown eyes cast a penetrating gaze. It was designed to intimidate, but Kay Lee was unimpressed. Instead, she contemplated how easy it would be to use her tablet to give the secretary a concussion if it came down to a fight. A part of her wished it would. Smugness was one of the many things she had a disdain for. The secretary preferred to be called Madam Secretary. Despite the obvious sexist overtone of the title, Kay Lee had heard that she insisted on it because it made people uncomfortable, wondering if it could be used against them at some point. She used the male version of her name as well, Alex, rather than Alexandra. From what Kay Lee saw, that too was to assert her dominance. Word games didn't play well with Kay Lee Leitrim, but she also knew just how far she could go in rocking the proverbial boat. The fact that the secretary was still in power said something about her, something frightening. In the last few years, a number of the original liberators had turned out to be traitors to the cause. Many were in jail. Many were ashes. The fact that she was still here means she has enough shit on other people to make it risky to try and remove her. Operative Leitrim, the secretary said coldly. Have you been briefed as to why you were brought here? She leaned back in her seat, crossing her legs. No, I presume it's because somebody fucked something up, and you need me to unfuck it. Watch your language, Kay Lee, her direct supervisor, Burke Dorn, said from his seat next to her. Dorn was the oldest man in the room, and had been FBI back in the day. When they formed the National Support Force, the FBI, DHS, state and local law enforcement had all been combined. The word police had been dropped because it had been deemed offensive and potentially racist. Dorn was old school. Back in his day, he had done some pretty dark work for the Bureau, which is one of the reasons she nodded and sat upright when she spoke. He knows where the bodies are buried, because he put them there himself. Apologies, Madam Secretary, she said, not really meaning it. Not needed, the secretary said. Besides, she's not that far off, she said to Dorn before turning back to Kaylee. Let me tell you what you need to unfuck. Remember, back during the Liberation, a group named the Sons of Liberty, the SOL? She nodded. I worked several ops against them back in the day. We bagged and tagged their leadership. I wasn't part of the last roundup, but as I recall, we got even the small fish. That refrigerator was empty the last I heard. So we thought. But there have been some recent acts, bombings, cyber swipes, and an assassination or two. We had our friends in Silicon Valley crunch it, and they say there's a pattern. You think the SOL are back? Her use of the acronym was important. The use of the full name gave terrorist groups identity. Using an acronym dehumanized them. They weren't people. They were just a thing that needed to be dealt with. It was the language of the FedGov, which made it the language of New America. The secretary nodded. We do. That, or someone has taken their M.O. and is running with it. We've seen tags in several cities that are clearly SOL. It could be posers, wannabes. Perhaps. Regardless, I think they are legit and are treating them as such. So you want me to take them down again? No problem. It's a little more complicated than that, Dorn said at her side. All eyes shifted to the secretary. We have had several suspected members under surveillance for a while. We had some drone runs that spotted a unique Class 1 target at a gas station in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, a few weeks ago, standing next to the vehicle of a former member of the SOL. At the time, it was a routine sweep. We were in the process of apprehending some cartel smugglers and caught him in the background of the images during a routine scan. His face showed up again last week outside of Nashville. Intelligence ops should be left to those of us in the profession. Who's my target? Kaylee said, trying to cut to the chase. The secretary stabbed her long, painted, pink-nailed fingers at the tablet, pulling up the image and sliding it in front of Kaylee. It was a crap for an image, which told her it was a rover, a fast-moving drone that had snapped the shot. Still, the face was familiar, damned familiar. That can't be him. You're telling me that what follows, the secretary said, cutting her off, is classified. I mean classified at the highest level of the administration. Our facial recognitions experts say there's a 53% chance that that is him. 53% is not very high, she countered. We usually don't move unless we get in the 60s or higher. That was her CIA training creeping out. It's high enough for us to take action, which is why you are here, Dorn said. Forgive me, she said, ignoring how fake the words were. I'm confused. He was arrested and put in prison. I saw the pre-trial motions. He died of a heart attack in his cell. Everyone saw the body. It was all over the net. Dorn diverted his eyes to the conference room table, and the secretary drew a long breath before continuing. What you saw was what the country needed, closure. Our friends in Hollywood helped us craft something that would help everyone heal. He survived? We're unsure. We haven't seen any trace of him or his detail since the liberation. We believe that there was almost a 0% chance of him being alive. The city was on fire and citizens were roving the streets.
The traitor president wasn't a quiet man. If he'd been alive, he would have popped up. We did some good CGI with our Hollywood associates and gave the people what they wanted: justice. The consensus was that he was dead after all. If we didn't do it, conspiracy theorists would have had a field day with rumors of him out there. A heart attack seemed plausible. We couldn't have him Epstein himself. He was dead, which is what we all wanted.
Kay Lee glared at the image on the table, picking it up. Until this. The secretary said nothing for a few seconds.
You understand the sensitivity of all this. I mean, if it is him, and the public finds out, it will erode their trust in the administration.
And the SOL is protecting him?
That's the thinking. For all we know, he's leading them. It makes sense,
Dorn said from his seat beside her.
The SOL was thought to be eradicated until a few months ago. There were some rumors floating that they were planning something big, something that would really offset some of the advances the administration had made. Initially, we thought they would try and take out some high-value target, an assassination attempt. We started trying to monitor known associates of the former Sun's leaders, and we spotted this.
He nodded at the tablet Kay Lee held. Several things hit her as she zoomed in on the blurred image on the tablet in her hands. The administration had lied. It wasn't some small exaggeration or twisting of the truth either. They had manufactured a complete fiction in the death of the former president. They had told and sold the world on the president having a heart attack. What bothered her more was that she had been tricked by the massive deception as well. I must be losing my edge. I can usually see through these lies. Setting it down, she looked over at the secretary. So, what is my mission?
You're one of our top people, the secretary replied, templing her fingers in front of her. You aren't messy like some in your profession. This needs to be handled without drawing a lot of attention. You can't afford for anyone to pick up on this. I'm an operative. Technically, I don't exist. More so than usual on this one. Thanks to the Truth Reconciliation Committee, we can control the message with the mainstream media. But things like this have a way of being made public. We want you to locate this target and eliminate him. No traces. Bring back the body. Leave no witnesses.
Kay Lee leaned back in her chair.
You want me to assassinate the President of the United States? He is not president. Not anymore.
The secretary had rage in her voice. It was understandable. She and the president had been sworn enemies years before the liberation.
On top of that, they've already declared him dead.
The United States
is what we've made it, not what he was in charge of. That country is no more. He is a war criminal. The man is a monster, an abomination. What I want, operative, is for you to do your job. The world thinks him dead, so we need to maintain that. Can you do that? A death you faked.
Kay Lee knew this was the right time to keep her mouth shut. The information that they had provided her was dangerous to know. That fact made her exercise caution she rarely relied on. Another part of her brain was already formulating what it was going to take to pull this off and do it right. No witnesses meant just that. It added to the complexity.
I can. It's going to be expensive. I'll need a team, too, when I pick. Money is no object, Dorn said. No team, though. This information is too sensitive as it is. We need to keep a tight lid on this. The SE might get wind of this.
Social enforcement had a way of interfering with NSF investigations. The lines between the two groups were blurry at best.
You have a reputation for being, shall I say, harsh with SEs. We both presume that you will handle them with your usual tact.
In other words, I can break a few bones.
Understood.
I need everything you have on the Sons of Liberty.
she said. It will be on the NSF cloud for your access only, the secretary said. Leave no traces, operative. Nothing for anyone to latch onto. Only the top members of the ruling council know about this intel. If you don't do this right, you could turn a dead man into a martyr. We can't afford that. Kaylee put the tablet down and rose to her feet. Secretary, I am the model of discretion. The secretary waited until the door closed, then turned her full attention to Burke Dorn. She will raise hell with any SE team she crosses paths with, he warned. She allowed a slight smile to her face. I assumed as much. I remember the phone calls I received from the director of social enforcement regarding her actions in Florida a few months ago. I wanted her for that very reason. She had not risen to this position by not being able to read and manipulate people. 6 years ago, I was an outspoken junior congresswoman, a radical in my own party. Now I control the most powerful agency in the FedGov. The National Security Force had combined all law enforcement in the nation. The impetus had been that racism and prejudices tainted every agency. The solution she had proffered, through her Restore Civil Liberties Act, was to roll all of the agencies together and root out those that were responsible for such acts. She knew that many of the officers that lost their positions during her infamous purge of the newly formed NSF were innocent of the charges leveled at them, but their guilt was never an issue. It was about making the public believe that she was attacking the problem. Even with the losses of so many officers, she still managed the largest internal armed force in North America, and it was all over with. The loss of a few thousand careers and reputations was a small price to pay to restore public confidence. Now the new American people can feel a sense of confidence in their law enforcement. She had hoped that the Restore Freedom Act would have spelled the start of a gradual decline in social enforcement. On this front, she had failed. Although she was never going to admit that out loud, the SE units all over the country had gotten a taste of power. Their riots, looting, acts of physical and psychological intimidation. These were things that were difficult to surrender. Some SE teams controlled entire cities, whereas others dominated neighborhoods. That kind of power has to be absorbed, not destroyed. You want tensions between us and the SEs? Dorn asked. The tensions have been there all along, Burke, she said. We are law enforcement. They are self-appointed social justice enforcement. We have the laws behind us. They have their self-involved sense of righteousness and brute force. We constantly are stomping on each other's feet. The problem is that the rest of the ruling council doesn't see this as a problem. How can increasing tensions help the situation? People either react or overreact in such situations. I'm counting on social enforcement to overreact. When they do, justification will emerge for us to reconcile. They will either be put in a position where merger is the best option, or I will take steps to make it happen. The time has come for this interagency rivalry to end, and I intend to be on top of the heap when that happens, no matter what it takes.
Chapter 2. Everyone is a minority. Alvarado, Texas. Raul Lopez wasn't entirely sure if he wanted to join the Youth Corps. At 18 years old, he wasn't sure what he was going to be doing in a week, let alone the rest of his life. While the press said the economy was strong, he couldn't find a job. Most of his fellow high school graduates stood in line for reparation points and stimulus relief rather than to land jobs. The TV news said that New America was prospering, but he never saw it. Many businesses had been damaged by the riots and closed up forever, and others had simply left, their buildings gutted for copper, wire, and plumbing. Wherever the supposed prosperity was, it wasn't in Alvarado. It was easier to do nothing and get paid for it, but that was not how Raoul had been raised. His high school counselor had suggested he go to the youth corps building and talk to someone there. His mother had thought it was a good idea, and it was impossible to argue with her. The building was new. Even the air smelled like fresh paint. The air conditioner had chilled the air to the point where he felt cold despite the heat outside. The building seemed to be a recreation center as opposed to a work assignment facility. There was a networked video arcade, some pool tables, and several classrooms. Raoul wondered what he really knew about the youth corps when he saw the recreational activities. How is this place going to help me with a job? The recruiter's office was nice, very clean, every stack of paper in the right place. Her last name was stitched onto her jumpsuit, Thomas, and she had a small triangle insignia on her right collar, probably a rank of some sort. He leaned back in the seat and eyed the recruiter with a gaze more suited for a school dance than for an office, and with good reason. She was young, with deep, dark green eyes and a stunning figure. Her gray jumpsuit, the field uniform of the youth corps, was tight around the waist, accentuating her hips and breasts. A part of him knew that they had put her in her job because she was good-looking, and he wasn't complaining at all. Ms. Thomas looked at her digipad, scrolling through the material he had sent her on his background.
Let me ask you, Mr. Lopez, what other options are you entertaining after high school?
Her voice was so crisp, so professional, it helped Raoul focus. That question always made him uncomfortable. He was going to graduate high school in a few months, and everyone seemed to want a decision about his future. His mother especially had been drilling him with the question. Raoul was the first person in the family to graduate high school, and she wanted him to go to college. Raoul had tried to explain to his mother that his grades had been low, that jumping straight into college was not really an option. The problem was that when college had been made free, everyone wanted to go. The colleges couldn't handle the massive influx. Students got in based on race, sexual preference, poverty level. Even with that ranking, there were too many people wanting to go to school. Grades became a measure at that point. With the lowering of standards and his bonus points for being Hispanic, he still simply didn't have the smarts for college, and he knew that. Raoul had never had the patience for classes. His cousin had suggested going back to Mexico and getting a job in one of the factories just across the border, but for him, that felt like a step backward. Mexico had been his family's past. New America was the future. His mother had crossed into the old United States in the middle of the Liberation, when things had been in chaos. The Americans had fought so much about sealing the border that it just didn't get done. Millions of people had fled Mexico as its economy collapsed, hoping for new lives in the U.S. Well, the first few years had been rough. Everyone had talked about a civil war, but it never materialized, as they thought it might. It had not been fought state against state, but rather neighbor against neighbor, mostly in the cities. Protests had turned against those that refused to accept the new government. Politicians that had supported the traitor president had been rounded up. Raoul had tried to drop out of school, but his mother had hung tough. Now he was graduating, and another person was asking him about what he wanted to do with his life. He hated the question because it made him feel stupid. How do I know? I want money, a good life. I want to make sure my mother's taken care of. I'm not really sure. I would like to go to college, but my grades are not good enough. The recruiter smiled.
I understand completely. My grades were not very good either. Consider this. 2 years of service in the youth corps guarantees you admission to any federal college.
What about my grades?
Grades are not nearly as important as they were when our parents and grandparents went to school, she replied. Federal service in the youth corps gives you a place to live, pay, and automatic admission to college after your 2 years with us.
Our camps offer classes in the evenings to help you prepare for school, and those class grades can actually boost your high school grades. No matter what, you will get into the college of your choosing and be ready for it, if that's what you want to do.
Do I really want to go to college? He wanted a good job and the money that came with it. What was more important? What if I don't like the youth corps? Can I leave whenever I want? She slid a brochure in front of him, covered with brilliant photos and a lot of words he couldn't begin to scan. In a millisecond, he glanced at it.
You are able to leave after your first 6 months of service. Most people don't do that, though. That's one of the keys to our success.
What if I don't want to go on to college? The recruiter flashed him a thin grin.
Raoul, a lot of men and women wonder the same thing. The Youth Corps is all about building new America. The ruling council created this organization to help rebuild the country, and you can be proud to be part of it. If you don't want to go to college, we don't pressure you at all. You will get a job experience ranging from construction trades to small manufacturing. I know of many people who went on to be plumbers, electricians, all sorts of craftsmen. The first camp, I went to build a new school in San Diego, and I learned how to do basic carpentry and painting.
Does it pay?
We pay off the freedom scale. It isn't a lot, but we are providing you room, board, and training. You would be ranked by reparation points. You're Hispanic, so that would give you some points. But being male will hold you back for points based on sex. By any chance are you gay, transgender, or part of an oppressed religion? No, Raoul said, slightly confused by the questions. Well, you'd still make more than, let's say, a privileged white man.
Even if we did the same work?
Of course,
The recruiter said with a smile.
The scale ranks people by their oppressed status. The more oppressed you are, the more you are compensated. It's based on a reparation scale used for monthly checks. It's all designed to make things fair.
To him, it seems somewhat strange that people doing the same work will not be paid the same. Still, he knew about reparations. His mother got a larger check each month than Mrs. Pasquez across the hall because she was a woman. What prevents someone from simply lying about being gay just to get more pay? He decided not to ask that question aloud. The recruiter pushed on.
The Youth Corps is one of our nation's great success stories. New Americans helping new Americans. And you can be a part of that. No matter what, the Corps gives you the first leg up on the rest of your life.
Raoul had heard those stories before. The media seemed to have a story every week about the Youth Corps building a new bridge or a school somewhere. The footage always seemed to be the same to him, so he never gave it much thought. It was always young people, wearing the gray jumpsuits, doing some sort of building or work. All of them were smiling. They seemed happy. To him, it seemed corny when he watched the news, but now it made sense. These people were all getting something out of the Corps. They were getting good jobs. The recruiter was quiet for a few moments as Raoul looked at the brochure and thought.
Getting a job is hard without some training, be it experience or some trade school. I'm sure your family would be proud if you decided to join us. You will have plenty of time to figure out what you want to do and get the skills to do it. Working in the Corps introduces you to new friends and gives you the ability to succeed.
Family, to Raoul, meant his mother. He didn't really care what his siblings thought. They were all younger than him anyway. None of them had to face the choices he was being forced to make. No, he had to worry about his mother and what she thought. She wanted him to be successful, that much he knew. To her, that meant college. Now, he had found a way to satisfy her desires and his own. I have to tell you, Miss Thomas, I am very interested. She smiled, an almost pristine grin. Her stark white teeth almost shimmered in the white light of the office.
Good. I don't want to pressure you. This is a big decision, and you're smart enough to talk it over with your family and friends. Take the brochure and some of the data I'm shooting over to your digipad.
She held up her unit and whipped her thumb side to side, sending the data to the unit in his pocket.
Look it all over, and when you're ready, I'll be here.
Raoul rose to his feet and extended his hand. She grasped it firmly.
Thank you. I hope we'll end up working together.
Raoul picked up the brochure and walked out. He passed two other youth a little older than him wearing the same gray jumpsuits. Both nodded to him, and one said, "Hello." Everyone seemed so friendly. Maybe this was a good idea. Lexington, Kentucky. The man known as Mike Raymond sat alone in a booth in the back of Mahoney's roadside bar, playing with the sweat that ran down the sides of the glass of his beer. Word was there were two good old boys, brothers of the Watson family, that wanted to meet. It had been an odd request, one that he intended to fulfill. Mike Raymond was a truck driver these days, doing pickup gigs for a number of customers. The money was decent, but he was not a young man anymore, and moving cargo and jostling along the road made his joints ache. He kept in shape, but there was no escaping time, and time was taking a toll on him. Mike's background was solid, impenetrable. He had seen to that. He had to. The person he had been before the liberation was still a wanted man. Staying mobile, driving around the country as his job, made him more difficult to put under a magnifying glass. To the rest of New America, he was Mike Raymond, high school dropout, whose parents had divorced and were both dead. Never married, no known kids. He had served a fictional stint in prison for a bar fight that had left a man dead. He'd been granted his rights back under the Parole Freedom Act and had been a good, upright citizen ever since. His truck was his home, his livelihood, everything. Of course, it was all a lie. It had been easier than anyone thought to manipulate the records in the post-liberation days. The service had given him some burner documents that he could use, a parting gift for a man that had failed. No one blamed him. It was clear that what went down had been masterfully orchestrated. That didn't make him feel any better about it. Mike Raymond and the man he had been both hated to lose. He saw his intended targets into the bar, a pair of red-headed good old boys, right down to their bib coveralls. Mike's eyes looked at those overalls carefully, noticing their lack of wear and tear. The pair spoke with Sampson at the bar, and he gestured toward Raymond's booth. "You the driver, Mike?" the larger of the two asked. Raymond nodded, and the boys slid in. The larger of the two struggled because the table was bolted to the floor, and his guts spilled out like a loaf of French bread onto the top of the filthy table. Mike nodded to Sampson, who came over with two fresh beers for his table. The Watson boys wasted no time in taking long drinks. "I got word you wanted to meet, and I have to admit I'm a little surprised. No one knew I was passing through these parts this month," he said. "Cliff here," the chubby one said, nudging his brother. "He did some asking around. They said there was a chance that the bartender said he had a way of getting you a message. I'm Dale. We sure are glad you could meet you face to face." He extended his hand, but Mike simply nodded to him. After a moment, Dale Watson pulled it back under the table. "I'm just a truck driver. You need a load hauled?" Cliff Watson grinned, leaning over the table slightly. "We heard rumor that you might be able to connect us with the Sons of Liberty," he said in a low whisper. Mike feigned surprise. "Boys, what the hell would I be doing with a domestic terror organization? Besides, the SOL was DOA last I heard." Cliff looked a little confused. But in fairness, that didn't look like it took very much. He ran his hand back through his reddish hair as Dale grinned. "Oh, I get it," he said in a low tone. "You can't talk about it." Mike took a sip of his beer, and the brothers did the same. He shot a quick glance over at Sampson at the bar, who responded with a long, deep nod. "Look, fellas, I don't know you, and I don't know a thing about the Sons of Liberty. I'm just a driver doing my job. Whoever fed your corncob asses that information is a damn liar." The pair looked at each other with sideways glances, then back at Mike. Dale maintained the negotiation position for the pair. "Look, Mike, what is you're recruiting and we're all ready to join up." There was determination in his voice that Mike largely ignored. "Gentlemen," he said sarcastically, "I sure as hell would be interested in knowing who it was that told you that I was a front man for the SOL. Who was that again?" "We didn't say," Bliss replied. "Let's just say it was a mutual friend," Dale prodded. Mike paused. "Well, whoever it was gave you boys some bad information. I'm just a truck driver. I'll spring for your beers since someone sent you on a wild goose chase, but I'm not the guy you're looking for." He nodded at their beers, and Cliff took another gulp. "We ain't leaving," Dale said, "until you hook us up." Mike nodded slightly. "Let me play along just for the fun of it. Let's assume that I am some sort of terrorist operative masquerading as a truck driver. Why the hell would I ever want to recruit the two of you?" His eyes darted to Sampson, who tapped his watch from behind the bar. Then he locked gaze with Dale Watson. "We got skills," Dale said. "We good shooters. Cliff has some explosive background from a job he had in construction. We know how to live off the land and stay off the grid. We ain't afraid of the Fed Gov. We've been hunting in these parts most of our lives. You need guys like us." Mike raised a thin grin to his face. He took another small sip of his beer, and the brothers did the same with theirs. He opened with a slight chuckle. It was hard to suppress. "I think you're going about this all wrong," he said, putting his glass down on the cardboard coaster. "If I were with the SOL, the pitch you'd have to make is not about what skills you have or don't have. What I would want to know is what you could do for us from an intelligence perspective. What kinds of contacts you have, how you could help the Sons take the fight to the NSF or the social enforcers. I'd like to know what kind of computer skills you have, source for data, things like that. That is, if I were a member of the SOL." He loved being coy with them, but saw they were not amused. Mike glanced over at Sampson again out of the corner of his eye and got another long nod. "Showtime." Dale was frustrated. "You know I get the feeling, Mike, that you're not taking us seriously. What you think this is some sort of game? Well, it's not." He reached down and pulled out a .357 long-barreled revolver, putting it on the table in front of him, pointed at Mike. "Whoa, whoa," Mike said, waving his hands in front of him. "There's some sort of mistake here." "Damn right there is," Cliff said with a noticeable dragging out of the S at the end of the word. "You had fucked with the wrong guys. We the Black Hats," he said, slurring the last S. "Yeah," Dale said, with his hand resting on the handle of the gun. "We know who you are, Mike. We tried to do this nice, but now you're going to go with us. We're going to walk out of here nice and slow. We're going to go to the parking lot where we have a car waiting." "And if I don't?" Dale picked up the gun. Mike eyed it, but only smiled more. "What's so funny?" Mike relished the moment. "Take a look around you." Dale and Cliff swept the patrons of the bar, and they all had weapons trained on the brothers. From behind the bar, Sampson held a double-barreled shotgun. The barmaid, Sarah, held an old AR-15 perfectly aimed at Cliff's head. Dale took a moment to grin. "So you're all in on it. Well, there's something you should know. Outside, we have an entire squad of social enforcers. The Black Hats, SC, have this place surrounded. None of you'll get out of here alive." There was a cockiness in his tone that bordered on arrogance. Sampson spoke up. "You mean the 10 pussies that were waiting around the parking lot? Yeah, we got them tied and bagged already. I suggest that you put that gun down on the table nice and slow and slide it in front of my friends there." The cockiness slid down their faces and into oblivion as they realized their plight. "I'd listen to my man Sampson there. He's a Navy SEAL. Not likely to miss." Dale's face went red, and he slowly pushed the gun over to Mike, who took it as his own. "You boys get up if you can," Mike said, waving the gun. They rose, but staggered, especially Cliff. "What the fuck?" Dale said, fighting to keep his balance. "We lace your beers with horse tranquilizer. Nasty shit if it doesn't kill you. I have to admit I struggled a little bit with the dosage. This wasn't made for humans after all. Makes you easy to control and surprisingly talkative when properly enticed. You'll be sleeping for a long while, long enough for us to get you to where the interrogations are taking place." "We won't talk," Cliff said, staggering a bit, finally grabbing the bar for support. "We are loyal to the social reformation." "Too bad," Mike said, walking behind them on the way to the door, "because if you don't talk, there's no reason for us to keep you alive, other than the fun it'll provide us. I ain't afraid of dying. We took down your shitty government. We know how to deal with fucks like you," Dale said, staggering a half step before somehow regaining his balance. "Just remember, we know who you are. Your days are numbered, all of you." His words slurred and sloshed as they marched him out across the dark parking lot. Mike shook his head. "I love amateurs like you when they try and play this game," he said, smirking. "We set you up from the start. You got played. Our mission was to take out your cell, each and every last one of you. You planned on coming for us, capturing me, but you walked right into the trap." Dale Watson looked at him, his mouth half open at a loss for words. For a few seconds he was patted down for other weapons. Finally, he forced out the words. "We beat you once. We can do it again." Mike Raymond shook his head. "Doubtful. Last time you had the element of surprise. You're in a hot seat now, dancing our tune. Your black-shirted friends will talk if you don't. Don't worry, though. They won't find your bodies right away when we're done. That will give us time to track down your families and kill them." There was coldness to his words as he spoke them. No remorse, no guilt. His own wife had been killed. When that happened, the person within him had possessed the capability to feel guilt died as well. Dale Watson reeled about, his face filled with rage. "You wouldn't dare. We took the page from you. This is the same bullshit you pulled on the police during your revolution. You see, when you make the rules of the game, you are bound by them. Your wives and kids, they're gonna die. It's going to be messy, too. And just like you did this to us, it will send a message to the other cells what's going to happen to them." Dale teetered for a moment, long enough to spit on him. He wiped it from his chin, still smiling. "It's going to cost you a finger or a toe during our interrogation, Mr. Watson." He pushed him through the door and out into the parking lot, lined up in front of his truck with the rest of the cell, zip-tied with bags pulled over their heads. Sampson came up beside him. "You got this?" "Yep," he replied. "We'll pinch these guys, get some names for some promises, then do the deed. I'll be taking them to the graveyard per the plan. I'll lay them out in nice and purty, something to scare the living shit out of the black shirts. You all set?" The former SEAL, if there had been such a thing, nodded. "It'll be like we were never here. Bleach and fire cover up a lot of potential problems." Mike nodded. "Good. Follow the plan. Somehow these guys have figured out how to find me, and that makes me a liability. I'm going to have to take on a new persona. You got the paperwork, or I need to get you some? I have a handful of burner IDs still, stuff that was never on the grid," former Secret Service Assistant Director Jack Desmond said. "Mike Raymond will disappear in 48 hours. That alone will make them worried." Anything I can do for you, brother? Sampson asked. Yeah, Mike said, tucking a .357 into his belt. Look, we outthought these dumb fucks this time. They're not used to dealing with our skills and expertise. They will get better. The big guy has some new high-priority targets for us, some stuff that will make them sweat at night worrying. In the meantime, I need some help, someone whose moral compass is a little skewed. You had someone in mind? He nodded. I wasn't going to be easy to find her, but after all that had been done, he had to try. Besides, she was the only one that knew what happened to the president the night of the fall. Chapter 3. The past is lies. Trust the future. Wheaton, Illinois. Andy Forrester felt his dad stir and watched as his eyes opened slowly. Andy got a cup of water and moved the straw to his father's mouth. Dad, you thirsty? Arthur Forrest nodded, and Andy fumbled for a moment with the glass, finally getting the paper straw in his mouth. His father took several long sips before pushing the straw away. Do you want something? Sit me up, Arthur said. Andy found the bed controls and raised him to a sitting position. His father moaned slightly, but Andy did not react to the sound. The last time he had moaned, his father had told Andy it was nothing. The last 2 weeks had been a struggle. Andy's job had laid him off when his leave had run out. He had told them why he wasn't able to come to work, but they said his father had coverage at the hospital, that there was no reason for him to be there. Your father is a Class 4 patient, terminal. You'd be able to appeal it to the People's Tribunal, but their dockets were full. In the meantime, his father was wasting away. The loss of his job bothered him, but only slightly. His job was as a change manager, helping companies move undesirable jobs overseas. When Andy was brought into a company, it was because a lot of new Americans were going to lose their jobs to China, Mexico, even Jordan. He loathed his work, but did it because the labor tribunal in his company had assigned him to it. Being good at the nasty task didn't help. Each time he stood up in a factory or office and told the people they were going to need to retrain for their new jobs, he felt like a bit of him died inside. In some respects, losing his job was a good thing. It relieved the nagging pressure of his work that he often described as filthy. Karen had been to visit their father 4 times before simply disappearing. When she came, Andy left, with neither of them exchanging a word. To him, she was more a stranger than family. He had more interactions with the nurses and doctors than with his sister. One nurse said that during her last visit their father had been visibly upset. Andy was prepared to grill Karen about what she had said, but she never came back. As with all things in life, Karen had dodged any responsibility. Andy, his father said, what day is it? He had to think about it himself for a second. Saturday. His father gave a nod to the response. I always liked Saturdays. Andy smiled at memories of the family weekends together, the trips his father used to organize to museums or battlefields. Things were much simpler then. Now many of the museums were gone. The battlefields had been sold off because they commemorated people that were on the red list of banned individuals or entities. Are we all alone? Are we ever alone these days? It struck him as a strange question. Yes, Dad, just you and me. Power down your phone, Arthur said. Andy complied. Done, Dad. Good, Arthur said. I had them change my bed the other day. I figured Karen would have planted a bug on my old one. Andy had never spoken to his father much about Karen. Would she attempt to bug him? Given a millisecond of thought, he realized there was no doubt that she would. The real question was, why would she? I'm dying, boy. His father sighed as Andy leaned into his field of vision. Dad, you're going to be okay.
he said unconvincingly. Arthur shook his head slightly on the pillow.
History is coming for me, he said in a gravelly voice. I'm ready. This cancer, it's the last straw. I'm only sorry I won't be around to see it.
See what?
A gleam came into Arthur's gray eyes. When they turn on each other.
Who?
Them, New America. Goddamn Antifa and their social enforcement squads. And the others.
What do you mean? Arthur drew in a long breath and spoke with a firmness that Andy had not heard in weeks.
Revolutions rarely go the way you want, long term. Look at the Chinese and their Cultural Revolution. Look at the French when crazies overthrew the government. They get what they want for a time. Then they become 1,000 times worse than the people they overthrew. Give them enough time and they will turn on each other. The revolutionaries become the victims of their own madness. Look to Robespierre, he said with a faint smirk. The media always support them at first. But eventually, the media needs a good enemy and turns on them. The organizations that were taken down, they find a way to fight back. The revolutionaries, they start hanging each other. History is on my side with this one, son.
It was a strangely warming thought to Andy. You may still see it, Dad.
No, what they didn't take from me, the cancer will. But that doesn't mean I'm out of the fight. I have a chance at hitting them, even after I'm dead.
What does that mean, Dad?
Arthur reached one hand up and Andy took it. His father squeezed his grip tight. They thought they got him all, but they didn't. A friend of mine, Abel Broomer, got a package out of the night. It all went down in D.C. the night of the fall. He worked pretty high up in the federal government, and somehow he got it out through the riots and the mobs. We met afterwards, and he left it with me. A friend of mine kept it hidden all this time, right under their noses. That was one of the reasons they ruined me. They suspected I had it, but couldn't find it. Even your sister was asking about it when you weren't here. It bothers them that it may have survived. And if it does, it's a threat to them. Symbols are important. They bring us together.
Andy shook his head, still not fully understanding what his father was talking about. What's in the package?
Arthur creaked out a grin. Hope. Pride. The things they can't take away from people. They've tried like hell, but it's still out there waiting to show itself. It's a threat to the FedGov. You can crush institutions, kill people, but ideas always live on.
His mind raced at the concept of what might be in the mysterious package. It was only tempered by the thought that the possession of it might bring the same wrath that had come down on his father.
You need to know where it is, his father said. Take it. And when the time is right, use it. Take it public. Something so big they can't ignore it. When people see it, it will reignite the dream. You'll see. Revolutions can't squash who people are in their hearts. It will remind them of that.
Before Andy could respond, his father motioned for him to come closer. Andy put his ear in front of his father's lips and he whispered where it was kept. The information overpowered his father's bad breath. It took the better part of a minute, leaving Andy with his mouth hanging open. He almost slumped back to his chair beside the bed, but instead remained in his father's field of vision. "Dad, you're kidding," he said as he drifted to his seat.
He has to be kidding. It's right where I told you. I took it there to make sure it was protected. It's the last place those dumb shits would look.
They don't allow people in there.
I know, Arthur said with a hint of pride in his voice. As a historian, I know the value of irony. I was there just weeks after they were destroyed, before they banned people there. Idiots. They couldn't even get that right. Did a half-assed job. Dad, I had help. There was a construction worker named Dick Farmer. If he's still alive, he should be able to help you when you go. He was there when he took care of it, did the heavy lifting. I don't know what to say. And don't say anything, Arthur said, mustering his last bit of strength. I was in the fight, but you saw what they did to me. The final indignation was my daughter becoming one of them. Karen talks brave, but she's weak. They attract the weak, the uneducated. The radicals always convince people that they are victims and deserve justice or revenge. That's why professors like me were a threat. I didn't follow their little rules. Totalitarians can't have free thinkers. I hate doing this, but you're the only one I can entrust it to. Your sister, she was asking about it too, as though she suspects something. She'll have her eyes on you now. Anyone you tell about this is as good as dead. She may even bring you in for a social quarantine to try and squeeze it out of you. Those words chilled Andy for a moment. He remembered how drained and emaciated his father looked when he was released from the camp. Don't give in to fear. For them, it's their go-to drug. It keeps the masses complacent. Remember the pandemic? People gave up all their freedoms for a bug with a 98% survival rate. But fear has a downside. Fear makes its users paranoid and eventually afraid of each other. You'll see. They fear things they can't control. Dictatorships are all about control. It's not enough to win. You have to hold on to what you seized. Do this right, and you light the fuse for the counter-revolution, boy. They haven't squashed America just yet. There are people out there who still feel the way I do. If anyone could do it, you can. Dad, I'm no freedom fighter, he protested. Is there someone else I can tell about this? Maybe they can handle it. Arthur feebly shook his head on the pillow. They squashed or killed everyone I ever trusted. They tortured me too physically, psychologically. They figured they had broken me, or that when they let me out I would lead them there. Karen and her buddies. They will follow you now. Be careful with your trust, Andy. I don't even know what this package is. Why is it so important? If you could have gotten your life back, why not give it to them? Arthur smiled, looking deep into his son's eyes. It's our past and our future. I could have folded, surrendered it, gotten it off my back. They would have likely just killed me the minute they had it. The administration is not big on loose ends. Historians love a good tragedy, and I'm happy to play a part in theirs. Not telling them was like being a soldier, fighting them in my own way, being stubborn. I had something they couldn't have, no matter what they threw at me. It ruined my career, scared away my friends, took my daughter. But they couldn't make me sing the song they wanted to hear. I beat them. Now you can do it too. It'll be hard, but you'll love it. Trust me. His eyelids closed suddenly, leaving Andy very much alone with his thoughts and the grim realization that his life had just become more complicated. San Jose, California. Angel Frasowski sat at her desk, and her eyes fell on the same thing every morning. The digital display that covered the far wall of the 3rd Precinct of the San Jose National Security Force, the illustrious NSF, as she liked to call it. Today, the slogan displayed was a rerun for months ago. Feelings equal facts. Most days she ignored the slogan. Today, though, it frustrated her. What a load of bullshit. To her, the slogan was just another reminder of things that had been lost over the last few years. God, I hate Wednesdays. That was her day to patrol a desk. At least on the street she felt less monitored, a tad freer. Being in the precinct was sometimes annoying duty, with people walking in off the streets demanding counseling or support, or simply turning in their neighbors for some minor, often perceived infraction. When you pay people to snitch on their neighbors, you get more people snitching on their neighbors. The National Security Force was a quasi-controlled clusterfuck in her mind. It had federalized all police forces into one unified and most importantly controlled entity. Sheriff's Police Department, the FBI, DHS, state police, all were combined. The population was told that it was for their own good. It allowed them to root out systemic racism and injustice in the old order. Angel saw it for what it was, a blatant power grab. Combining all policing gave the FedGov an army at its disposal. It was only really hindered by the massive bureaucracy that came with its formation. The NSF, which was supposed to help provide security for the people, was more of an instrument of fear. To Angel, it was just as it had been planned. This is what they always wanted, total control. If the NSF didn't act, the local social enforcement teams would, and they didn't have any rules. There had always been a lot of tension between the two entities. The NSF was sanctioned. It was official. The SE, they were just roving bands of black-shirted thugs. They didn't play by rules. Where the NSF arrested suspects, the SE dealt out justice as they saw fit. More than once she had come across dead bodies spray-painted with tags from a local social enforcement team, labeled as racist or homophobic. The NSF had politics and structure. Early on, the progressive politicians had some nominal control of the SE teams and used them as their personal army, or so they thought. Angel knew the truth. No one controlled the angry, undirected mob. They could be aimed at a target by some congressman, but that was where the influence ended. The two groups hated each other, both seeing the other as part of a larger problem. During the fall, which was a word they weren't allowed to use to describe the liberation, the SE targeted not just police officers but their families. In 1 week, lovingly called the Freedom Week, well over 3,000 family members of local law enforcement were executed by social enforcement teams. It crippled the police at every level of the government. It allowed the Antifa-led mobs to do what they wanted, intimidate in order to seize power. There was a lot of sympathy for police officers after that, but that did not bring back the dead. Most officers stepped down, opening up the ranks to new officers more willing to toe the party line. Angel remembered those days all too well. We should have struck back. We should have killed every one of those teams. Fuck the law. They made this a war. None of that happened, though. The problem was the old police organizations played by rules, where the SE didn't. Police officers had been painted as the bad guys, and the mass firings during Freedom Week was seen as divine retribution for crimes that may or may not have happened. The civilians let it play out, not wanting to become victims of either side. Angel, her partner Bobby Dales said, remember, we have cultural de-escalation training this afternoon. She rolled her eyes. Oh, I remember, was all she could say, speaking what you thought was a quick path to getting unwanted attention. Eyes are everywhere, was another FedGov slogan that got tossed about, and there was truth in that. The NSF spied on everyone, including itself. The population helped. They were encouraged to report individuals that refused to support the FedGov policies. Free speech was permitted, as long as it wasn't offensive, and the NSF determined what was offensive. As it turned out, anything could be labeled offensive. So more often than not, the complainer got what they wanted. Angel kept her mouth shut, just like her peers, though for her there were other reasons.
It was best to just blend into the background, not draw attention. She went to the 3-hour session on how it was important to try to convince people of different cultures to stop yelling or fighting and allow themselves to be taken in. She girded herself so that she would not doze off, paying just enough attention to pass the test at the end to prove that she had been there and had been trained. The instructor was some college puke who had never had to face down a 6'8" naked man with mental issues, covered in his own vomit, high on meth, swinging a tow chain at officers. No amount of kind words appropriate to his culture were going to persuade him to stand down. That required force, brute, unadulterated physical content with intent. A part of her wanted to pose that scenario to the instructor, just to expose how stupid the concept was. But that, too, would draw attention she did not desire. As her shift ended, she prepared to leave, and she was surprised when a group of officers rushed past her and surrounded Patrolman Ron Juarez. They immediately slapped him in cuffs and patted him down. Bobby moved in beside her, watching the brief pointless struggle as they took Juarez away.
What's this about?
An Hispanic perp filed a complaint against Ron, or so the story goes, Bobby said. They claimed he made a racial slur during an arrest. That's bullshit on a stick. What about his body cam and the drone footage? The drones are elsewhere as usual, Bobby said. His body cam wasn't working right, so it only caught part of the arrest. The local SEs are calling for a people's tribunal. You know the drill. That was all it took, and the perpetrators knew it. It was their word against the NSF, and in those fights the perps almost always won. Ron was a racist now. His FedGov ID would have him tagged as such. He wouldn't be able to get work, all because of a likely false accusation. The tribunals acted as courts, and she could not remember them ever siding with law enforcement.
Too bad. He was good,
was all she said. Yeah, Bobby said, following him, being marched out the door by his fellow officers. Good doesn't always count, you know that. Angel flashed a smile, but didn't say anything other than, "See you tomorrow." And she grabbed her lunch bag and purse and went back to her one-room apartment on the south side of the city, saying what she was feeling was going to lead to trouble. She had endured enough of that for a lifetime. Juarez was a good man. He didn't deserve the bullshit he was going through.
How could he be racist? He's Hispanic, too.
He actually experienced racism. She flopped down in her only easy chair for what seemed like a few minutes, and when she looked up, twilight was setting in. That happened a lot lately, the loss of time. Her thoughts had been twisted and dark, memories of Officer Ron Juarez.
Poor bastard. They'll ruin his life, just on the word of a criminal.
As she sat there, she heard a siren off in the distance. It was getting harder to remember how things were before the fall.
I miss the old holidays the most.
The 4th of July, labeled as a nationalist travesty by the ruling council, had been renamed Liberation Day. In her youth, she had enjoyed playing with sparklers and watching the fireworks over Washington, D.C. from her parents' Arlington townhouse. President's Day died a quick death, replaced with a National Day of Remorse for the indigenous people. Christmas was gone, replaced with Workers' Respect Week. Being a Christian or Jewish in New America was not a good thing. It was seen as a mark of scorn. They were labeled as religions of privilege. You didn't dare put up a Christmas tree or a menorah where it could be seen from the street without someone complaining and getting the SEs involved. Her parents had learned it was a quick way to get a brick thrown through the window. There were other perversions of traditions, all tied to the FedGov's Great Reformation. Veterans Day had become Equality Recognition Day. A half-dozen other inspired holidays had sprung up, so many, in fact, it was hard for her to keep track. Angel stared out the window to see the building across the street. It was a shitty view, for a shitty mood. There was only one thing that could make her feel better. She went to her bedroom and put on her black night ops jumpsuit and mask. Her rifle was in the black kit bag, in parts. Guns had been long outlawed, but then again, so had she. For Angel, there was only one way to make things right for Juarez. A life for a life. She had learned during her time in the district during the fall that you had to respond to the bastards. The social enforcers are going to ruin his life. Time to ruin some of theirs. The FedGov loved putting up cameras and monitors everywhere, but they sucked at maintaining them. There were blind spots everywhere, and with a little discreet work from someone else's workstation, larger ones could be created by simply repositioning them or shutting them down. She had created several over the last few months. Every time somebody she knew got fucked over by the system, she took the fight to the social enforcement teams that roamed the street. Tonight, it was going to be the Chantilly's, the local SE team. They controlled their little slice of San Jose with intimidation and violence. Twice, when she made an arrest, they had interfered, the last time nearly breaking her arm. As she made her way down the carefully selected streets that were blind to her passing, she made her way to an abandoned Wendy's that had been torched during the riots. The roof was perfect, right on the street corner overlooking Santa Teresa Boulevard. Angel had been there a dozen nights before, scouting, planning. She assembled the rifle and scope carefully and used a handheld sweep device to make sure she was not being monitored. Getting a gun illegally was easy, impossible through normal channels. Hers had been taken during a raid on a cartel drug den. As she finished checking the weapon and loading it, she settled in for a waiting game. The hot roof gravel made her legs feel like they were sizzling, even in the darkness, but she ignored it. After an hour or more, she got her chance. The Chantilly's arrived at the Taco Bell 2 parking lot a half-block away. They were loud, boisterous, making their presence known. That was the way of the SEs. It was a form of intimidation. Antifa had taken kids who played video games and lived in their parents' basement and convinced them they were warriors, fighting for a cause. She wanted to laugh, but they had been successful. They had helped take down the U.S. from within. Tonight, she would demonstrate that this was not a video game. Angel slowly raised the rifle and adjusted the scope for the range based on the laser. Under the dull light of the parking lot lights, she zoomed in on the loudest of them. He was gesturing wildly, waving his arms, going off about something, sitting on the hood of someone's car. He was the perfect target. Angel slowly squeezed the trigger. The suppressor muffled some of the crack of the gun firing, enough to confuse any possible witnesses. Silencers didn't work the way they did in the movies, but thankfully the sound didn't carry far. Her target flew back, off the hood of the car he had been sitting on. The Chantilly's were stunned for a moment, and in that moment she lined up a second target and fired. This one hit in the lower body, sending that chubby girl into a ball of agony on the hot parking lot asphalt. The others drew weapons and scattered, hunkering for cover behind cars, leaving their comrades to die gurgling on the pavement. She could see the legs of her first victim quaking as he tried to grasp the wound at the base of his throat. The girl wailed in agony. Play adult games, win adult prizes. It felt good to Angel, better than she had felt in weeks, since her last outing. It wouldn't help Officer Ron Juarez in the least, but for a moment it felt good to be able to strike back without fear of recrimination. Every time she went out and killed one of the SEs, it made her feel as if she were still in the fight, if only in a little way. Disassembling her rifle, she faded into the night, part of the shadows. 2 less SE members terrorizing the community. It was not a big victory, but a good start.
She slid into her apartment and locked the door behind her. Then she heard it. A breath. Not fast, but deep. Ducking and rolling, she drew her sidearm and aimed it at the figure sitting in her easy chair. The man there did not react. A wise move on his part. The face was the one she knew but had not seen since the fall. Time hadn't been kind to him. His hairline was an inch further back and peppered with gray. His eyes had bags under them. He made no movement, no threat, only looked at her and smiled. "You," she said, rising to her feet and lowering her pistol. "Hello, Charlie," Jack Desmond said. "It's been a long time." "It's been a hell of a long time since I heard my name." "Where in the hell have you been?" she cursed. Jack gave her a coy smile. "I stay on the move, harder to hit a moving target." She took off her mask and tossed it to the tiny island that separated her appliances from the rest of the apartment. "I figured you'd be dead by now. I checked the list of those presumed killed at the White House. Your name was there." "I thought I've tried, but like you, I beat the odds," Jack replied. "How in the hell are you?" Former Secret Service Lieutenant Charlie Kaczynski shrugged. "Doing what I have to do, hiding right here in plain sight. Word is that I'm still pretty high on some FedGov wanted lists. I figured the best ID to use was one that got me into the NSF, hiding right on their doorstep." "You always were resourceful," Jack replied. "I did what I had to do," she said. She paused for a moment. "I read about what happened to Barbara and the girls." "Please don't go there," Jack said flatly. The narrowing of his eyes told her it was a prudent move to heed his words. "Sorry," was all she could muster in response. "Both of us have paid a high price, higher than most." It was a statement she could appreciate. "Agreed. Some of us carry a curse, the curse of knowledge." Jack leaned forward. "You want to tell me what happened?" "No," she replied flatly. "The whole bit they put out, the president in jail, his heart attack, the photos of his dead body. I know it was all a fake," Jack said. "How do you know?" she said with no conviction. "If they had captured the president, you would have been killed or caught as well. You are always the best at your job." She allowed a thin smile to come to her lips. Yeah, they flaked the whole thing. For the first time ever, the conspiracy theorists got it right. "Charlie," Jack said, "I need to know if he's alive." She eyed him carefully. Jack Desmond was a solid performer, dedicated to a nation that no longer existed. That meant something to her. "I'll tell you if you tell me how they got into the EOC. "Drake Barker," Jack said, leaning back in the chair. She pulled the bottle of water out of her tiny refrigerator and drew a long gulp. "He flipped on us. Fucking mole. Practically opened the door for them. He handed them our protocols, code words, everything that he knew of. The fucker gave the Antifa boys our personnel files." Charlie snarled and took another sip. "I always knew he was a backstabbing asshole. It doesn't surprise me that he turned on us." Jake nodded. "Word is he's in charge of security for the ruling council. They rewarded the prick who handed the mob the White House with the job of protecting them. I doubt they even see the irony." "You should kill him," she said with a complete lack of emotion. "Or I will. Hell, I might enjoy it." "That time will come after he doxed us. I managed to get out. I couldn't get down to you, but I had to buy you time. I presumed you got out by one of the emergency egresses." "Something like that," she replied. "Your turn, Charlie. Is he alive?" She shook her head slowly several times. "We got out. He died a few days later." Pausing for a moment, he studied her old superior's face. "Why? Why do you need to know?"
We got a legitimate successor, Jack said.
Impossible, she replied. It can't be the speaker. She sold us out as fast as those dickheads over at the Pentagon. She was shot at the Capitol. I saw the footage of the Secretary of State's murder scene, so they couldn't be him either.
Memories of that night, the desperate orders for help, the denials, it all rushed back to the forefront of her mind. She had long pushed those memories down, but Jack had taken those glowing embers and blown air on them. Now they were a roaring flame. Their winning was supposed to be impossible, too. So is yours still being alive. Me, too. No shit. We got him. A true blue successor.
What good does it do you? She countered. Even if he is sworn in, the United States is gone. They won't recognize him. In fact, they'll bomb him into oblivion the moment they know he's alive.
Jack smiled, and somehow that made his words more palatable. New America may not recognize him, but the people will. They've had over 4 years of chaos, 4 years of having their rights and beliefs stomped on, 4 years of being treated like shit for things they never did. He represents a chance to reset all of that. She chuckled, for the first time in a long time.
So what? You think they're going to just rise up?
Jack rose to his full height, standing in front of her. I do. Some will. Most need something to believe in, and he embodies that. They've been waiting for the right chance. Last time they caught us off guard, we didn't see it coming, not on the scale it came at us. It was time to switch roles. Let them get caught with their dicks in their hands. You know me. For what it's worth, Charlie, I have a plan. There was something in the way he said it, a confidence that caught her attention.
A plan?
Yep, Jack replied, and I need your help. We need your help.
Who is we?
The Sons of Liberty.
She shook her head quickly.
Jack, the SOL was taken down. No one has heard a peep from them in years. The NSF took out the people that made up the SOL, but you can't capture or kill an idea. They taught us that much with Antifa. The group reformed just as it has since the nation was born. We learned our lessons from those that overthrew the government. We operate in the shadows. We are a rumor on the wind, a spread word of mouth. We are growing, building strength. When the time comes, we'll take back what was our country. There was a passion he could not suppress as he spoke. She heard it. For a second it surprised her.
Your opposition is entrenched, Jack. They are in every nook and cranny of society. They have created a culture where citizens report on each other. They have made the government integral to every aspect of a person's life here, breaking that apart, tearing it down. It's going to be hard.
I wouldn't be a part of it if it was easy. You know me, Charlie. We both got dealt a nasty hand of cards during the fall. Both of us are survivors. We did our duty to the best of our ability. That doesn't mean that our duty is over. In fact, I would say our responsibility to our nation is just starting. She heard the pride in what he said, and remembered how much she admired the old Jack Desmond. A part of Charlie wanted to feel that kind of enthusiasm too, but realities and guilt stood in her way.
I've been under the radar a long time, she countered, half-heartedly, and I failed in my most important mission. I didn't keep him alive.
You got him out, Jack said firmly, and I'm willing to bet you've added up to your ass in regards to all of this new America bullshit. I need you, Charlie. You're the best tactician the Secret Service ever produced. You think on your feet and are unstoppable when you put your mind to something. The Sons need someone like you. Charlie felt something stir in her brain. Excitement. Not the kind of fear that had dominated her life since she had died during the fall.
Jack, you always know how to punch my buttons. You also never do anything without a plan. So what's the plan? She asked.
Jack stepped towards her. She could see the fire in his eyes.
First,
We put their nuts in a vise. Then we tighten it until they scream." He held up an image that appeared to be the president, aged years from the last time she had seen him. "It's fake. I know that. He's dead." "They don't know that. And that fear of him being out there will send them on a lot of wild goose chases. We have a great prosthetics guy working for us. We let them get these images just to get in their heads. I had to know for sure, though. That is why I came to you. Now that I know he's gone, we can move to the next phase, which is getting them to turn on each other. Then we start to hamstring the NSF, hinder their ability to do their jobs. We need to blind them to what we're doing. Revenge, payback, those words seemed hollow to her, but they were all she had left. She was a wanted woman, the same as Jack was wanted. Loose ends that needed eliminating. Her fate would be worse. They'd want to know if the president was really dead, who had helped her, and details that would cost others their lives. Charlie drew a long, deep breath. Setting her bottle of water on the island, she stuck out her hand. Jack grabbed it hard and shook it firmly with both of his. "Good. I'm in, but with a condition. And that is, I want to meet his successor." Jack's face reacted with a ripple of tension on his brow. "We keep him on the move. It's not easy. I don't care if it's easy or not. If I'm going to get back in the game, I want to make sure I'm backing the right horse." Her former supervisor said nothing for a long moment. "Deal. But only after you first do some things for us. I need you and your special set of talents." "Agreed." In that moment, the person that was Angel Frasowski disappeared. By morning, the fire in her apartment would make tracing her real identity difficult, and there was no reason for anyone to try. She was just another dead or missing cop. Nobody would even care. The district. Burke Dorn, the director of special operations within the NSF, took his seat opposite the secretary. Many people looked at her with a glint of fear in their eyes, but Dorn was not one of them. He had been an Army Ranger, 3 tours of duty, a top law enforcement officer in the U.S. Marshals. Unlike so many sycophants she met, Dorn didn't feel that he had to curry favors. He refused to play politics. He just did his job and did it well. She had chosen evening for their meeting. Outside, a thunderstorm rolled over the district. Strained roars of thunder occasionally shook the old FBI building where her office was located. Looking out through the half-closed Venetian blinds, she could hear the splatter of the rain being blown against the window. A dark night for dark thoughts. "What can I do for you, Madam Secretary?" he said as he settled into the seat opposite her desk. "Your handling of the Spec Ops team has been exemplary," she began. "Thank you. I will be relying on your talents in the near future." "Spec Ops has never failed you." "No, it hasn't. But I fear that these upcoming missions are going to be a little more challenging than ones I've tasked you with in the past." Dorn leaned forward. "How so?" "I have long suspected that the chief of social enforcement's loyalties to our cause have been somewhat questionable. It may be necessary to effect some changes in their structure and leadership." She paused, letting her words sink in. "I think I understand. You see my people as helping implement these changes." She nodded. "We have had a trying few years since the liberation. I would hate to think that the chief and his top people are disloyal, but the evidence seems rather conclusive. We are unsure of how deep the corruption may go, but as the Secretary of NSF, it is my responsibility to maintain law and order." "Understood. When are we looking to move forward with this?" "Not fully determined at this time. It could be any time,
however, a week from now, a month, or less? Okay. Should I presume these will be targeted arrests? She hesitated deliberately. The problem is that arrests and people's tribunals would damage much of what we have sought to build. These people are not likely to go quietly. Public displays of justice might further fan the flames of dissent. We will need to be more complete in our solution. The secretary paused, and Doran leaned back in his seat. So, you would like spec ops to make these problems disappear? It is a conclusion we have arrived at, she said. The use of the word we was deliberate. Torn was no fool. He could catch that. It implied that others on the ruling council had endorsed the action. If he testified ever, he would say he inferred that. There was that thin veil of plausible deniability that she and he wrapped themselves in. "We have taken Crimson-level actions before," he said, using a code word for assassinations, "but never against members of the administration or the party." "I know," she said, leaning back in her chair, "and it's not something I take lightly. We both have known for some time that there are tensions between the good work we do and the SEs. As such, I anticipate that they will be folded into our team here. It'll be the best way to ensure that if there is any further dissent, we can deal with it internally before it festers and becomes a problem." "I will need to use our best people," Dorn replied thoughtfully. "I know you have personally tasked Operative Latrim on this Sons of Liberty assignment. She has a reputation for stirring the pot when it comes to the SE team she interacts with. It might be best to bring her back in, put her on this. She's one of my best people." "Normally, I would agree," the secretary said, "but her assignment is just as important. In fact, her head bumping with the SEs has helped us ferret out some of the more rebellious elements. She will, for a time being, need to remain on her assignment." "Madam Secretary," Dorn said, "I don't have to tell you this has the markings of a public relations nightmare when it goes down. Even with the best planning, Kaylee has a tendency to stomp on toes out there in pursuit of her objective. It would be best, in my opinion, to have her here where we can govern her actions a bit, just until things settle down." She rested her elbows on the desk and templed her fingers in thought. "In fact, her clashing with SEs will help give me impetus to take action. While her actions have been useful, I'm not sure I can afford for this to look as if we deliberately provoked the Chief of Social Enforcement or his people into action. Her unique form of inquiry has already raised some eyebrows." "So, what are you saying?" Dorn pushed. "I've never played chess, but as I understand it, one of the strategies that is often employed is to sacrifice a pawn in order to achieve a winning position. So, Operative Latrim? She is serving us well on her current assignment. Let her continue. You know the target. I cannot afford her being hauled up to Capitol Hill to discuss her actions in dealing with the traitor president and having SE people claim she was roughing them up. We told a reporter of New America that the president was dead years ago. The fact that she is even on this mission generates risk for us. I'm sure you'd agree." "I do," Baker said, a frown tugging at his usually flat expression. "She's a loose cannon, one we've always been able to aim. I think it would be a shame to lose her." "As would I," she said, placing her hands palm down on the desktop. "But when you consider the implications of the two operations, hers and the one we just discussed, I think it's best we remove her from scrutiny." "No loose ends," Dorn said flatly. "Exactly. When she has achieved her mission, Operative Latrim needs to vanish."
Chapter 4. The greatest heroes are victims. Detroit, Michigan. Raul Lopez surveyed the blocks of burned-out buildings, noting how even the empty shells were now overgrown with vines and weeds. Woodward Avenue had been on a rebound until the liberation. The riots that started on the West Coast spread, and Detroit had a historic reputation for rioting. It was a puzzling thing for Raul. The fires had destroyed the neighborhoods of the people that were allegedly behind them. Why set fires to places on your own block? The looting and rioting spread over a series of months until the suburbs felt the wrath, and the Youth Corps was there to clean it up. They had been giving an orientation to the city. Now it had been built off of the sweat and toil of workers, many minorities and other oppressed groups. The Youth Corps officer that gave the lecture had talked about how the companies had taken billions in profits and had made the workers get by on paltry bonuses. Some of the factories he saw were massive and impressive, and it struck Raul as wrong that the businesses had taken advantage of their people in such a way. When he saw all of the neighborhoods on their tour drive, he found himself wondering just how bad off the employees were. We never had homes like this in Mexico. For oppressed people, they seemed to have good places to live. Still, if the Corps told him it was one way, then that was the way it must be. Why would government lie to us? Raul adjusted his uniform work shirt after he set down the wheelbarrow at the job site. The shirt was a distinctive gray, with the eagle patch of the Youth Corps on the right sleeve. He was proud of being in the Corps, even prouder that he had been given his first assignment. When he was younger in Mexico, he had never thought he'd own such a uniform, let alone be part of such a prestigious organization. Paco came up alongside him and surveyed the bricks in his wheelbarrow. "Are you trying to make us look bad carrying that many?" he cracked half sarcastically. Raul grinned. "I'm just doing my share." Paco looked around at the old factory building that the Corps was demolishing. "They say that Detroit was once a boom town. Now not so much, eh? My father's truck, it come from China, and the parts are from our home country." "American engineers designed it, though," Raul countered. Paco shrugged. "Maybe, but things are not built by engineers." Raul took a sip from his water pack. "It will take us most of the summer to tear down this plant and the rest of the block." His friend nodded as he surveyed the old factory. "Still, it's better that we do it by hand. Running the heavy equipment not only pollutes the air. Yes, it's faster, but look at all the material we're saving for reuse." There are so many Clean Air Acts out of the district in the last few years that it was hard to keep track of them. Everyone said they were worried about pollution. No one makes the Chinese or Russians comply, though. They're the biggest polluters. The chairman of the ruling council summed it up best. "It's not important what they do. What's important is what we do." That meant Raul and his Youth Corps troop were dismantling the factory one brick at a time. There were over 250 Corps members, 25 squads, working on a project. He had heard there were at least a half-dozen such projects going on. It made him proud to be part of something so big and important. It will take time, but we have months to get it done. Raul grabbed the handles of the wheelbarrow and moved it along the well-worn path to the sorting area. Dumping it there, another squad worked to separate the usable from the unusable bricks, stacking the good ones in bins. Pivoting, he turned around and headed back to the dark confines of the old factory. The air stung of grease and rotting wood and wet paper. The facility had been abandoned for decades. According to the troop leader, it had been used by homeless people as a shelter. That area had been the worst to demolish. The stench of stale urine and garbage mingled with body odor. Those days were gone. The homeless didn't exist. Not according to the administration. There were economically displaced in-transition and shelter-dependent people, but the word homeless was never used. It was simply a banned word, and Raul had to admit he didn't understand the distinction so well. The ones that had been in the abandoned factory had looked homeless enough to him. Once out of the sun, he began to load up the bricks that had been knocked off the old wall by members of his troop. As he carefully loaded the wheelbarrow, making sure that it stayed balanced, he noticed the old graffiti on the wall. "Freedom lost," in fading orange paint. Looking at it, he wondered as to its meaning. What freedoms have been lost? He felt free to do what he wanted, as long as he followed the rules. "What are you doing, Cadet Lopez?" the troop leader, Avalon Winston, barked out to him. "I was just looking at the wall." "That's subversive content," the troop leader replied, looking at the wall as if it were a piece of pornography. "You shouldn't even read it. It doesn't say much, only 2 words. The troop leader walked over him. "You probably were just a kid at the time. You don't remember the right-wing radical standoff with the NSF, the bombings, and violent protests. The people who wrote that were clinging to long outdated ideals that went back to the founding of the country. They wasted the rights that they had and corrupted the rights they believed were theirs. Look at guns. Gun crimes are down because we rounded them up. Those people fought against safety that we offered. They said we were anarchists, but in reality they were." Raoul nodded slowly. He wasn't so sure that gun crimes were down. Shootings happened all the time. Even in Texas, he had heard the pop retort of gunfire almost every night. You didn't see them as much on the net as you heard about them. Since they'd been in Detroit for 2 weeks, he had heard the occasional crack of gunfire in the distance. "I'm not about to raise that point with the troop leader, though. He'll pull me out of work to do some forced reading if I do." Still, the words bothered him. How could the loss of freedom be bad? See, my mother told me about those times. They told me that they rounded up the opposition party and sent them away to prison. "Not prison," troop leader corrected. "We sent them for rehabilitation and education. They needed to learn to be more tolerant of others. They advocated violence. They resisted change, a change that was for the better. Prison indicates laws. We sent them into social quarantine for their own safety and protection." The words he spoke were so passionate that Raoul was sure they were rehearsed by the leader. He has been told what to say and believes it. So did Raoul. There's no reason to doubt what the ruling council said. At the same time, this was just words painted on a wall. How could there be a threat to anyone? "Perhaps it would be best to take that wall down next," Raoul finally uttered, as he looked at the word freedom again. "Not yet," Winston replied. "Before we go to the bivouac tonight, I'll bring the troop here. This wall is a symbol of the violence of the old days. It'll make a good lesson." Suddenly he cocked his head off where one of the walls had already been removed. Standing in the sunlight just outside the building were 5 young men. They had dark complexions, and they seemed to be angry. Raoul could see it in their faces, in the way they stood, arms crossed, their mouths drawn into tight frowns. An air of defiance emanated from them. "What can I help you with?" the troop leader called out to them. "Your people, they didn't stop when the press siren went off," the tallest of the men said bitterly. "They continued to work to the press for several days. You must stop when you hear the siren. It is for you. It is secret." His voice was thick with a Farsi accent. Raoul thought back. They had heard the short sirens several times a day since arriving in Detroit, but had ignored them. Suddenly, they made sense. Avalon Winston stepped toward the men as the rest of his troop stopped what they were doing and watched. There was a hint of tension in the tone that the young man had used, almost as if he were making some sort of accusation. "I heard the siren, but don't understand what you were talking about." "'Tis a call to prayer," another man snapped. "You are defying the will of Allah and insulting us when you continue to work while we pray." "Ah, they must be Muslim. That makes sense." He had been told when they arrived in Detroit that there was a large Muslim population in the area. Troop leader Winston tried to defuse the situation. "I'm sorry, we meant no offense. We don't practice your faith. Most of my people are Catholics. Some follow no religion at all."
The lanky man stepped closer, only a few feet from Winston. "You will stop your work at times of our prayer." His tone was filled with rage. Several members of the troop began to move forward, closing on their leader. Raoul was shocked, but he too found himself stepping toward them in response. "I respect your right to worship, but we are here doing the work of the administration." The man stabbed his slender finger right into Avalon's chest as he spoke. "I do not care about your administration. You are violating our law. We are not going to tolerate it." "What law?" Julian, another one of Raoul's friends, called out. "There's no law that says we have to stop." Raoul noticed at that moment that Julian was carrying a pick in his hand. Suddenly, it looked like a weapon to him. "This is getting out of hand." "It is Sharia law." Another one of the men spat back. "It is the law we live by. If you are here, you need to adhere to it." "That's religious law," Avalon said. "It doesn't apply here." The man poked at his chest again, this time harder. "It is our law." As he did so, he noticed that the troop stepped forward. Even Raoul stopped for a moment and grabbed a brick from the old factory floor. The weight of it gave him confidence. While his flared instincts called for action, his troop leader retained some degree of calm and control. "Look, we don't want trouble. At the same time, we're not Muslim. You go about your business and pray as you want. We will go about our work here. There's no need for violence." He held his arm at his side and his hand horizontal, as if beckoning his troop to stop advancing on him. "You're making a big mistake," snapped the tall man. "You're disrespecting our faith. We don't take that from anyone, especially a bunch of Mexicans brought into our city. It's bad enough that your youth court takes jobs for our people need. We will not tolerate your ignoring our religion. You had better do as you are told, or there will be blood." He spoke boldly and loudly, so all of the troop could hear him. It almost looked as if he were speaking to them, rather than the man in front of him. "We don't want any violence," Winston said with a calm in his voice that Raoul doubted he could muster in the same circumstance. "If he offended you in any way, it wasn't intentional." "Your being here offends me," the man snapped back, as his posse took a step closer toward him. "This building is in our neighborhood. We are responsible for the social justice here. It belongs to us. You can't just come in here without permission of our elders." His man all nodded and muttered something in agreement. "This property was confiscated by the federal government," retorted Shin, one of the troops who was holding his shovel as if it were a weapon of war. The thin, dark-skinned man was unmoved. He forced a chuckle, then retorted, "You're not listening. Your government has no rules here. This is our property because we claim it. Your courts and the NSF have no say here. We are the social enforcement here. We govern ourselves according to our traditions and beliefs." "You can't do that," Winston replied. "This is New America." "It is, and here it is our nation. You cannot interfere with our religion. When you continue to work during prayers, you degrade us, mock us. You are restricting our right to pray as we see fit. We will not stand for it." It was too much for Raoul, who finally spoke up. "We're not interfering with you at all. You can still pray." The lanky leader glared at him. "Who are you to say that is interference? I will tell you what is interfering, and your working here does that." Despite the numerical odds against him, he seemed unwavering in his defiant tone. "We don't want trouble." Winston tried again to diffuse the tension. "We will try to work quieter. Will that help?" The skinny leader surveyed the members of Raoul's troop, locking an icy stare at each of them, one at a time, working his way around to all of them. "He's sizing up the odds, coming to the reality that we outnumber him." Almost half a minute went by before he turned back to the troop leader and spoke. "You infidels don't even realize how much you insult us. That will cost you. Not today." He nodded to his compatriots, who seemed to relax their stances. "You should leave here before someone gets hurt." Before Avalon could launch a response, the men turned and slowly walked away, each giving quick glances back at Raoul and his companions.
The troop leader turned and looked at them a moment later. Raoul could see the relief washed across his face. "All right, then. Let's take a break, so as not to provoke them more." Slowly, the men turned and found whatever they could sit on. Raoul turned as the troop leader moved in beside him. "Sir, what do we do when their sirens sound the start of their prayers?" he asked. "We will work quietly," he replied almost under his breath. "I don't think we want trouble with these men." Raoul nodded in response. That much was true. They were tough-looking and angry. Their religion fuels their anger, and that's a dangerous combination. He moved over next to his wheelbarrow and began to pile up bricks that other troop members had tossed there. "Where do you draw the line with such men, between what offends them and getting our job done?" Raoul didn't have the answers, but he knew the questions alone were complicated. That Sunday, he and several of the other troop members went to the church. Once it had been a splendid building, but time and the community had not been kind. Nasty spray-painted words plastered the magnificent stonework. Avalon had limited their time for church, but never said why. Raoul had promised his mother he would go, and enjoyed the singing and praying. It reminded him of home. The congregation was small, huddled in the first 5 rows of the immense church. There had been more Catholics here at one time, that was evident. Many of the older people, though a few Latino families, were there as well. Some pews were missing near the rear of the church, and Raoul thought he saw burn marks on the stone floor where they had been. Had there been a fire here? Was it during the liberation protests? For a moment, he wondered what kind of person would stoop to setting fire in a church. Afterwards, he approached Father Ryan as the man straightened the altar. He was an older man with tufts of white hair for eyebrows and deep blue eyes. Raoul introduced himself and told the priest what he was doing in Detroit, and the father asked many questions about their work and if they enjoyed the youth corps. Raoul told him about the confrontation with the Muslim men. The genial faces of the older man nodded and slowly went from jovial to rigid. "God teaches us to turn the other cheek," he said. "But why were they imposing their religion on us?" Father Ryan sighed, as if there were a conversation he had had many times over. "There was a time, not long ago, when I would have told you that they couldn't. The United States did not allow such things. They called it the separation of church and state. We also treated every religion equally. That all changed 4 years ago after the fall. Things changed, not necessarily for the better. Detroit has always had a large Muslim community. Before the fall, we lived in a relative harmony. With New America, however, some communities have begun to inflict their religious beliefs on others. The government refuses to step in. Being Muslim means you are an oppressed religion, and the FedGov looks at the other way when they overstep their bounds. The Catholic Church is seen as a privileged religion, which promotes racism and class distinctions. "I'm Hispanic," Raoul said. "How could my church be racist?" "We are not," Father Ryan said. "We are all equal in God's eyes. The ruling council feels that we possess too much wealth and power, so they have taxed us and persecuted our practices. The truth is the first victim of oppressive governments. What had been tolerance has become strife. You are not the first to tell me of such confrontations. Now you, as a good Catholic, must endure the pressures of the social enforcers, as must I. Jesus bore a cross. We must bear others inflicting their beliefs upon us." There was something noble in what Father Ryan told him that resonated with Raoul. "What do I do if they come back and attempt to force us to follow their laws?" The priest put his hand on Raoul's shoulder and squeezed it. "Raoul, you seem like a good young man and a good Christian. I cannot tell you what to do. The government has forbidden the church to weigh in on such matters.
They would abolish us altogether if they believed they could get away with it. What I can tell you is this. There are times when we must defend our faith. So we should fight them? He shook his head. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is you must trust yourself and do what is right. The Church believes that no one, even those of our faith, has a right to force their beliefs on another. We believe in the free choice of every person. The government will tell you the opposite of that people can make their own laws and inflict them on others as they deem appropriate. Your mortal soul will tell you what is the truth. I believe in our Lord and Savior. He is all-knowing and all-forgiving. Trust in yourself, Raoul. Trust in the Word of God, and you will make the right choice at the right time. As he finished, he flashed a warm smile. Raoul thanked him and walked back by himself to the troop camp. There were things that the father had not said, crammed in between the words he had spoken. The Fed-Gov and our church do not see eye to eye. In fact, to Raoul, it seemed that they were on opposite sides of the fence when it came to SEs. The differences between what the church taught him and what the government did was strange. A part of him wondered if there would be a time when they clashed, and if they did, who would win. Wheeling, West Virginia. Kay Lee got out of her car and stared at the flashing lights of the NSF vehicles all around the entrance to the graveyard. She smirked at the way the cars had been parked. Amateurs? If anyone had a vehicle, they would get in or get out with just a few sharp turns. She refused to drive standard-issue NSF vehicles. Too slow for her, thanks to fears of high-speed chases and the weak-ass green engines. A cop car is supposed to be fast and heavy-duty. To hell with emissions and concerns that perps would get hurt in the chase. Kay Lee shook her head as she approached the gate. A pair of officers asked for ID, which she held up. One eyed her carefully, almost scornfully. "No offense, but this is a little outside your jurisdiction," he said. "From the looks of it, it's outside your competency," she said, walking past him. The graveyard was a disturbing place, even in the early morning hours. The grass had been mowed, but that was at least a month ago. It was wet from the morning rain. To some, from a distance, it looked like a cemetery with unusually large markers. In reality, these were statues. After the liberation, the ruling council felt that destroying the monuments of old America's past might spur more resistance. Their solution was to put them in the graveyard. Its formal name was the United States Tribute Gardens. There were statues of former presidents, soldiers, countless Confederate statues, either torn down by mobs or removed after the United States had fallen and new America was born. Kay Lee looked at them as she walked through and saw damage that had been done to them, the faint outlines of old graffiti sandblasted off. She could see the BLM and Antifa tags and symbols sprayed in several spots where the cleaning had failed. Streaks of rust and tarnish stained some stones. She walked past the statue of Thomas Jefferson, ripped from its former memorial in the district. Someone had painted his face black, and despite scrubbing efforts it clung to the bronze. How the mighty have fallen! The old Jefferson Memorial had been converted to the Clinton Peace Monument a year ago, after the former president's death. A few statues came with their pedestals of stone, but some simply stood on dull granite blocks, having been violently removed from their original mounts. This is not a tribute to anything. It's the dumping ground for history. The ruling council had ordered the creation of the tribute gardens, so they could wash their hands of the old monuments without having been labeled as demolishers of art. Putting them there in the middle of the bumfuck West Virginia was a convenient solution to a centuries-old problem. It made the council look benevolent and caring, when in reality they were simply hiding symbols they had grown to hate. Kay Lee had been monitoring NSF reports, looking for the proverbial needle in a haystack,
for anything that pointed to the Sons of Liberty movement. There were a few seemingly random assassinations, usually of social enforcement, but those could easily be attributed to some overly brave civilian that somehow had managed to keep his or her rifle and was out for revenge. No, she knew that the SOL wanted to do something that could not be ignored, something that would provoke a response on the part of the administration. This mass killing, this fit their M.O. NSF detectives were good, but they came from a pure policing background usually. She was an operative, and that was a different animal altogether. Operatives all had some sort of special forces background. They didn't think like police. They were more devious, a bit more cunning, always more ruthless. She had been a ranger in the Army right after the liberation, one of the few women to ever pass the program, then transferred to military police. Kaylee understood how the police thought and went past that. If she didn't get the answer she was looking for, well, she was an operative. NSF operatives like her could beat it out of someone if they had to. Officially, operatives didn't exist, but everyone knew they did. As she rounded a massive, battered statue of Theodore Roosevelt, she came to where the crime scene technicians were gathered. Tied to the statues they stood in front of were bodies of 15 individuals. Most had their throats cut, and she could see the bruises many bore on their faces. They were tied up, arms extended, with cheap old rope, something that would be hard to trace. The techs were getting up on ladders, carefully scanning the bodies and the statues for evidence. She looked at them, strung up on the statues as if they were crucified. She spotted someone she assumed was a lead detective and walked briskly over to him. Her feet were already wet from the grass. He eyed her with total disregard until she flashed her badge. "Special Ops," he said, turning to face her with a little more respect. "An honest-to-God operative. I thought you folks were myths." "It's best that you continue to," she said. "It's how we prefer it." "I'm surprised you'd be involved in something like this." "Call it a hunch," she said coolly. "You would be surprised at the things we are involved with. What do you have so far?" "2 different cells of SE from the look of it. One was a team that went off the grid from Lexington, Kentucky about 2 weeks ago. The other was a small group that patrolled the graveyard here. You know, looking for anyone visiting so they could be investigated. We have 2 with gunshot wounds. The rest had their throats cut." "Blood pools here?" He shook his head. "The rain was pretty hard last night. We found a spot about 20 yards that way." He pointed past the statues to the right. "It looks like that's where they took out the locals." "So the Kentucky team were killed elsewhere. Cameras?" He shook his head. "They had hidden ones around here, you know, just to catch anyone that decided to pay their respects. All are missing, from what we can tell." The graveyard had long been bait to lure in individuals opposed to the new American government. Anyone who came to the site was logged and got less than friendly visits from the local SE teams. It was a pilgrimage for some, coming to see the inflammatory statues that had been taken down during the liberation. She was sure some were just innocent people coming to see the icons of the past, but others, well, they were radical alt people. It was best to track them all. "Is it possible that someone from Lexington visited here, got roughed up by their locals, and decided to get a little revenge?" The detective shrugged. "I had the same thought. We're still combing the records, but nothing jumps out. Not in the last 2 years. Before that, the records are a little spotty." That was the problem with the social enforcers, as she saw them. They were sloppy. Professionals understood the need for paper trails and good documentation. These former Antifa kids preferred to grab a club or rock and just start chucking. "Sooner or later, we're going to have to put an end to having 2 policing forces out here." "There's more," the detective said grimly.
When we ID'd the first victim, we sent someone over to his house. His family had been murdered as well. We're still tracking down the rest, but it looks like someone made this very personal. Killing children. I can't wait to get my hands on these bastards." She said nothing but did nod, mostly to appear polite. The tactic was far from new. During the liberation, Antifa and the other revolutionaries had done the same thing to police officers' families. It had shaken the law enforcement community to its very core. Many officers put their loved ones in hiding, while others refused to go back on patrol. Now these tactics are being used against us. She knew that no one would say it out loud, but the phrase that came to her mind was "karma's a bitch." We established the rules to the game. Now they're using them against us. Kaylee watched as two officers carefully lowered one of the victims. She walked over, disregarding the glare she got from the NSF officers there. The one that was lowered had a gunshot wound. The entry was in his left chest. The exit was nearly his whole back. Hollow point. Probably reinforced tip for penetrating. This short asshole never stood a chance. As one officer carefully used his gloved hand to open the bloody shirt collar, she saw that someone had carved the initials NSF on the victim's chest. "Sir," the officer called back as the detective came over and squatted down to look at it. Kaylee looked as well, but with a jaded eye. The detective rose and turned to her. "Someone is sending a message." She nodded. "They are at that, Detective." "You think it was one of our jobs?" he said coyly. "No. We are supposed to think so. And when the SE leadership gets a hold of the report, and they will too, they will raise holy hell with NSF over it, claiming it was a hit on two of their teams. It wasn't us, though." "How do you know?" "Because if it was, one of my people would have done it, and we are not so sloppy." He glanced around at the dead bodies hanging from the dull green bronze statues. "This seems professional to me, and pretty deliberate." "Well, it's deliberate, all right. And there's a message here, not just the one you think. Someone is trying to assign guilt for their crimes to the NSF. It's a red herring." "What's the message, then?" Kaylee looked up for a long moment at one of the bodies. A young woman, her matted, wet blonde hair obscuring her face. Her black buttoned shirt was opened, and her faded UCLA t-shirt was visible under the wet, soaked blood stain where her throat had been cut. She was close to the same age as Kaylee, but they were worlds apart. "The message is that the Sons of Liberty are back." "The SOL?" the detective asked. "They were taken down years ago. How do you get that from this?" She looked up at him. "It is all the hallmarks of one of their jobs. I remember seeing something like this before, a long time ago, back after the liberation. Pull up the report on the incident outside of Cleveland, labeled Mentor on the Lake. I'm pretty sure that was it. Some hallmarks right down to carving NSF on the bodies. They wanted to stir up a shitstorm back then, and for a few weeks they did. I can't prove that this was the SOL, but it feels right." Instinct, she knew, was a big part of her success. They did this, or someone tied to them. We kept the Mentor on the Lake stuff under wraps. The media played along because they didn't want to stoke the flames between the NSF and the SE. "How do you know?" "Because," she said, reaching for her phone, "if I was them, this is what I would have done. I'd like you to shoot me over everything you have on these people. Where they were from, anything that might help me to lock down who they were pushing the wrong way. No media. Tell them it's black-level shit. If they complain, give them the secretary's number." "The press is already here. I've kept them back." "Secure your gear," she replied. "Kick them out. Remind them what happens if they don't cooperate. If they have a complaint, tell them to take it up with the Truth Reconciliation Committee." The media sided with the administration. They had little choice.
They had incited the liberation with their manipulation of information during the last election. Any pretense that they were going to buck the FedGov and run a story that was bad was quickly squelched. Their hands were as dirty as anyone's. Now, if they wanted a story out, it had to be cleared by the TRC, which was little more than a government censorship organization. They know their place, and those that don't are long gone. The detective gave her a thumbs up. The SE team had messed with the wrong people and paid the ultimate price. Whoever did this planned it out. They didn't just kill an SE team. They brought them here, killed the team here, and hung them all up for us to find. They covered their tracks. This wasn't retribution. This was a highly orchestrated event. Kaylee knew she was on the right track. If I can track down the leadership of the Sons, I can get to the president and finish my mission. Chapter 5. Action against one is action against all. Wheaton, Illinois. Arthur Forrester died on a Monday. He did not die alone. Andy was at his side when it happened. He'd called for a nurse, but none came. Not until it was too late. His father had been a low-priority patient, part of their ranking system for care. Andy understood. But it didn't make it any easier for him, not in those last few moments when he heard the gravelly rumble of his father's breath. What the social enforcement teams and social quarantine camp couldn't do, the federal hospital system had finally accomplished. It wasn't entirely their fault. He knew that the cancer was consuming his father. Their lack of response when he finally coded, that was the icing on the cake. Karen didn't answer the call Andy made to her, so he left her a message. His father had given him a list of people to call in the event of his death. Most expressed their sorrow, offered their condolences. In terms of the funeral, most stammered and became evasive when he told them when it was. His one neighbor, Miss Clandry, said she wished that she could come, but she was fearful. Social enforcers had gone around his neighborhood when he moved it, and had told his new neighbors that associating with him might come with a price. Their intimidation tactics worked. Just showing up might draw unwanted attention. And many were fearful. They are all older people, all afraid of the SE teams suddenly targeting them. He understood, but it did not make his duties any easier. There was someone that wasn't on his father's list. Dick Farmer, the man that had helped him conceal the package. There were 2 Richard Farmers in New America, based on the quick search that he did. He was about to call one, but hesitated. What if they're monitoring my phone? He waited until he was at the funeral parlor and feigned a dead battery, borrowed the funeral director's phone to make the call. The voice that came back to him sounded ancient, creaky. Is this Dick Farmer? Yes, who is this? This is Andy Forrest. My father was Arthur Forrest. There was a pause. Yes. Well, did you know my father? After a long pause, almost to the point where he thought the call had been dropped. I did at that. He passed away 2 days ago. This time the voice came back with a sigh and quick response. I'm damn sorry to hear that. Your dad was a good man. Thank you, Andy said, fumbling for how to approach the subject without being direct. I know this is going to sound weird. My dad said you might be able to help me. You did, eh? The man said. Best not say anything else. Tell me where you're at. I'll come there. I probably can't make the service, but tell me where I can find you. Andy gave him his address, unsure what to expect. A part of him hoped that his father had exaggerated what he had told him, that it was a fanciful story concocted out of the cocktail of drugs he was on. In some respects, that made more sense than a tale of mysterious package covertly hidden in a forbidden place. Karen arrived, alone. wearing a black suit befitting the people she worked for and her mood. Andy made eye contact with her when she arrived, but that was it. Just the two of them showed for their father's funeral, standing 10 feet apart, both looking at the open coffin. Each time he glanced at his father's face, he felt his body sag a little. A minister came in and said a rambling jumble of words. At least that's what it sounded like. The Forrests were not a deeply religious family. Karen crossed her arms as he spoke, almost in defiance. As Andy watched her, he understood. The administration had been targeting religious institutions for the last 2 years or so, removing their tax-exempt status and claiming that some were radicalized against the government. His father had commented that it was no surprise. They have to remove anything that questions the administration's values or lack of morals. Andy had come to appreciate his father's wisdom more now that he was gone. When the minister finished, Andy made his last trip to the casket. He wanted to say something to his father, but the words didn't come. A mix of sadness and anger swept him as he stood there, almost paralyzed in thought. As he finished, he turned, and she was standing there, defiant, glaring at him. Karen was all he could muster in that moment. I suppose I should chip in on this. I don't need or want your money. Maybe you should. You've lost your job. In that moment, two thoughts surfaced. She's been tracking me. It was quickly followed by, did she have anything to do with me being fired? He knew she was dark and cruel, but now he saw her for what she was, an enemy. I'll get by. For a moment she said nothing, and he hoped that she might just go away. Instead, she took a half-step closer toward him. I may be able to help. I don't need help. You may need more than you realize. Andy heard the tone. This was a threat. Before he could respond, his sister continued. Did Dad tell you anything before he died? He told me a lot of things. He looked at her like a fish might stare at a looming shark. Why? Dad had some past associates, Andy. Criminals, really. They've possession of some subversive material that the FedGov wants back. If Dad told you where it was, I might be able to assist you in getting your job back. He eyed her carefully, slowly, recognizing the danger she represented. There was no doubt that she had had a hand in his being let go. If anything, it confirmed that what his father had taught him was true. As his eyes fell on hers, he realized that he no longer had a sister. Their father was the only thing that had connected the two of them, and he was dead. When Dad died, so did any bond between brother and sister. I have no idea what in the hell you're talking about, he said firmly, summoning everything he could from his junior high school play in terms of acting. That's too bad. Without that, there's not much I can do. I don't want you to do anything for me, ever. The venom rose in his mouth as he spoke. I always knew you were not as smart as you like to believe, she said. If you happen to remember something, you know how to get a hold of me. She pivoted with nearly military precision and walked away, leaving him alone with his father. He went back to his apartment, not remembering a single step of that trip home. At some point in the quiet, dark room, he shuffled off to bed. It was more of a controlled collapse. He hadn't even taken off his suit. It didn't seem to matter. Time was a blur to Andy Forrest. The only thing that was clear was the mental image of his sister and her threatening words. Waking up mid-morning, he had a half a cup of coffee. He peeled off the suit and put on running shorts. When he opened the door, a small paper note drifted like a feather down to the floor. He glanced down the hall both ways and picked it up. Bus stop at Gammon and Elm. Stuffing the tiny note into his shorts pocket, he stepped out and began his jog. Now at least he had somewhere to run to. When he arrived at the bus stop, he was wet with sweat, despite the uncommonly cool morning air. Winter had made one more last surge before spring could emerge. An old man sat there, hunched over slightly, with a big, white, bushy mustache and black and red, stormy Cromer hat, with its ear flaps tied up. Andy sat down with the space between them, drawing in the cold air as he breathed heavily from the run. "Hello, Mr. Forrester," the man said, never looking at him. Andy recognized the gravelly voice. He opened his mouth to respond, but the man cut him off. "Don't say anything. Don't look at me. Chances are they have eyes on you." "You sound paranoid," he said, looking forward across the street as a handful of cars passed. "I have good reason to be. You might want to take it up yourself," he said with a slight chuckle. "I'll take that as good advice." He paused and glanced around as casually as he could. With Mr. Farmer's words, he felt invisible eyes staring at him from everywhere when he arrived at the bus stop. The CVS across the street, the cars driving by, the government's digital billboard on the outside of the building flashed the message of the morning. Putting yourself first is putting everyone last. It flashed in bright red lettering on the glowing white background. Every time he read the latest message, it was frustrating. What's so wrong with trying to be the best? He kept his thoughts to himself. Saying such things out loud was risky, even among friends. With all the incentives out there for people to turn in friends and family members for infractions, smart people kept quiet. He regained his focus in a millisecond. "So you helped my father?" "I did. We were good friends. He needed someone to do some of the heavy work. I may look old, but I'm still pretty damn strong. It had to be hidden in a way that no one would bother it. We did it when they finished their goddamn blasting." "Where?" "Borglum built it, but it never got used. He called it the Hall of Records. Typical government job. They cut funding and it never got finished. If you want to fuck something up, you let the government do it. That's the one constant in the universe. It should be there. The whole site is off limits after they screwed up their demo job. They don't like images that might get people fired up against them. I can draw you a map of how to get there. You may need some help." "What is it that I'm looking for?" "In the back of the tunnel. I made it look like a pile of rubble. It's under that." "No," Andy corrected. "I mean, what is it?" Dick Farmer shrugged. "He never told me. All he said was that it was important. He and Rumor didn't want it to fall into the hands of the mob. Of course, now those mobs are calling the shots." "Can you come with me?" Farmer shook his head. "Got the shit beat out of me in one of their social quarantine camps. Broke both my hips. According to them, I'm an insurrectionist. At least that was their justification. The arthritis makes it hike out of a question." Andy could hear the bitterness in his voice as he spoke of the injury. "Like Dad, they've taken a lot from this man. I don't know if I can do this alone. I did some digging. Chances pretty good they're watching you. I would just slow you down," he said, never making eye contact with him. "Sure as hell don't trust your sister." "I don't have a sister anymore." The older man shook his head. "I understand. Look, I still have a few connections. Let me reach out. See if I can get you some help." "The Sons?" he asked in a low whisper. "Damn right," he said with a grin of pride rising to his face. "We went so deep they thought they got us all. The ones they caught, your dad and me, well, they figured they broke us. Quarantined my ass. They squeezed us for names neither of us ever broke. I appreciate any help you can get me. We'll need a code word. If it comes, they'll use it against you. They're devious fucks.
and someone else shows up and they don't know the word, play dumb. You can't trust anyone, Andy, especially folks in the administration. They'll try and trick it out of you if they can. I've seen them do it before. They're a bunch of punk-ass anarchists, but they got crafty as all shit. Okay, he said, pausing. What about Nightingale? That works for me, Dick Farmer replied. He paused and sighed. The thin white wisp of condensation in the air streamed out from under his mustache. You know, I always figured that it would be like the Civil War, state against state, city against city, brother versus brother. We were sort of prepared for that. These fuckers came in and took us down from within, starting at the top. Their riots made us turn against each other. The media fed it all, just for the ratings. The old Democratic Party funded and helped them, only to find themselves almost out of the Fed Gov. Dipshits. There was a longing in his voice, as if he wished that the revolution had been more a traditional war. Andy glanced at him. From the side he saw the same expression his father used to have, a mix of frustration and lost hopes. Thank you for helping me, Andy finally said. Do me a favor. Put the screws to them. I've no idea what your daddy put up there, but it was important. Whatever it was, use it. Make them pay. With those words, Dick Farmer rose and walked away, leaving Andy on the bus stop bench. Falls Church, Virginia. Charlie held the steering wheel tightly. It was still a beast to handle, but no worse than when she trained on a president's limousine, code-named the Stagecoach. Driving the armored car was like trying to swim with someone on your back. It was slow and sluggish, especially loaded down as much as it was. Things were not made easier with the extra padding and the 5-point safety harness that she had to wear. The air conditioning in the armored car hadn't worked since the first Bush administration. Just maneuvering made her wet with sweat. In a few minutes, the discomfort wouldn't matter. One thing for sure, Jack Desmond knew how to ask for a favor. The building that was her target was impressive, a shimmering tribute to the ego of the architect and the arrogance of the administration. Greenish mirrored glass sweeping lines reached up 15 stories tall. What was invisible was the lab facilities that extended 4 stories under the structure, labs dedicated to tracking down enemies of the people. To the casual observer, the building looked like any other office building that ringed the district, innocuous and oddly sinister. Anyone passing it would think it was probably some sort of government contractor's office, some company making its money off the government teat. It was a brilliant day. The sun was bright blue, and only a few clouds were present. Charlie looked at it and knew it would look good on the newscast that night. If the administration allowed it to be on, it would be a story that would be hard to ignore, even for the government-controlled media. So much was suppressed nowadays. It wouldn't have surprised her if they didn't run the story. Since Jack Desmond had tracked her down, she had been experiencing a strange feeling, a tinge of happiness, almost comfort. He had fulfilled his promise to introduce her to the successor, as they called him, and she was convinced he was the real deal. That was part of her recovered bit of joy. There might just be a chance to set things right, or at least start on that road. Desmond hadn't hesitated to cash in his favor for her. The other part that fueled her rediscovered purpose was the strategy that Jack had laid out. If we fight them directly in a stand-up fight, we will lose. We lost before, he pointed out. They want that kind of confrontation. It's easier for them, and the numbers are on their side for the time being. They defunded a lot of police work, but combined all of the departments into the NSF. As such, the key is to get them fighting each other. Charlie liked the sound of that. She was quick to volunteer, and had gotten this assignment.
It had taken a few weeks to perfect, weeks of planning and preparation that were about to pay off. The National Support Force offices and labs were housed in the pristine building looming in front of her. As Charlie turned the heavy vehicle into the parking area, she saw the emblazoned golden eagle and the Latin phrase under it, Tutor of Licentia. "Protectors of liberty, my ass," she spat, turning the Brinks armored car slowly into a visitor parking spot. She even hated their name, the National Security Force. He refused to call it what it was, a militant police force, one she had been in during her self-imposed exile. Security had a softer, kinder feeling to it. Pablum for the masses. Charlie looked at the building and noted the barriers that were in place. Cement-filled steel posts that lined the sidewalk. Everything as it had been on her few walk-through trips that she had done to reconnoiter the area. Good. I don't need any surprises. She stared in the oversized rear-view mirror on the door and watched as the 4 posts lowered into their holes to allow her access. It had taken a fake work order with flirtatious look from her light blue eyes to get the guards to lower the security barrier in front of the building. She had told them that she was there to pick up the employee ATM just outside of the cafeteria and needed to back the armored car up so she could load it. No one questioned her or double-checked the work order. They scanned her FedGov ID and it had cleared, a testimony to the cost of the fake ID she carried. When the dust settled and they recovered the data, it would lead them to Kentucky, just as she and Jack had planned. The idea had only been part of the ruse. The advantage of being compact, blonde, well-built and manipulative was that you could often convince men to do what you want. Their reliance on their technology is a weakness we can exploit. One of the black-shirted guards had suggested using the loading dock, but she had pointed out that she was alone and the ATM was going to be heavy to lug all the way through the building. It would be easier if you allowed me to drive around front. They should have stopped her. But what risk was presented by an armored truck driven by a pretty young woman? Chivalry, stupidity, and thinking with their crotches rather than their brains got the best of the guards. The armored car had been purchased in a junkyard in Dumfries, Virginia, and had been carefully repainted and repaired to look operational. Every identification marking on it had been meticulously ground or ripped off the vehicle. Several other modifications had been made to turn it into a machine of destruction, including welding the side doors shut to help channel the force of the expected blast. Charlie put it in reverse and slowly, carefully backed the armored car up to the glass facade of the building. Working the wheel like a pro, she angled the rear of the vehicle into the precise spot that Jack had described. To anyone looking, it appeared to be an armored car backing up to make a pickup. Angle was important. The rear of the armored car was loaded with high explosives, and the study of the building had told the SOL the right way to bring it down. Once she was good with the angle, Charlie moved towards the edge of the barrier, pulling away from the building so that she could build up speed. The lobby glass was bound to be bulletproof laminate, tough stuff. It was resistant to shattering, but hitting it with the blunt force trauma of a loaded armored car at full speed in reverse was not something that the designers had taken into account. To make it even easier, the bumper of the armored car had some well-placed small steel spikes jutting out a few inches. Painted black, the same color as the heavy bumper, no one would notice them. But when they hit the glass, they would help in punching through. She tightened her safety harness and put on the helmet that was next to her seat. In the pedestrian side, pushed down on the floor and covered with the plastic tarp, was the body of a young woman. They would be looking in the debris for the driver, and she had the perfect one for them. When they ran the victim's DNA, she would come up as a member of a Kentucky social enforcement team.
the NSAF investigators would take it as an attack, somehow linked to the bodies that Jack and his people had left in West Virginia. Of course, it would take a while to get that DNA tested, since she was taking out one of their primary laboratories in the attack. Charlie put the armored car in reverse as her foot hovered over the gas pedal. She allowed herself a moment to check the rearview mirrors one more time. Then she jammed her foot all the way down and braced her body for the inevitable impact. There was a bump, a crash, and the grinding of metal, all in the same second. The armored car backed right into the lobby, through the security station, and toppled the metal detectors and sniffers. As the vehicle rocked into the lobby, she hit the brake and checked her position. From everywhere, people were scurrying for cover, not sure what had happened. Charlie pulled the helmet off and tossed it on the seat. The 2 jugs of homemade napalm on the floor of the car sloshed and spilled. When the armored vehicle went off, it would be difficult for anyone digging through the rubble to find the remains. She hit the red toggle Jack had put on the dashboard. There was a pop from behind her as the rear doors of the armored car blew open with the small charges. Charlie pulled the emergency brake to lock the wheels in place. Almost casually, she opened the door and grabbed the blocks from her seat. She kicked them in the path of the 2 front tires as people scrambled across the broken glass, still stunned by what had happened. Hitting the security station had worked well. Charlie saw an arm poking out of the rubble and knew the guards were out of commission. The smell of dust and a whiff of smoke stung at her nostrils as she moved. She threw a wheel chuck in front of the driver's side front tire for added stopping. Threw the bits of masonry and terrazzo laying everywhere would likely do just fine. Reaching up into the car, she hit the second toggle, the green one, on the dash. There was an audible beep from the car, which she could barely hear over the loud screech of the building's fire alarm. The clock was running, and so was she. She ran out through the hole the Brinks car had made in the lobby, coughing a little as she sucked in dust caused by her crash. Someone called out to her, "Hey!" but she ignored it. The confusion wasn't going to last long, so she had to make the most of it. When she hit the parking lot, she broke into a full sprint. Then came a roar. Explosives, in the hands of professionals, were incredibly potent, and the experts that the SOL had at their disposal were consummate artisans in their craft. With over 2 tons of military-grade demolitions in the armored car, the blast went off with incredible power. The big rear doors of the armored car were wide open, giving the force of the explosion a place to go, a natural channel for the released raw energy. It went off like a massive shotgun, a shaped charge of deadly destructive force. The blast ripped into the central structure of the office building, devouring the bank of elevators in the first millisecond, and stretching to the far southwest corner. Along with the thunder-like rubble of the explosion, the sound of breaking glass filled Charlie's ears as every window on the first 6 floors erupted. The echo of the explosion boomed off of other nearby buildings, as did the shattering of some of their windows. Normally, a car bomb, even a large one of this sort, would have been insufficient to take down the building. Because of the angle and the fact that the central core of the office building had been gutted by the blast, the entire structure was suddenly in jeopardy. She stopped for a moment between vehicles, aware for the first time that car alarms all around her were going off from the explosive force. Jack and the explosives experts the SOL had assembled had explained to her what was going to happen next, but regardless of that, it still amazed her. The weight of the office tower was compromised with the loss of the lobby level of the central tower which supported the first 3 floors. In the heart of the building, the weight was suddenly thrust to the outer walls, which were not designed for that kind of extreme stress. Starting with the lobby, the building dropped down, straight down, like a pile driver slamming home. The sudden crush of weight of the upper floors hit the suburban lab levels and pancaked them. Charlie had been in middle school when the World Trade Center was taken down by terrorists.
When that had happened, she remembered the rolling clouds of dust and debris. This was different. The NSF offices and labs simply seemed to disappear downward as the structure fell in on itself. There was some dust and smoke, but for the most part it appeared that the building disappeared into a hole in the ground. It was fast, much quicker than she had expected. It was far more satisfying than she could have thought. There was a sense of pride in what she did, and a certain grimness. The NSF had so much blood on its hands. The organization deserves this, if not the individuals. There was another emotion, one of exhilaration. For the last 4 years she had been hiding, going out of the way to avoid attracting attention. Charlie had embraced the fear that she might be caught at any moment and harbored no illusions as to what the NSF would do to her if they did apprehend her. With the explosion, she felt strangely alive again. The excitement she felt was not born of fear, but energized with action. Charlie dropped down between 2 parked cars and tore off the uniform that bore the embroidered Brinks logo and doused it with a bottle of liquid she had in her shorts pocket. She doused the pants and shirt and tossed the plastic squeeze bottle with them. A touch of her lighter caught it on fire, and she kicked it under the car. With any luck, the car would burn as well, further destroying the evidence. Rising, she ran away from the blast. Glancing over her shoulder from time to time, it took a while, but finally a pillar of smoke arose from the hole as flames devoured whatever was left of the lab facility. She didn't look back at the destruction she had unleashed. She knew the image would eat at her for years to come. Chapter 6. History Owes Us. Detroit, Michigan. Raul Lopez looked out at where he and his crew had been working and could not help but feel a sense of pride. Half of the massive old factory had been cleared, right down to the foundation. Brick by brick it had been dismantled, recovering the useful material and hauling off the rest. Further up the block, several old apartment buildings were being dismantled by another Youth Corps squad, though they had not progressed at the speed of his team. It had been hard work, but there had been benefits. He had never before had muscles like this. There was a sense of pride, not just in himself, but in New America. Only here could someone come up from nothing to have a place in society. It helped that his Youth Corps leader, Avalon Winston, made a point of recognizing everyone's contributions during the nightly talks. It wasn't all about hard work either. The Corps offered history, social studies, even hygiene classes. He learned more in those sessions than he had in high school. Summer had come, and it had been warmer than usual. He had been surprised at how humid Michigan could be. You had thunderclouds one minute, then walls of rains flooded the streets. Then the sun came out, and the air was thick as soup. His sinuses had been clogged for weeks because of the climate, but the hard work had made them more tolerable. Since they reached the halfway point early, Troop Leader Winston had given them the afternoon off. Raoul had gone for a walk, using the time to explore the area. From what he had been told, Detroit had been experiencing a resurgence up to the time of the liberation. Those that fought against the FedGov had used the struggle to stage right-wing riots that had left many areas of Detroit in shambles. He saw firsthand gutted buildings that were little more than shells, businesses with broken windows long abandoned. There wasn't a lot to see, other than at one time this had been a thriving community. It was a shame that those who fought against the liberation had done this. Now he understood why so many had been sent for social quarantine. They caused all of this. What was it called? Urban decay? When he returned from his stroll, Paco and several of his friends were there. Paco coddled a cardboard package in his lap. From it he pulled out a beer. "Here you go, Raoul," he said, tossing it to him. Raoul had tried beer before, but not in a long time. He opened the can with a hiss and put it to his lips. Rarely had anything in his life tasted so good. The fact that it was very cold helped. Raoul didn't gulp it. He held on to the can to savor it as long as he could before Paco handed it to another member of the squad. "Where did you get this?" Raoul asked. "I had to walk nearly 3 miles. There were a lot of stores, but none of them carried alcohol," Paco replied. "Very strange for such a large city." "It's those enforcers," Julian said as he sat down on a cement block and cracked open his can of beer. "They're Muslim. Their religion does not permit alcohol. I'm sure they put pressure on the store owners." Carter, one of the few young white members of the troop, spoke up with his heavy southern drawl. "Sounds like a religion I wouldn't want to be part of." There were chuckles from the gathered young men. Shin, a slender Asian man in the troop, spoke up in a solemn tone. "I don't understand why the FedGov allows them. They act like bullies or some sort of gang." The voice of troop leader Winston came from behind them as he strolled up. At first, Raoul was worried that they would be in trouble for the beer, but instead Avalon answered his question. "They're here because they were part of the liberation, a big part. Their peaceful protests were useful. The alt-righters came out to counter-protest, made it easier for us to identify and remove them from society. Now the SEs play an important role in our country. They help us keep people aligned to our principles of New America. The NSF can't be everywhere, and their justice is slow. The social enforcement teams, they deal with people that just can't help themselves when it comes to following the rules. They make sure that people know their role in society, that they don't say or do things that would offend or hurt others." Paco hesitatingly held up a beer for Winston, who took it and smiled as he cracked back the pull tab. For the first time, Raoul saw Avalon relax. Carter spoke up. "I remember the riots. My family is pretty scared." "Peaceful protests," corrected the troop leader. "You can't call them riots because it isn't correct." "Right," the southern boy said. "They set a fire to a courthouse in my county and a police station. Killed the sheriff's daughter, too." Avalon shook his head. "Remember, that was the alt-right and their thugs that did those acts," he corrected. "The SE protesters were marching for good causes. The only people that committed acts of violence were those that were perpetrating the old system of hate and oppression." Paco weighed in. "The lady down the hall, she turned in the family across the hall from us. They had a flag they hadn't surrendered." As Winston took a sip of the cold beer, the condensation dripped onto his leg. "Good thing they did. That's the mark of a good citizen. People think you can hide things like that. That old flag was a problem. It represented centuries of persecution and wars. That's why you can't find one of those flags anywhere. The tech leaders helped us track down every image and purge them. Things like that led to the incentive system. There are lots of good incentives for people to do the right thing and turn in violators." Paco nodded. "See, they were able to buy a new refrigerator with their reward." Raoul listened and understood all too well. His own mother was in a store once and had seen a man with a pistol in his belt. She had gotten almost $300 for calling in and reporting him. The incentives were a good thing. They helped people be their own police, and they got rewarded for it. Ramon, a beefy, dark-skinned youth who rarely spoke up, chimed in. "It's true they were shipping people off to camps. I saw them take away a whole family in my hood. The word was they were refusing to vote. The SEs came in and pulled them in a van, and we never saw them again." Avalon shook his head. No one went to camps. The stories of these so-called camps are lies, told by traitors. The social quarantine centers are nice places, put in place to protect those that refuse to follow the new order of things. "Have you ever seen one?" Raoul asked. "No, but I've seen videos from several as part of my training. One had a big swimming pool and a tennis court. The stories of those places being concentration camps, well, they're just plain lies. people go there so they can learn why their old thinking is wrong. A lot of old-timers, they refuse to see the racism inherent in each one of us. By sending them there, they are taught the truths that the old government hid from them. Remember, association is guilt, he added, quoting one of the FedGov's many slogans. Raoul took a long drink of his beer, but did not respond. That was not what he heard. The rumors were that they were campos de concentration. Yes, the nightly vidcasts liked to say they were more like resorts. But it struck him strange that of the people he knew that were taken away, few ever seemed to come back. The ones that did, they were not the same, and no one talked to them out of fear of being turned in themselves, fear that they wouldn't come back, would have their possessions hauled off in government trucks, or be removed by other family members who refused to speak with anyone. As much as he trusted Avalon Winston, Raoul questioned if he really knew what the centers were like. His mother had always told him that rumors were often based on tiny truths. Raoul knew enough to keep his darker questions to himself. Paco spoke up. "Troop leader, where did you come from?" It was a good question. For all of his sharing of politics and philosophy, Avalon Winston rarely told them about his personal life. The taller man took a long drink of his beer, tossing it into the recycle dumpster nearby with a loud clang. "Me? I come from Seattle. Back where it all started. I graduated from UCLA, but was working a tech slave job in Seattle before coming here." Seattle. That was where the liberation had begun. "Were you Antifa?" Raoul asked. "It's a question akin to, did you fight in the war?" He shook his head. "I wish I had been. I was just a tech worker at the time. When it all went down, we decided to organize our own little group, me and some good friends. We were SE before there was SE. Social justice, that's what we were all about. We went out at night, mostly into the suburbs, you know, helping redistribute the wealth." He smiled when he talked, his voice hinting of the pride he felt. "Did you see action?" Paco pressed. "A little," he said. "The Seattle police had been impotent for years. If you didn't have a gun, they generally didn't respond. One night, though, we hit the house of one of our managers, a guy that had been profiting off our hard work for 2 years. He must have had some pull, because the cops showed up with a bit of attitude." "What happened?" Raoul asked. "They caught us, right at the front door, bright lights and all. One of our guys threw a brick, hit the racist bastard down in the first throw, right in the forehead. He just dropped out cold. Well, they fired, but all they had was rubber in their guns. We rushed them. I got hit 3 times. Let me tell you, it hurt like a bitch. We overpowered them, beat the shit out of the 2 that didn't run, set fire to their cruiser." His grin grew as he described the night, his eyes drifting out over where the factory had been. "Sound like a good time," Carter said, grinning. "It was," Winston replied. "Nothing really came of it other than us sending a message to the rich. There were a lot of us sneaking out at night, fighting a good fight our way. I like to think we contributed to the effort." He then seemed to remember where he was and turned to them. "Look, you earned your day off. Have some fun, but stay close." With that, the troop leader walked away. Raoul watched him saunter off, and one thought came to his mind. Avalon had been so flip about his story. But what happened to the police? They were just doing their jobs, and were set upon and beaten. Yes, police from that time were known racists, but it seemed a bit extreme. Raoul said nothing. He held the cool beer in his hands, staring at the top of the can in silence. His mother had always taught him that there were 2 sides of every argument. Am I only getting half of the story? Falls Church, Virginia. The remains of the building were still smoldering, even after 2 days of rescue and recovery efforts. There was little that looked like it had been a structure. The building was a massive mound of debris, crashed, jumbled, and smashed. A few steel beams jutted skyward,
as grave markers for the NSF people that had died in the blast. A thin haze of dust of obliterated concrete hung in the air, clinging to her straight black hair. The smell that stung at her nostrils was like that of burning plastic, thick with dust and a hint of ozone. The National Secretary of the NSF had come to the bombing site to appear to be concerned. She had learned long ago that perception was everything in politics, and appearing here in her pristine black suit, looking out with sadness over the debris field, made for a powerful image in the news and on the net. She knew that people were taking photos and videos of her, and she gave them what they wanted to see, a deeply upset and mournful expression. The secretary bent down and picked up a handful of the powdery substance, then let it fall. Someone did this to her agency. Thanks to the work of the Truth Reconciliation Committee, the story had been one of a gas leak. But she knew the truth. This was a deliberate attack. Who would dare come at us directly? The resistance groups had all but been squashed, except for the Sons of Liberty, which had raised its ugly head. But this is beyond anything they ever tried. The Proud Boys, the Michigan Militia, the Rangers, the Lawmen, the Boogaloo Boys, they had all been eradicated years ago. The special agent in charge, Velma Truman, came up beside her as the secretary dusted off her hands. "What is the current body count?" 982 unaccounted for, Truman responded. "And the vehicle that did this?" "Buried still. Though a team has reached it, they found a body inside." "Run the DNA through the National Registry." The registry had been a byproduct of the pandemic. The FedGov took a sample from anyone that got the vaccine. It was supposed to be for tracking purposes, to make sure that the cure didn't have an adverse effect on someone because of genetic traits. The Secretary of the NSF had long realized the power of having access to 90% of the population's DNA. Technically, she was not supposed to access the registry, but technicalities didn't win revolutions. "I have. He came back to one Judith Sorrento in New Jersey. She's second in command of an SE unit operating out of Newark. The Booker Boys." "Social enforcers. Perfect." She had hoped to spark tensions between the organizations, and now it seemed to be working. Yes, it had cost the lives of 982 officers and investigators, but it was a tangible act that could be tied to them. This is the way a horrible situation can be turned around and made into something useful. "Madam Secretary," the olive-skinned Truman spoke up, "this Judith Sorrento went missing a week ago. We've not been able to extract the body for testing, but it is possible that her body was planted in the vehicle to throw us off." The secretary ignored the cautionary words. "What do you know about the vehicle?" "Not much yet. From the recovered security footage, it looked like a typical ATM delivery. Whoever built the bomb knew what they were doing. The blast force was channeled right into the central support structure of the building. The only kind of people that know how to use explosives like that are trained professionals, former military. Ms. Sorrento didn't have the background for that, nor have we found any reason for her to launch such an attack. These people knew exactly how to use that bomb to take down this structure. It's way beyond the capability of the Booker Boys." "Thank you, SAC Truman," the secretary said, smoothly turning from the rubble to face the shorter, stockier agent. "Truman is doing her job, but I need to control this information. It's only useful to me if the SEs are implicated. Your investigation is now coded black. You will share nothing of your findings with anyone other than me directly. Any theories you might develop, those stay between us. Everything is eyes only. Understood?" "Yes, ma'am," she replied. "Good. If this information got in the wrong hands, it might be misinterpreted. We don't want that. I will deal with the political implications. Your job is to get the data." Truman nodded, and the secretary turned to the massive mound of rubble in front of her. "I will determine how this information is interpreted and who sees it and when." She knew she should feel more for the loss of the NSF staff in the attack, but her efforts were concentrated on not allowing a smile to reach her lips. Someone out there is playing into my hands, helping me along. When the dust settles, I can easily deal with them. For now, letting this rest at the feet of the Director of Social Enforcement works well for my long-term objective. Lexington, Kentucky. Kay Lee walked into the garage and was bombarded by the sounds of power equipment and the pounding of metal by hammers. It was a 5-bay operation, and she immediately assessed that 10 people were working in the shop, 9 men and 1 woman that could be easily confused for a male. The smell of oil and antifreeze hung in the air like an invisible fog, mingled with the sweat of the employees. Tools were everywhere on the filthy workbenches, and she made a quick mental note of the ones that could be used as weapons. In her mind, her egress was already plotted if things went south. "Hey," a beefy man in oil-stained gray coveralls called. "We don't allow customers in the bay. I'm afraid you'll have to leave." "I'm not a customer," she called back. "I don't care," he said, taking a few steps toward you. "You ain't allowed here." Her mind sized him up, not as a threat, but as a potential target. Muscular, slight paunch, mostly upper body strength, from what she could see. Body blows are not going to work with this guy. You have to go for the head. "I'm looking for Mr. Buck James." "Who wants to know?" the man asked. She pulled out her NSF badge and flashed it. "I have a few questions." The man, whose sewn-on oval name badge said Frank, was clearly unimpressed. "He's misjudging me, which is a good thing." He turned slowly and called out to the bay. "Hey, Buck, you got a cop here to see you." 3 of the men working stopped to watch as a larger man emerged, wiping his filthy hands on a filthier rag. He had black hair, a thick mustache, and a brow that had a tiny scar on it, matching his description in his file. A small smear of black grease shimmered on his cheek. "What do you want?" he said as he stood next to Frank. "I have a few questions you should be able to help me with. That's all." "About what?" "Perhaps we could go somewhere a little more private," she said as 2 more of the workers put their tools down and started walking over. The cacophony of sound in the shop seemed to drop off. "I want to ask you something about the Black Hats," she said. "If you're NSF, I've got nothing to say to you," he replied flatly. For her, it was the same old story. The SEs didn't speak with the NSF, a throwback to the Antifa days. "We had nothing to do with the squad being killed." "That isn't what I heard," Buck replied. 2 of my cousins are still warm in the ground thanks to the NSF. "You didn't go that night," Haley pressed on. "I was sick," Buck spat back. "You can be sure if I was there, none of that shit would have gone down." "Right," she said with a flip tone. "Regardless, your squad went to meet with someone. I'd very much like to know who that was." Buck James eyed her. She knew he was sizing her up, likely not seeing her as much of a threat. She only stood 5'6", and her choice of clothing did not reveal her strength. She could see in his eyes that he felt he could take her. "The SE will handle this," he said. "Look, I need the name of the person you're going to meet. Now I can try to and appeal to you, tell you I want to bring the man to justice. You'll just say something stupid in response. Try to provoke me because you think I'm no threat to you. We will get harsh, and you will walk away, your buddies patting you on the back for being an arrogant prick to a cute NSF operative. But the problem is, Buck, you've misread this situation and me. I need the name of whom your Black Hats went to meet. If you don't tell me, I will beat it out of you." The threat was blunt.
with little emotion in her words. Buck chuckled, feeling all the eyes in the shop falling on him. Stepping toward her, he grinned broadly. "I'd like to see you try." Kaylee moved, not toward him but to his left, putting herself next to a workbench of tools and her prey. Her hands moved out from her body, and she lowered her stance. "Last chance, dickhead." The provocation had the desired effect. He balled his fist, reeled it back to throw a devastating punch as he lunged at her. In Kaylee's mind, she saw it coming a mile away. She grabbed a set of metal pinchers off the workbench as she dove low, feet first, narrowly shooting between his legs. His punch went awry as he ducked, trying to see where she went. Kicking hard and spinning, she swung the tool as he rose and tried to turn to face her, catching him right below his ear, shattering the thick bone of his skull there. Buck cried out, staggering back a step, blood coming from where she had cut the skin. She did not pause, but continued to move, landing a hard kick to his knee. She didn't hear the bone breaking, but she knew he was in agony. Knees were not designed to bend sideways. Dropping to his functional knee, she wheeled the tool around again, connecting with the brow above his eye. It didn't break bone, but tore skin, blinding him with his own gore as he fell backward onto the shop floor. Like a spider monkey, she sprang up, landing on his chest with both knees just below the rib cage, knocking the wind from his lung. Panic filled Buck James' one visible eye as he struggled to breathe. She opened the big set of metal snips, which had a sharpened edge to pinch off metal parts. She pinched it hard on his nose. They looked up. Several of the workers were grabbing tools and heading toward her, no doubt dazed at the speed and audacity of her assault. She glared at them. "Ah-ha-ha," she warned. "Take one more step and your buddy here loses his nose." Her threat worked. The other members of the shop stood in place. Buck was in agony as he finally got his wind again, gasping, spitting blood. "What the fuck?" "The name, Mr. James?" she said with a calm edge of formality. "You're crazy." "No, I'm just very good at what I do," she replied. "The name. And what do you know about him?" "Raymond," he said as the blood from his temple ran down his now reddened face and began to puddle on the filthy floor of the garage. "Mike Raymond. He was a security driver. We got word that he was recruiting. We set him up. We didn't know he was one of yours." "He wasn't," she replied, keeping the pinch on his nose. "Like I said, the NSF had nothing to do with your crime." Buck moaned under her. "Who is he recruiting for?" "The SOL, Sons of Liberty," Buck replied. "That's what we heard. They were going to round all them up. That was the plan." Kaylee released the pinch on his nose and slowly slid off him, rising to her full height. James tried to stand, but the damage to his knee made him recoil. One of his co-workers moved in and helped him to his feet. Her trained eyes swept the others and saw that the threat had diminished. She tossed the tool onto the workbench. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. James," she said, pivoting perfectly and walking away. A truck driver. Good cover. Mobile, difficult to track. The SE rednecks had no reason to suspect they were walking into a trap, which made a nearly perfect setup. This Mike Raymond, or whoever he really was, played to their confidence. She already knew that the bar where it was supposed to have taken place had burned to the ground that night. No doubt the action of the SOL. It wasn't a lot to work with, but a start. By now, he's gotten a new identity. They would not return to trucking because he knows we will look to that. I need to find his vehicle. That will tell me where he was last. Chapter 7. Putting one first is putting all last. Little Rock, Arkansas. Helping Charlie behind him with a pull, Rupert Bishop climbed up into the tractor-trailer he was hauling and closed the big door behind them, locking it from the inside. He turned on the interior lights. To the casual observer it was dull, A mostly empty trailer was about 10% filled with boxes at the back. He gestured to Charlie, who gave him a puzzled look.
"Where's your CP, Rupert?"
Jack Desmond smiled, removed his prosthetic nose, and walked to the back. There was no more need for the disguise and the persona of Rupert Bishop. The tall wall of boxes loomed over him. Some were filled. That was part of the deception. The rest were fake, concealing a small 6-foot space where Jack did his work. A false wall of cardboard. He moved aside 2 large empty boxes and entered with Charlie following. The Bishop identity was an old one that he used from time to time, and after the affair in Lexington, it was clear he needed to assume a new persona. The Secret Service had created several false IDs for catastrophic situations. That was how he and Charlie had managed to avoid capture up to this point. They had used their old IDs to get new federal IDs. Part of New America's means of keeping citizens trackable. On paper, Rupert was a good old boy, a community college dropout who drifted between low-paying jobs and unemployment before he became an independent trucker. A new, short beard and prosthetic nose helped him avoid facial recognition systems. Staying moving was important, and one of the key factors to his success at evading the NSF thus far. There were 3 small stools and a desk with laptops on it, all hardwired to a small satellite dish that was hidden in a false compartment on the roof of the tractor trailer. Charlie grabbed a seat and swung a leg over it, and he took another. "Congratulations on the bombing, Charlie," he said with a thin smile. He had watched the media coverage, how the FedGov was attempting to spin that it had been a gas explosion. What he heard from his operatives on the street was that few people were buying that given the devastation.
"Good. Make them lie. Then let the conspiracy theorists do some of the work for us. Anyone looking at that rubble will think back to the 9/11 attacks and know that this was not a bad gas regulator." She nodded, not returning the grin. "I killed close to 1,000 people," she said flatly. "If you don't mind, I don't feel like celebrating."
"I know it was hard," Jack replied, putting his hand on her shoulder. "You're saving lives down the road, and that's what counts. The struggle that's coming is going to be a bloody damned affair. The only way that I can get through it is to remember those we worked with that died during their fucking liberation. Lined up and shot or beaten to death by the mobs in the streets." His own bitterness and anger tinged his words as he spoke.
"I know," she said. "I think about the night of the fall and the days that followed. They went after my parents trying to find me. The only way that it worked was for everyone to believe that I was already dead." Jack could tell that a part of her was dead.
"You never told me what happened that night with you and the president," he said in a low voice. She stared intently into his eyes, into his soul.
"No, I didn't. And I don't want to either. Not yet. She blames herself for something. His death, perhaps? Maybe something else."
"Fair enough," he said, removing his hand from her shoulder.
"You said I could meet a successor," Charlie reminded him.
"And you will, just not now. He stays on the move, and so do I."
"I'm surprised they haven't been tracking you," she returned.
Jack allowed himself a wry grin in response. "The NSF and the FedGov have a lot of weaknesses. One is their reliance on technology. Back when we were in the service, we used tech as a tool to do our jobs. They are dependent on it. They let the technology do the thinking for them. Every technology, however, has weaknesses. You saw that at Falls Church. You took out a multi-million-dollar security camera system with a paintball gun. Low tech can beat high tech if it's done right. They have the technology companies doing their dirty work for them. So when we need to coordinate and communicate, we go low. How? One way is to use newspapers. We take out an ad for legitimate companies and insert key phrases or graphics. They don't show up on the searches that the technocrats run trying to track us down. In fact, The majority of our stuff isn't online at all. Cells know what days to check the papers and what ads to look for based on a list of advertisers we maintain and change regularly. That doesn't mean we don't use email and social media, but we hide what we do in advertisements, usually in graphic images. They are harder to search and even harder to interpret. It has taken us a few years to perfect the system, but it works, and so far, their best and brightest don't seem to have a clue. Charlie nodded. I hate to say it, but that's brilliant. Thanks, Jack replied. We use live couriers, too, sending messages by word of mouth. It's a little slow at times, but impervious to tech. I have one cell that uses printed T-shirts with New America slogans as a means of sending messages based on the colors, fonts, and slogans used. She said nothing for a moment, then crossed her arms. What's the plan, Jack? You're a plan guy. Desmond grinned, soaking in how she cut to the chase. Yours wasn't the only op we were running against the NSF's investigative capability. We had a team infiltrate the NSF facilities down at Quantico. You know the old FBI labs and training center? They killed and impersonated a team of HVAC employees who were scheduled to do maintenance. That got them access to most of the campus, including the leadership offices down there. To do what? Ricin, Jack said. Nasty poison that comes from castor beans. It takes some skills to process it, but as it turns out, there's a lot of people that want to give the NSF and the administration a big old shitburger. We refine the stuff to a very fine powder and put it in their ventilation system. They have biosensors, Charlie replied, which are part of the HVAC system. Our team disabled them. As we speak, almost half of the campus is either dead or dying. They can treat the lesser cases, but I assure you, no one is going back to work any time soon. The buildings are contaminated. The best-case scenario is they can't open them for 9 months. In the meantime, their laboratory equipment, all of their evidence in storage, everything there is adulterated with ricin. They can still enlist other labs, contract them to do the work, she countered. They can, but they don't have the experience or expertise. Between your attack and this one, we've hamstrung the NSF investigative capability. Charlie's brow tightened in thought as she looked at him. Clearly, that's not everything. We have an active campaign that's pitting social enforcement against the NSF. Why should we have all the fun? We have staged some incidents that put them at each other's throats. Retaliation has started between the two groups, and we intend to foster that into an outright fighting. That's a good idea, she conceded. But can it be sustained? It can. Look, their entire structure of government is on finding enemies and crushing them. All we are doing is channeling that, so that they fight each other. It's their nature. Revolutions are like that. For a short time, the revolutionaries rise to power. Then they start to turn against themselves. All we're doing is prodding that along. They will react only with their only real implement of action, violence. The local social enforcement teams operate under their own free will as it is. They are constantly searching for enemies. All the SOL did was give them one, the NSF. Charlie nodded once, slowly. It might work. Then what? We're coming up on the 5-year anniversary of their beloved liberation. They're planning a big-ass celebration in the district and across the country. The ruling council is going to announce a new constitutional convention and free elections. They're going to play it up, that they are giving the power back to the people. But we all know that in reality they're going to ratify what they have done, try to legitimize it. It is my intent to disrupt that event. We will use that event to expose the ruling council for their corruption. We will let the whole world see that the United States still exists in the hearts and minds of its people. On live TV, we will show the world that there is a true successor to the presidency. That will give them hope. You'll trigger a civil war, she said solemnly. Jack nodded quickly. We don't have a choice. They took us out in the coup d'etat. The people never got the chance to fight for what they believed in. They woke up one day and found out the president was captured, that the White House and Capitol had fallen, and that a new government was running the country. They were stunned and afraid. With some progressives in Congress embracing the mob openly, it was hard to tell what had transpired. The ruling council has been using that fear ever since to control and manipulate the masses. They learned that during the pandemic the media has played along. God only knows how much blood they have on their hands. The Sons of Liberty will give people the truth, that they can rise up and fight the tyrants, just like our ancestors did. Jack could see it in Charlie's face, an appreciation for the plan. She's actually struggling to hold back her enthusiasm. Her understanding gave him renewed strength as well. She said in a light tone of voice, "It sure as hell beats being a beat cop in San Jose NSF." He smiled. "Yes, it does." "So," she paused for a moment, moving her hands to her hips, "what do you need me to do?" "There's a few ops where I could use you," Jack said, tapping one of the notebook's computers to pull up a file. "If you don't mind," Charlie said, "no more mass killings for a while." "Keeping you up at night?" She shook her head. "No, Jack. I'm worried that I'll start to like it." Her simple sentence opened up a wave of emotion for Charlie that he had never expected. She means it. Jack had more assignments than people, and while many assignments required someone with Charlie's skills, he also could tell that she needed something easy, something light. As he scrolled through the list of open items, he spied that one that jumped out at him. "That sounds right up your alley, Charlie. I got a message 2 days ago from one of the old-timers in the SOL, back before they were purged. He claims that a son of another operative in Illinois has inherited some sort of package when his father died. The guy is hot, from what I've learned. The local and national SE are watching him." "What's in the package?" "Unknown," Jack replied. "The target's father was a shooter in the SOL back after the fall. He had some pretty good connections, too. I don't know what's in the package, but if he went to the trouble of hiding it, it might be something we can use. If nothing else, his son is in trouble. Probably doesn't know it yet." "So you want to bring this guy in?" Jack flinched slightly. "Go get him, and get whatever this thing is that his father hid. He's hot, eh?" she said. "I'll dump you what data I have, yeah. The sad part is that the poor guy has no idea about it." "You want me to risk my life on a complete unknown?" Charlie's concern was real. "Charlie, the FedGov doesn't care what it does to people." "Oh, sure, it claims it cares, but you and I know different. Yes, it would be easy to ignore this, but we are not them. We are better than they are. More importantly, we don't abandon our own. That's what separates us. They would sell each other out in a heartbeat. We don't. We have a shred of honor. So go and get this guy, find out what his father hid, bring him and whatever it is back." That seemed to be enough for Charlie. "All right. At least I'm not killing people. Does this sap have a name?" "Forrest. Andrew Forrest. Take care of him. He's a legacy, but in the dark." "Marvelous." Wheaton, Illinois. Andy pulled his car around the corner from his father's house, only to see no less than 4 vehicles in the driveway and street. Milling around the front door were men and women wearing black clothing and tactical gear, heavily armed. Cautiously, he parked his car and slowly got out. One man took 4 massive steps toward him, weapon at the ready. "Who are you?" "I'm Andy Forrest," he said, making sure the man could see his hands. "What's going on?" The man patted him down. Once he hit his wallet, he pulled it out, looked at it, and tossed it back to Andy, who fumbled trying to catch it. He bent over and picked it up as the man toggled his shoulder mic. "It's the sun." "What's going on here?" Andy asked, in as non-threatening a manner as possible. "SE business," the man replied, stepping out of his way. He gestured for Andy to proceed.
They're ransacking Dad's house. What in the hell is going on? When he climbed the steps to the porch, the answer greeted him at the door. Karen. Her beefy arms were crossed. She wore the bulky black tactical gear of the other thugs from the local social enforcement team. The coldness in her gaze told Andy what she was holding all the cards. Karen, what's happening? We're searching Dad's house, she replied. What does it look like? You can't just come in here and do this, Karen. Dad left the house and the contents to me in the will. Behind her, through the open door, he saw several black Glad gooks, dumping the contents of drawers onto the floor, then tossing them aside. I can, and I did. Don't you need a warrant or something? He realized the folly of what he said as soon as the words came across his lips. It happened from time to time. Old think. That's what the FedGov called it. When you accidentally reference something from before the rise of New America. Karen grinned. We are the SE. We're not bound by stupid laws and paperwork. If you have a complaint, go find the NSF and tell them. Good luck in getting them out here, though. The best you can hope for is a mediator to come, and that mediator is going to side with us. In the meantime, I suggest that you stay out of our way and let us finish our job. It was no bluff, and Andy knew it. The SE teams operated beyond the law. Hell, they were the law in many cases. They acted arbitrarily and with little oversight. What are you looking for? Can I at least ask that? Why don't you tell me? His sister replied in an icy tone. I don't know what you're talking about. There was no way to sound more sincere. I wish I could believe you, Andy. If it's here, we'll find it. So you might as well tell me where it is. If not, we will take this place down to the studs. As if to make her point, Andy could hear the sound of pounding in one of the back rooms, like a hammer punching through wallboard. Each thud hurt him emotionally. This was not their childhood home. His father lost their house after his detainment. He had been forced into this place, having lost almost everything. Now Karen and her people were destroying it, one hammer blow at a time. He stood there, unemployed, listening to them destroy the only thing of value his father had left him. No, not the only thing. For a moment he considered telling her about the mysterious package his father had mentioned. I could hand her the map that Mr. Farmer gave me, and it would all be over. I could go about my life, and Karen could go grab whatever is hidden in South Dakota. The temptation was real, but he buried it quickly. Giving in to Karen would only prove that she was right. Dad left it to me, not her, because he trusted me. As he glanced at her face, he knew that he did not want her to have the satisfaction of winning. Since I have no idea what you're looking for, then that's what you'll have to do, Andy said. Rip it apart. It's just a building and stuff. It only proves that you never cared for Dad at all. Karen, that's what this is really about. It's about you having daddy issues. You ran off to be a mob enforcer and sent our father to a concentration camp. You sold him to the SE so you could get ahead. Go on. Destroy everything inside. I don't care. It won't get you a thing. Certainly not a bit of closure for the guilt you must feel. Neither of us knows what it is you're actually looking for, or if it exists in the first place. You want to take your final bit of revenge on Dad for whatever you think it is he did to you? Go for it. I won't be a part of it. He saw the rage rise in her face as it turned cherry red. He prepared for her words in response. But instead, Karen balled her fist and swung at him. Andy saw it coming and mostly moved out of the way. Only an end of his chin made contact with her fingers. It stung, but he smiled when he started rubbing it. That got to her. Almost immediately, 2 other men came out of the house and stood with Karen. Is there a problem? One of them asked. A punch from this man is going to hurt badly. Andy held his words in check. Karen's fury had not faded. It showed in her bulging eyes. "No, my brother was just leaving." Andy stood up as Karen wheeled about, flinging open the door to the house and leaving him with the two thugs on the porch. Andy looked at them and saw that they were more ready to end the fight that he had started. There was no need. Karen's punch had told him everything, confirming thoughts that he had been holding for years. I was right to think she had sold out Dad. She did it for her own gain. Classic Karen. "Perhaps you should leave," the larger of the two men said, brushing his hand back across his ebony-shaved head. "Better yet, we can make you leave." "Good idea," Andy said. He had scored one emotional victory on his sister. There's no point in pushing a bad situation. Still rubbing his jaw, he turned and started back toward the car. He ignored the sound of breaking glass behind him from within the depths of the house. "Rip it apart. What you're looking for isn't there. I don't know what it is, but I sure as hell will make sure you never see it, Karen." Chapter 8. Tolerance is Prosperity. Detroit, Michigan. Raoul was moving a wheelbarrow filled with recovered cement blocks when he heard the commotion and saw the other young men and women running. He went over to the huddle of people and was stunned when he saw Paco there, his shirt drenched in his own blood. Raoul saw the cut above his eye. It was so deep, he saw the white of the bone underneath. He had a bruise on his cheek, and one eye was starting to swell shut. Paco was staggering, breathing hard, held up by the others of the troop. The troop leader, Avalon Winston, showed up and quickly helped Paco to one of the ATVs and spread off, presumably for a hospital. The other members of the troop stood around, almost in a daze. "What happened?" one of them, a lanky younger girl, asked. "He said he was jumped by the Muslims," another boy, Ufre, replied. "Them boys was lucky it wasn't me. I'd been all over 'em." His bravado seemed over the top. It made no sense. Paco was not a big person. He was no threat to anyone. He was quiet. Why attack him? It slowly came to Raoul that those might be the very reasons. They're bullies, these SCs. They go after the weak. Troop leader Winston returned that night alone. He gathered them around a nightly fire in the middle of the old factory. "I want you all to know what happened. Paco is fine. They say he has a slight concussion, but he'll be back with us soon. It looked a lot worse than it was, and I think we all know that despite his size, Paco is tough." There were nods of agreement. "He was attacked by the SE team from Dearborn. They came here a few weeks ago. He says that they told him we're violating their religious law." "Did you talk to the police?" Julian asked. "The NSF was informed," the troop leader replied. There was something in his choice of words that made Raoul wonder if they were going to actually do anything. You can't just have gangs of people wandering around and beating people up. "It's important that we not provoke these people," Winston said. "If you are confronted by them, run, don't fight. If you're going outside of our designated work zone, I advise taking someone along with you." There were murmurs among the troop at the options being offered. "This is supposed to be a free country, but we must travel in groups or risk being attacked?" It all felt wrong to Raoul. He remembered what his mother had told him about being raised in Mexico under the heels of the cartels. It's the same thing, senseless violence and innocent victims. She came here to avoid all of that. Now it seems the same problem exists here in New America. If there was any person he could talk to outside of the troop, it was Father Ryan. He had a way of taking things that were confusing and making them simple. That evening, he asked Ufre to accompany him to the church. The lanky young man went along, but declined going in with him. "I'll hang here, man." "You might be safer inside," Raoul offered. "In church? Me? I don't think so." There was an actual hint of fear in the young man's word. Something in his past, perhaps? When Raoul entered, he found Father Ryan in the process of putting out the altar candles. The worshippers were gone for the evening, and when he saw Raoul, he flashed a big smile. "Ah, Raoul, what brings you here at this hour?" "I would like to pray for my friend Paco," he said. Then Raoul opened up. He told the father everything that had happened. Father Ryan took it all in, then knelt with him at the altar, sang a prayer in Latin for Paco. It was not long, but it helped Raoul. "Why do they do this, Father?" Raoul said as he finished crossing himself. "Paco was just walking. They beat him for no reason. Why did they do it? Why would God let that happen?" Father Ryan nodded once, seeming to understand. "This is a question for the ages, Raoul. People are always asking me why God allows good people to get cancer or allows bad people to prosper. God gives us self-determination, the ability to choose our own path in life. Some individuals give in to temptation and sin. Rather than honor the Lord, they seek power. They get their power from oppressing the weak. It makes them feel strong, to cause others to feel bad. Your friend Paco did not deserve what happened to him. I have no doubt of that. If he's a friend of yours, I know him to be a good man. These people believe that Allah allows them to inflict pain on others in His name. To them, you and your troop represent a threat because you do not believe what they do. So they use violence to achieve their ends. They intend for you to leave. Individually, it makes them feel powerful. Together, they tell themselves that their actions are justified by their religion. It's not right, Raoul said, bowing his head in thought. The innocent should not suffer, not needlessly. We should be allowed to go our way, and they go theirs. It makes no sense for them to hurt Paco or anyone. I agree with you, Raoul, Ryan replied, but our country has changed. While the government demands diversity, it often squelches those that want it. Those in power have used the divisions between us by race and religion to keep us apart, keep us fighting. It's wrong. What can be done about it, Father? He asked, raising his hand and locking gazes with the older man. There are times when men should turn the other cheek. There are times when that action only results in more harm. I do not advocate violence, but I know it is often required to preserve peace. They have been pushing Sharia law in a number of neighborhoods. Those that comply are taken under their protection. Those that don't are punished. It is wrong to force your religion on other people. Right and wrong are difficult concepts when we've lost our moral center. I do know this, though. When good men do nothing, evil prevails. So I should fight if I must. Raoul, it's not my role to tell you what to do or not to do. It is my duty to the Church to help you find the right answer in yourself. The Bible tells us to face evil with good. In the last few years, I find myself turning to Ephesians 6:12. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the cosmic powers over this present darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly places. The battle is not with these people that attacked your friend. It's with the system that allows such violence to happen unabated. Raoul rose to his feet, as did Father Ryan. Trust yourself, Raoul, and trust the Word of God. As he left the church, Ufre walked up to him. You'll get the answers you're looking for, man? Raoul paused. I'm not sure, he said with full honesty. His mind went to Paco and the blood he saw. None of this should be happening. It is all wrong. The district. The secretary of the National Support Force did not like having to make the trip to meet with the chief of social enforcement. To her, it was a mark of disrespect. After all, She controlled a legitimate police force backed by law. Her counterpart was a person that controlled mobs. Having me come to him for a meeting is his way of sending me a signal regarding the pecking order between us. She was politely ushered into his office, and he greeted her, not with a handshake, but a smile. "It's a distinct pleasure, Alex," he said, with the familiarity that she resented. He gestured to the seat opposite his behind the desk, and she slid into it. "I was hoping the two of us could talk privately about some of the reports I'm seeing." Her eyes fell on the small party pin he wore, shimmering bronze. She wore the same pin. Only certain people wore pins, those that had backed the liberation from the start. The quarter-size pins were thick, copper in color, shimmering, forged from the melting down of the Liberty Bell. It had been a symbol of 1776, a great lie about the founding of the old United States. New America did not hold on to such corrupt myths. The pin was another reminder from him to her that they were equals in his mind. "I am always willing to help a member of the party," she said coolly as he took his seat. His ebony-skinned face was all smiles, but she was not lulled into a feeling that this was going to be pleasant. He demanded we have a face-to-face. Demanded. Of me. "There have been few, shall I say, incidents between our two organizations in recent weeks. The most disturbing is finding several bodies of my murdered brothers and sisters in West Virginia." "I'm well aware of that incident," she said. "Let me assure you, the NSF had nothing to do with those murders." "That," he said, leaning back in his leather-padded chair, "is a little hard to believe. Two of the victims had NSF carved on their bodies." She frowned slightly. "I know. We didn't do it." "How do you know?" "Because if I had authorized it, my people wouldn't have left such a blatant clue," she said, gathering herself mentally. "And while we're on it, perhaps you can explain what happened in Falls Church." "What are you talking about?" "We had a body in the truck bomb that was used on a facility of my people. That DNA was from a woman out of one of your New Jersey SE groups." "My people had nothing to do with that attack," he snapped. "That may or may not be the case," she said. "The investigation is still ongoing." "I resent your implication that my people had anything to do with that attack. Quit trying to change the subject, Alex. This is not about your wild-ass accusations. It's about a bunch of my people being killed and marked up by the NSF. "You know what your problem is, Doug," she said, using the shortened version of his name, as he had done with her. "No, Alex," he replied, "but I'm sure you're more than willing to point it out to me." "You aren't professionals. Your people are sloppy. You went after the wrong people, tried to intimidate them, and they fought back. My people didn't kill your team. Whoever did it has played you as much as they did them. You were misled to think that the NSF had something to do with this. We didn't. Plain and simple." "Need I remind you, Secretary," he said firmly in response, "what you call sloppy, I call effective. My people led the liberation. Many of your people were the corrupt police that led us to mass protests. Our methods may be unorthodox to someone such as you, who was a politician when this went down, but they worked. You wouldn't have the position you do right now if it wasn't for my people." His arrogance was as thick as his sweaty neck. She kept her composure and continued, "I am not disrespecting your role in the liberation. But we have an investigation underway right now, tracking down the domestic terrorists that were behind this. Your people were victims, but they are also in the way." "So I've heard. What is this operative you've called out there, Kaylee Latrim?" The secretary did not let her face betray a shred of emotion. "The Special Operations Program is a myth. spread by conspiracy theorists. Is it? He said with confidence. In Lexington, this operative of yours, Leitrim, beat up one of my people in a field interrogation. Remember our little conversation about that? Of course I remember your allegations, she said. The fact that somehow he had obtained Kaylee's name was deeply disturbing. Part of what made Spec Ops work was that they didn't exist. They were invisible. You called her a week ago hot about Kaylee. As I told you then, I have no knowledge of what you're speaking about, she replied, letting the lie flow smoothly off her lips as if it were the truth. Don't feed me that bullshit, he replied. I'm not some member of the media who lives on whatever little tidbit flows from your mouth. I know you. She leaned forward across the desk. How I run the NSF is my business, Doug. She fired back. We have been butting heads for years now. The country can't have two police forces out there operating, investigating the same things. It's counterproductive. How can you say you are running an investigation when you're clearly suspects in the crime? Easy. We didn't commit the crime. His eyes widened as he leaned over the desk slightly, close enough for her to smell his cologne. Alex, you need to get it into that pretty head of yours. I'm done putting up with your stonewalling and BS. I wanted you to hear it from me first. I'm going to ask the Congress to open an investigation into the NSF and its handling of the murder of my people. It's time that we peel back what you're doing here. Perhaps a little oversight might help motivate you to find these killers if it wasn't your people. There it was, the threat. The secretary soaked it in for a moment. Was there a real threat? No, we didn't commit these crimes. But an investigation would be messy. She had kept the operative program secret thus far, but it was bound to come out once Congress started hauling people up to the Hill for testimony. Worse yet, it would tell the entire nation that the Sons of Liberty were out there, still a threat. It would confirm that they had not been utterly destroyed, as was promised years ago. This move will embolden our enemies. There were other groups out there, resistance to the new normal. The gun advocates, 2A, were still lurking in the shadows, striking from time to time when her people showed up to confiscate illegal weapons. United We Stand, a determined militia group with followers in 5 states, had attacked the NSF precincts in the past. ALM, All Lives Matter, had counter-rioted just a year ago. There were others who were out there waiting for a sign of weakness, the kind of signal that a congressional investigation would initiate. This was a power play. She had been expecting it for some time and was more than prepared. Now it was all laid bare. He will use these investigations to push for the same thing I want, the combining of our two organizations. Only he wants to be the one on top. Doug, you will have to do what you have to do, she said, rising to her feet. But know this, if you come after me, I will be forced to do the same with you. Being the secretary of the NSF gives me access to a lot of data and intel. Most of the members of Congress have things they would like to keep hidden, as do you. If you put me on the stand to roast me for political gain, I will come out swinging. Her words struck home. What do you mean? Oh, I think you know, she replied. Your little love nest up in Maryland, for example. I'm sure your wife and the rest of the nation will be thrilled to know where you're spending 2 nights a week. Then again, what do I know? Maybe you have an open relationship. Maybe she encourages you to have an affair. You wouldn't dare, he growled, rising to his feet. Bring it on, Doug, she said. You know me. I worked my ass off for this position, and I've kept the administration and party in power. Come at me if you want. If you think I'm afraid of Congress, you've misjudged me. I served in Congress. They have almost zero real power. When you do decide to come after me, be prepared for the storm that follows, and I will bring the lightning." "You have cops," he snapped back. "I have an army." "I have an organization," she said, glaring at him. "You have a mob." "My mob brought down the government. Antifa and the other group work us together to topple the government. We took down the old Congress. My people, not yours, took down the White House." "And then what happened?" she replied. "You couldn't maintain order. No matter what, the people want order. They want structure. You promised all sorts of things you couldn't deliver. When you started facing real opposition, you were begging for the NSF to bail your ass out. And we did. Now, you just want to plant a knife in my back after all I've done for you. You and I both know the administration isn't served by having two organizations at cross purposes, Alex. Before we do anything rash or stupid, think about what you would be unleashing." She pivoted in place and left before he could respond, slamming the door behind her. "He'll do it regardless. He's in this deep already. He's already met with members of Congress and the Senate and has lined them up. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so bold in telling me what he planned. The personal threat won't scare him either. If he cares about his wife, he wouldn't have cheated on her to begin with." For her, there was only one viable strategy for dealing with such a person. Strike first and strike hard. His mistake was telling me what he had in mind. She had already planned to make a move against the SC's leadership. Now Douglas Faraday was forcing her hand. That was why she had chosen Operative Latrim in the first place. She knew Kaylee would step on toes. That was her style. Everything is falling into place just sooner than I had thought. Brookings, South Dakota. Kaylee Latrim stood firmly on the back of Richard Farmer, flexing an arm, wrist and fingers backward. "Tell me who you met with," she commanded, pushing his face hard into the pea gravel alongside the country road where she had overtaken him. Farmer's face ground into the roadside and turned red with pain and anger. Her attempts to track the Sons of Liberty team that had killed the Black Hats had run into two dead ends. One thing, but little evidence had been recovered from the crime scene, had not been tested. When she pressed the matter, she had been told that there had been a bioweapon attack at Quantico, taking out their facilities. Combined with the loss of Falls Church, the normally respondent National Support Force was now in a quagmire. The second thing slowing her down was a lack of leads. When the SOL had struck, they had done so with brutal efficiency. She had some camera footage from security cams, but most were blurry images, mostly obscured, impossible to enhance even if the labs were available. Faced with dead ends, she pivoted, beginning to look at former members of the SOL and their activities. Those that had come through the social quarantine camps had been monitored carefully over the years. Most rarely left home thanks to the threats and intimidation of the social enforcers. That had been the case with Richard Farmer, too. Then suddenly he took a trip, in violation of his travel prohibition. That had been part of his sentence. She had been able to reconstruct parts of his journey with surveillance footage. Once from a parking lot camera at a CVS in Wheaton, Illinois, showed him having a conversation with a man on a bus bench. The angle of the camera didn't give her a view of his face.
"I told you, I don't know who he is. I've never seen him. We just had a casual conversation. I was in town for a funeral."
She twisted his arm hard and let him cry out under her. "After I break this wrist, then your arm, I start on the other side. Then your legs after that. I start to work on parts of you that won't grow back when I'm done with them. So let's get to the point. You violated the terms of your release to travel across the country to a funeral which you missed. You knew you were going to miss it, but you went anyway. which is highly suspicious. The only person you met with was, according to you, a complete stranger. Do you really think I will fall for that?" He fought back. They all do. But at his age, in his 50s, she had been surprised by his vigor. They twist and squirm, but the angle is working against them. She had seen it a dozen times before. A car approached from the distance and slowed when she was seen holding Farmer down. The window slid down and the man called out to her, "Do you need help?" She held up her ID and badge. "Let us have business," she replied, nudging with her head to indicate he should continue on. The sight of the badge was all it took, and the driver hit the gas and left. That was one of the few things about affiliation with the NSF that worked to her advantage, the fear they invoked. She once more turned her attention to the man under her heel.
"I've told you the truth,"
Farmer replied through heavy breaths of pain.
"An old colleague died. I went to pay my respects."
"By colleague, you mean member of your terrorist organization," she corrected. Farmer seemed to muster a morsel of resolve. "We're not terrorists. You were the ones that overthrew the government and killed innocent people to take power. We just had the balls to fight back when everyone else cowered." Those words made her twist his wrist sharply again. She had heard it all before, from dozens of different criminals. "I need you to focus, Mr. Farmer. The image I showed you, who is he? Give me a name. Tell me where he is, and you can limp out of here alive." It was a lie, but offering her victim some sliver of hope worked in such interrogations. Farmer did something she hadn't expected. He laughed. "Did I say something funny?"
You're torturing an old man," he said. "You don't have shit. If you're wasting time on me, that means that whatever it is you're trying to find out, you don't have a fucking thing."
She cranked his wrist again, right up to the breaking point, but not past that. "I have plenty. The SOL is planning something. I know they have the president. You're going to give me the next link in this chain." He grinned, despite what she was doing to him.
You arrested the president, and he ended up dead in your custody. You're chasing a ghost."
"Am I? I am trying to prevent the death of innocent people. Tell me what I want to know. Who was it you met with in Illinois?"
"Innocent? Pah!" He spat through the ripples of pain. Look at the blood you and the ruling council have on your hands. You're just a tool. You did that dirty work so they have some deniability. I know you. I know the type."
There was a sting in his words, a mental barb that struck her.
"I do have blood on my hands, but for the right reason."
Kaylee ignored that, suppressed it deep down in that part of her brain where she could deal with it later. Now there was a task to be done, a mission to complete, a target to find and take out. "Our footage showed you talking to this man at the bus for 5 minutes, she said. "You don't look stupid enough to be a man that would talk to strangers, especially when you're in a strange city, violating your parole. That's a surefire way to get someone to report you to the social services. And I know you don't want that. Just tell me who he is and where I can find him."
I don't know what you're talking about,"
he said as she twisted his wrist a little harder to give him focus.
"And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. They locked me up in one of those concentration camps of yours for 2 years. Broke both my hips. I watched you people torture friends of mine. I know what you have planned. If you think a broken arm or hand is going to make me squeal, you are a fool.
The defiance in his voice was crisp and clear. The problem I have is that I believe you, Kaylee said. She twisted hard and heard a snap, feeling the break in her palm. Richard Farmer wailed in agony as she dropped his limp arm, letting him try to move it. It looks like you'll need someone else to tie your shoes for a while, she said, reaching down for his other hand. He fought her, trying to use it to push up, but she grabbed it like the professional that she was and whipped it behind his back where she stood. The burly man fumbled with his limp and shattered wrist, moaning in pain as he moved it to his side, then up by his face, as if he were looking at it. She knew it was causing him excruciating pain. But they did that sometimes, moved the broken limbs despite the warnings their bodies gave them. Then suddenly he stopped moving, stopped resisting. Kaylee knew something was wrong. Flexing her arms and upper body, she turned him over. Farmer had a grin on his face and looked to be frothing at the mouth. Shit! She reached for his jaw to pry it open, and Farmer chuckled. Oh, he groaned, but then continued, Say, can you see? Then went limp, dropping his head onto the side of the road with a dull thud. There was no point in checking his pulse. She knew the feeling of death in her hands. I'm getting sloppy. I should have flipped his pockets, not just patted him down. Richard Farmer had cheated her by popping a suicide pill. It was a maneuver she had not counted on, not this time. She wanted to kick her own ass for a moment. This was not some homespun terrorist organization she was after. Most of those types would have folded quickly under her intense interrogation techniques. I should have known better. The Sons of Liberty had always shown sophistication in their work, but this took things to a new level. Her only saving grace? She had been right to look at the older members. Kaylee pulled out her phone and replanted her foot on the torso of the dead man. This is 875. I need a cleanup crew at these coordinates. She hit the small button on her phone, which transmitted her location. Looking down at the body of Richard Farmer, his grin annoyed her. You took your secrets with you, old man, but not for long. As she waited for the large black panel NSF van to arrive and pick up the body and all trace evidence, she contemplated her investigation. The SOL was not behaving as she had expected. There was some intelligence behind what they were doing. No media had covered the bioattack at Quantico, but she had gotten word of it all the same. The entire staff was hospitalized, and many had already died. Cases that were being investigated were on hold for months now, their evidence being contaminated with ricin. Combined with the bombing of the labs and offices in Fall Church, the NSF found itself suddenly hamstrung. There had been destruction of a data center in Landover, Maryland, that they had used for their NSF cloud hosting. The fire was of a suspicious nature, which Kaylee interpreted as arson. For a week or so, their files had been offline, then reloaded to a facility in Utah. While backups were loaded and the secured cloud reestablished, there were gaps, things that had not gotten backed up. Some of it she attributed to the use of FedGov contractors being sloppy, but there was a concern that the loss of data had been deliberate. They're fighting a war against us, and so far they are winning. The NSF van pulled up next to her, flashlights hitting Richard Farmer's body and her. Kaylee flashed her badge, and a small team of 4 moved over to the body and began to bag it. One of them came over to her after looking at the foam in the corner of Farmer's mouth. What happened? Poison. Tell our folks I want a full analysis made of it. The technician chuckled. Good luck with that. We haven't gotten anything through for weeks. Kaylee stepped off into the darkness at the side of the road where her car was parked, preferring the shadows rather than being part of the cleanup. One tech dug out Farmer's keys and started his car. When they were done, there wouldn't be a sign that anything had happened alongside the road. One car that came by was saved, but the passenger was too afraid to even look. That's right, nothing to see here. As she stood next to her car, her phone chirped. It was odd because very few people had her number. This one came in simply as the secretary, and Kaylee rolled her eyes before she answered. Agent Latrim, the cool professional voice flitted into her ear. I take it you did not have much luck. She's monitoring me. That was an annoyance that she had gotten used to in the NSF, but rarely tolerated. This was one of those instances where she had to accept it. I ran into a complication, Madam Secretary. We all have our crosses to bear, she said back. Apparently you are one of mine. Secretary, I paid a visit to the Chief of Social Enforcement today. I would be underplaying it to tell you that there's a lot of tension right now between NSF and the SEs. They think we're putting the squeeze on them. The chief is planning a few tricks of his own. This is what the SOL wants, Kaylee said. That is why they carved our initials on the bodies in West Virginia. Yes, as we suspected, the secretary said. Of course, it doesn't help me at all that he had a report from Kentucky about your little interrogation and investigation there. Her voice dropped an octave as she spoke, hinting at the gravity. You don't keep me on the payroll because you like how I work, Madam Secretary, Kaylee said. You keep me here because I get results. Agreed. Matters are more complicated than you realize. We found some DNA in a truck bomb from Falls Church, and it matched a social enforcer related to one of the victims found in West Virginia. Her physical profile matches that of the alleged driver. It looks like it was a suicide bombing. There was a hesitancy, a pause in the secretary's voice. But, Kaylee probed, wheel chocks. We had a survivor say he saw the driver put wheel chocks in front of the tires to prevent the vehicle from moving when the bomb went off. Did this person you found have expertise in explosives? No. Madam Secretary, whoever set that bomb off knew what they were doing. They understood the complexities of not just mixing high explosives, but how to direct the force of the blast where it would compromise the entire building and bring it down. This isn't the work of some redneck from Kentucky out for revenge. And anyone just wanting revenge wouldn't kill themselves. We are thinking along the same lines, the secretary replied, which points to an enemy that is sophisticated, and that sophistication is dangerous. In the meantime, I have people that are looking at the same evidence and saying it is a power play by the chiefs of social enforcement. Needless to say, tensions are high between the two organizations right now. I need you to be careful about the toes you stomp on. There are larger implications in your actions, more than usual. The chief of the SE knew her name, which was no small task on its own. That means they will be looking for you. Fuck me blind. This hasn't happened in a long time. Part of my job is to be unknown. They'll be looking for me, which complicates things. Understood. I appreciate the heads up. You are right about one thing, Agent Latrim. You do get results, even if they are unintended. Did you garner anything from your target? Confirmation, she said. I know now that I'm on the right path. The old guy popped a pill rather than sing for his friends. That is unfortunate, was all the secretary replied. Yes, but the fact that he had the pill And Tuka tells me my hunch was right. He was meeting with someone he was willing to die rather than reveal. That doesn't give you much to work with. It gives me a starting point, Madam Secretary, which is Wheaton, Illinois. Kylie had never been there, but the sound of the place convinced her it was some dull Midwestern city, the kind of place where nothing exciting ever happens. Chapter 9. People are data. Wheaton, Illinois. Charlie Kaczynski saw the SC surveillance team before they could get eyes on her. They were parked out front in a beat-up Buick Mini SUV, eating burgers as they sat there. She knew they were not with the NSF because their teams were much more discreet. Training and competence did that. An NSF team would be spread out all over the area, everything from lawn mowing crews to ladies walking their poodles. The social enforcers were wannabes. Everything they learned about surveillance and special operations they got from Grand Theft Auto, Assassin's Creed, Call of Duty, and reruns of a half-dozen different cop shows, who all got it wrong. The punk-ass kids grew up, but their skills had not gotten better. Her time posing as an NSF officer had taught her a lot about the competition in the SE. Charlie knew how to conduct a surveillance. It came as part of the job when she was in Secret Service. You had to do a lot when the president visited some city or plant to do a KTB, Kiss the Baby, event. She found an apartment across from her targets that was vacant and discreetly popped the lock. Almost immediately, she knew why the place hadn't rented. The stink of old cat urine, forever embedded in the carpet, made her gag for a moment. She pushed down that feeling in her gut. She had a job to do. From a perch, she could see the SEs in their Grade 3 black tactical gear ransacking Andrew Forrest's place. They did so with the subtlety of a charging water buffalo. Rather than go through his desk drawers, they unceremoniously dumped them on the floor, using their feet to kick the contents about. His closet contents were thrown about on the filewood floor while they used hammers to knock holes in the walls. She slid behind the horizontal blinds, sending a ripple of dank dust into the air. From her vantage point, her well-trained eyes swept the scene, drinking in every detail. Whatever it was that this Andrew Forrest had, the social enforcers hadn't found it yet. It had to be important for them to go through this much effort. That begged the question as to what it was. Jack didn't know. He only hinted that it had to be a big deal. She was a little worried. If they were going through this much effort with no results, it was a matter of time before they'd grab this Forrest and try some old-fashioned brutality to get their answers. The SEs were clumsy, unsophisticated, and brutal. If they beat the shit out of him, it'll be hard as hell for me to approach him. Charlie hated playing cleanup to someone else's clusterfuck. Jack hadn't given her much beyond a name and a code phrase to let the guy know she was not a threat. Charlie did her own covert digging, and the 2 words she used to describe Andrew Forrest were wholly unremarkable. He had been a change manager in one of the big 3 accounting firms, pimping their consulting services. As part of the Great Reformation, a lot of jobs were being sent overseas, deemed unworthy of new America. And Forrest had been one of the people that architected such moves. It was a rotten job, and she hoped that he was better off without it. They had fired him when he had overextended his leave to be with his father. Given the nature of his job, she had wondered if he felt better no longer doing it. Andrew's father, now he was someone. A tenured history professor at what was now Sojourner Truth University. He had been one of the insiders in the last rendition of the Sons of Liberty. The man had connections, a lot of them. Not just in academia, but in the whole government. He had written some brilliant articles on the violent overthrow of the United States, copies of which were now almost impossible to find. He had paid the price for voicing himself. The social enforcers had ruined his life, forcing the university to fire him. That wasn't enough.
He'd been shipped off for several years to a social quarantine camp. Those records were impossible to get. But Charlie had heard stories and rumors about what happened there. Andrew's dad had fought the good fight, only to be labeled as a threat to New America and imprisoned without a trial. Now Arthur Forrest was dead, and the SEs were trashing his son's place. She checked again with her digital optics enhancer, getting a good look at both of the team on the ground and in the apartment. They were not going to find it there, not the way they were going about it. Whatever it was this Forrest guy had, he wouldn't have been stupid enough to keep it in his apartment. As she watched them pull a dresser away from the wall to smash a hole there, she shook her head. This guy is definitely not going to get his security deposit back. Charlie had used a colleague's user ID and password to log on to the NSF cloud and pull up everything she could find on her target. Most of it was boring. He had 2 parking tickets in the last few years, but nothing else. Andrew had been under surveillance at the same time his father had been investigated for being in the SOL, but nothing came of it. If Andrew had been in the SOL, there certainly was no evidence of it. The man was almost invisible digitally. Sure, he had bank accounts and credit cards, but there was nothing that attracted attention. Forrest was a nobody that the SE had a hard-on for. Too bad the SE didn't share their intelligence data. Her digging into Andrew Forrest had immediately surfaced his only other sibling, Karen Forrester, and she lit up her notebook like a Christmas tree. She had changed her last name after her father's transfer to a social quarantine facility. She was a social enforcer, the same people that had crushed her father's ability to make a living. Talk about daddy issues. What kind of bitch turns on her own father? The answer was Karen Forrester. She embodied what the SE loved, someone with a moral ambiguity who put their cause above all else. Karen Forrester was, at best, a mid-level flunky in the jumbled mess that made up the SE organization structure. That had always been their problem. Antifa and other radical groups had been organized so much at the cell level that when it became a de facto social policing force, they couldn't agree on structure. Charlie had never met Karen Forrester, and despite that, she already despised her. How much of your soul do you have to sell to disown your family? Her eyes swept the area around the exterior of Andrew's apartment. With the tensions between the SEs and the NSF, if the FC was interested in this guy, the NSF might be as well. That was the problem with competing organizations having overlapping responsibilities. She had experienced it a lot as a member of the Secret Service before the fall. D.C. had over a dozen police agencies within its border. During that period, all had been rolled into the NSF now, which should have made things more streamlined, but she knew better. It had made for a confusing array of bureaucracy. Add in the social enforcers, and there was a feeling of competition between the organizations. Charlie liked that. Let them beat the shit out of each other. Down the street, she saw Andrew Forrester appear. He was unremarkable. Black hair, at least 2 weeks overdue for a haircut. He was a fit man. That showed as he walked. There was no wobble of body fat. He wore round eyeglasses that made him look like a professor more than a consultant. His pace was slow, down the middle of the sidewalk. Deep down, she had hoped he would show up after the SEs were done trashing the apartment. That would make contacting him easier. As he came into view, she saw the open doors to the car where the surveillance team was operating. Shit, they're going to confront him right on the street. Charlie knew that if they took him into custody, it would be as hard as hell to break him out. Breaking away from the window, she cleared the room in 3 strides and started for the stairs. Wheaton, Illinois. Andy hated days like this, where there was warm, humid air, but gray-purple clouds blocked any hit of the sun. Spring storms came from this, a byproduct of living in proximity to Lake Michigan.
In winter, you got lake-effect snow. In the spring, you got the rains. On days like this, you could taste the moisture in the air, it was so thick. He hoped that he would reach his apartment before the clouds rolled in. He had spent 3 days attempting to clean up his father's place, sleeping there on the largest piece of carpeting that hadn't been cut to shreds. Despite the carnage that Karen's goods had wrought, it still had the same smell as when his dad was there, that strange mix of old man and mustiness. Sleeping over there reminded him of his father and the better times. He had met with the realtor and been told that she could not list the house as is. Andy suspected that there was more going on than what she was telling him. Yes, they had gutted several rooms with sledgehammers, but it was repairable. The clue had come when a realtor, a perky young woman named Lori, had told him that no one would list his father's house. That meant that the property had been tagged in some way. No doubt the SEs were doing it to put more pressure on him. Andy had called his employer to talk about coming back, but they too had blocked him. "We don't want trouble with the SEs," had been the line Human Resources had given him. "I haven't done anything wrong, but I'm being treated like a pariah." That told him that whatever was in the mysterious package was important. Otherwise, why would they put the financial pinch on me like this? He had been tempted to call Dick Farmer, if nothing else, to make sure he had gotten home all right. In some respects, Farmer was the last living connection to his father. Andy had been waiting for some sort of contact, for his conversation with Dick, but none had come. Anxiety did that to him. It made him edgy, more prone to risk. Andy caught himself when that happened and kept his emotions in check. Rounding the corner of his block, he kept his focus not on what was ahead of him, but on the next section of sidewalk. As he got within 200 feet or so of his building's front door, he saw an older model Buick SUV. At first, it was just a car parked by the side of the street. But he saw the doors open on both the driver's and passenger's sides, and a man and a woman in black tactical gear got out. Andy stopped instantly as they both faced him, closing the distance. "You're Andy Forrest?" the large male social enforcer said. His hand drifted down to the pistol that hugged his ample waist. Andy took a cautious half-step back. "Yeah, who are you?" The female spoke up next, her voice rugged and worn like a long-time chain-smoker. "I think you know who we are," she said arrogantly. "We've been sent to protect you. Come on over here. We can get you someplace that's safe." Andy understood his situation perfectly. A flash memory came to him of his father's describing the night they had taken him away. The mock court, a people's tribunal, that was the hallmark of the SE, along with the physical assaults he had endured. There must be some sort of mistake. Was all he could manage, taking another step back from them? "No mistake," the chunky man said. "Please, Andy, there are people out here that want to do harm. We can protect you." He paused for a moment, remembering his conversation with Dick Farmer. "Is that all you want to say to me?" The man was confused. "We need to bring you in so you're safe." Andy's eyes darted to his right and left and saw no one else coming. His flight instinct kicked in. He bolted with every bit of speed he could muster. As a runner who was in excellent shape, his body felt as if it were suddenly filled with an energy drink. The moist air roared past his ears as he heard the cigarette girl calling, "Stop!" Fearing the shock of a taser, he dodged a half-step to the left, then back to the right. He heard a zit noise where he had been the last dodge, as the taser wire fired into empty space. Andy's strides were long, eloquent, based on years of running. He continued to erratically dodge as he ran, swinging around the corner of the block past the gas station as the two SEs called out for people to stop him. He bounded into the street, just barely avoiding a car that did not see him coming. The blare of the horn was lost behind him as he ran. Then he came around a panel van, stopped for a moment to get his bearings and plan his next move. Then, over the roar of blood in his ears, he heard the footsteps of the running SEs hot on his tail. Andy knew his neighborhood and chose a long alleyway. Darting around the corner and into the alley, he poured on the speed. He wasn't worried about the larger male. The toxic combination of donuts and couch time in Mom's basement ruled him out as a threat. It was a female that had him concerned. As he splashed through a puddle in the shadows of the alley, he heard her call out, "Stop, or I will shoot!" In his youth, he had played paintball several times. Before it had been banned as an unacceptable pastime by the FedGov. Fire away, he thought, grinning broadly. It was hard enough to hit someone that was running if you were standing still, let alone if you were also running. Still, when he heard the crack of the gun behind him, he instinctively ducked his head as if he could dodge the bullet. There was a crunch and a light metallic pinging noise off to his far right. No doubt a ricochet, a sound he chose to ignore. His ears filled with the pounding of his heart. Another shot followed. This one seemed to hit nothing but air. Bursting out of the alley, he ran to the right. Suddenly, he heard the roar of a car engine and the squeal of tires as a green sedan came to a stop, almost right in front of him with a jerking lurch. Shit, there's more of them! The pair scrambled to get out of their car, to get on their feet and to come after him. One was black, big, muscular. The driver was white, skinny, with a 4-day beard. "Hey, stop!" the driver called out, fumbling for his pistol. Andy darted to the left and continued to sprint. There was another shot, far behind him, echoing off of nearby buildings. Andy knew enough to break up their line of fire, to dart between two cars and turn hard right, down another street. His legs were on fire as they pumped, but he felt confident. None of his pursuers looked athletic enough to give chase. To confirm that, he heard the car doors slam and a squeal of tires as the engine roared. Spying the parking lot, he tore through it, hoping that if they were pursuing in a vehicle, it would break them off. Maneuvering between cars slowed him, but he was hopeful and more daring. Bursting out the other side of the parking lot, he came onto the sidewalk and ran. Behind him, he heard the squeal of tires and the roar of an older car engine. Andy turned his head for a millisecond to look behind him, seeing the car. Then his world went wild. His left foot hit a crack in the sidewalk, and for a moment he was airborne, flailing his arms out in front of him, turning his head back around. The concrete hit him hard. His hands felt hot from the skinning and shredding of his skin. His knees throbbed as they hit the ground. Andy scrambled madly to get up, but fumbled halfway to standing. As he rose, he saw the woman that had been chasing him, wheezing heavily, holding a gun on him. "Hold that right there, Forrest," she said between heavy breaths. "Running only made things worse for you." Behind him he heard the doors fly open and the sound of two other pursuers lunging out of the vehicle. His hands rose slowly as he got to his feet, his breath ragged from the sprint. Sweat stung at the corners of his eyes as he stood up and faced the woman. He could make every detail of her olive-skinned face. She was young, too young to have taken part in the so-called liberation. The pistol was small, and her hands were shaking slightly, no doubt from adrenaline. Another car pulled up, and the chunky man sprang out. Andy wanted to laugh as he lumbered into action. "Dewey, I've got this," the woman with the gun said. He considered bolting again, but the gun on him, and possibly 4 SE operatives in close proximity, made common sense override his urge. "They got me. I'm fucked." He glanced over at his right hand and saw where he had scraped it on the pavement. A single drop of blood fell from his right palm as he calmed his breathing and regained his composure. Then he saw her, a figure running toward the small gathering, dressed in running gear. She was almost a blur, blonde hair whipping as he sprinted. The SE folks didn't see her as she charged in, and he didn't move, transfixed by the charging woman. She plowed into the chunky man from behind, grabbing the back of his head and slamming it into the car door window, which he shattered. He went down really hard and fast with no grace, like a dropped sack of potatoes. The woman darted around as the SE agent suddenly realized there was a new threat. The woman went over the hood of the car and did a flying kick leap into the large black SE operative, hitting him on the backside of his left knee, buckling the leg. Her elbow slammed down on his thick neck, and he began to gurgle as he fell, grasping at his throat for air. Andy took a step away from the woman with the gun on him. She was not sure what to do. Keep with her target or deal with the new threat. She got his movement and angled the gun toward him as a warning. The wiry hipster SE fired a shot from his side of the car, opposite from where the stranger had just taken down his partner. He missed, but the shot allowed Andy to take another half step away. The mysterious new woman charged at the man, grabbing his right arm with the gun, hitting him in his left eye with her elbow. He reeled and dropped as she snapped his wrist, loud enough for Andy to hear the cracking of the bone. Then she took the pistol. She fired at him, turned and fired a shot into the large black operative that was starting to pull himself up, gasping for air. Blood sprayed from the shot, splattering into the street as the man dropped. The SE with the gun on Andy was between them, unsure what to do. The other female rushed in, putting the gun to her temple. To her credit, the SE kept her gun on Andy. "Drop it," the mysterious woman said. "You drop yours, or I'll kill him." Andy saw the open barrel of the pistol aimed at him and suddenly realized that the odds in this game he found himself in had suddenly increased. Wheaton, Illinois. None of this had gone down the way Charlie planned. She had hoped to intersect Andrew Forrest before he got home. The SE presence had not been anticipated, not in the strength she had seen. What they lacked in training and experience they made up for in numbers. When Andy ran, he was a lot faster than she had anticipated. After losing sight of him, she did the next best thing, follow his pursuers. Charlie held the pistol to the woman's temple. "I warn you," the SE said, "I will kill him." Charlie's senses were alive, and in her mind she could see the entire scene. It was as if she could calculate the movements and actions that were around her. Forrest looked at the gun focused on him, but slowly made eye contact with her. "Good. Watch me." She jerked her head to the side and down. Andrew Forrest made a very slow nod, hardly discernible. "Okay," Charlie said, slowly pulling the gun an inch off her temple. Of the woman as she stood behind. "Drop it," the woman snapped. Charlie kept her eyes on Andy as she lowered the gun, but still held it. "All right, I'm putting it down." The moment she had it pointed down, she mouthed the word, "Now," and fired. Andy jumped in the direction she had nodded. Her first shot went into just above the right knee of the SE operative, through her shin and into her foot. The operative fired in response, but Andy was already moving. The woman tried to turn, but her leg gave way under her, and she twisted and collapsed at the same time. Charlie angled her gun for a shot and put it in the heart of the woman. Her gun went spinning across the concrete sidewalk, right in front of Forrest. The operative collapsed dead at her feet, and Charlie stepped over her victim's legs and closer to the man she was trying to save. Looking up, she saw Andrew Forrest holding the pistol of the SE operative up, nervously pointing it in her direction. "We need to get out of here," she said. Forrest rose to his full height, keeping the gun trained on her. "I'm not going anywhere with you," he said. "This could all be a setup." She glanced down at the dead operative as a pool of blood began to flow from under her body. "Seriously?" "I don't know you," he said, taking a step back away from her. Charlie put her pistol into her pocket and held her hands up. "I was sent to protect you." "I don't know who you are," he said firmly, taking another step. "Oh, shit, he's going to bolt," Charlie thought. "Nightingale," she said coolly. She had been given the code phrase by Jack Desmond. For a moment, Andrew Forrest said nothing. He stared at her blankly, then he lowered the pistol. "Okay,"
he said, taking a long gulp of air. Where are we going? Chapter 10. Achievement is no one failing. Salina, Kansas. Jack Desmond sat in the cab of his pickup truck and studied the people as they walked along South Santa Fe Avenue at the Walnut Street intersection. He had chosen this location for several reasons. There was a lack of security cameras covering the streets. His rented pickup was perfectly parked in a blind spot that ran for nearly 3 blocks. Jack had organized a series of late-night entries into the buildings and businesses surrounding the area and had disabled or destroyed their exterior and interior cameras that faced the street. One was left on, and thanks to a tab of Vaseline on the lens, it would give a pretty blurry image when the NSF finally confiscated the footage. Desmond had also taken a precaution of blinding or disabling most of the cameras on his escape route. An airsoft rifle was an effective and remarkably quiet weapon in such efforts. A dollop of mud on the license plates helped too. The NSF would eventually piece together enough footage to ID the truck, and would find that it was rented, paid for with a credit card from a fictitious person. He almost grinned at the man-hours and frustration that he was generating. Next to him sat Parker Pyle, the son of an SOL leader who had volunteered for the op. He was the right height, and with a little padding, the right build. "His makeup and stuff is hot as hell," he muttered. "You look just like him," Jack said proudly. "Well, like him, with 5 years' age piled on." "Thanks," Parker replied. "You sure this is going to work?" "I'm right here, ready to rock. You go out, go into the deli, get a soda, and leave. Let the people see you. Remember, no conversation. You look like him, but they will start taking pictures and recording videos, and we don't want them doing a voice print analysis. In and out. Make sure they see you." The deli didn't have meat. They only got it on Tuesdays, and it was gone shortly after it came in. Part of the Fair Food Rationing Act. Another sin that the ruling council would have to answer for someday. Got it. Keep those contact fingertips in place. Touch a few things, leave a fake print or two. We want the NSF to run the prints and get partials, Jack said. "I have it," Parker replied. "Keep the motor running." Jack watched as Pyle slid out of his seat and closed the door behind him. He walked with an amble, just as they had practiced, going down the sidewalk a quarter of a block, then turning into the deli. A few minutes later he came out, a bottle of Pepsi in his right hand, heading back to the truck. Behind him he saw a woman come out of the deli, waving at Parker. He got in, and Jack leisurely pulled out onto Santa Fe and headed north. "Can I take this shirt off?" "No," Jack replied. "Not yet. We might get picked up by a camera in the city, and we want them to get some degree of confirmation." His own prosthetic nose and chin itched as well, so he knew how Parker felt. Once outside of town, the pair removed all of their cosmetic rubber. Jack took it to a spot alongside the road and threw it in Mulberry Creek below. He shook Parker's hand. "Good work." "The one lady got a picture of me. She said she voted for me." "Good." He grinned. "She'll talk, share stuff on social media, and the NSF will blanket this place." "Why here?" Parker said, getting back in the truck. "Why not?" Jack said with a grin. "He would not be hiding out in Florida or New York. They have spotted him once already. Now they will have this. I want them wasting time, chasing ghosts of dead presidents, worrying that he might still be out there and expose their fake death of the man. Since the fall, they've had the upper hand. Everything has gone their way. Now they will wonder if they slipped up. We've strained their investigative capability already, which will add to their angst. I have a few other surprises planned that will rattle their cages." "Isn't that just going to piss them off?" Jack shook his head as he wheeled the truck through a left turn. On the other side of the road, some distance away, was one of the Growth Opportunity Centers, a twisted name for an unemployment office. The line was at least 100 people long. Some wore suits,
Some wore filthy clothing. He hated seeing the lines, but they were everywhere. The economics of New America squashed working people in favor of those that didn't. It was far easier to take reparations or growth credits than it was to hold down a job, especially with all of the profit-crushing regulations. He pushed his thoughts of their plight out of his mind for the moment. Yes, it always makes them waste resources. You have to know I've been living on a run for almost 5 years. I know what stress can do to a person or a group. It messes with your thinking. You make bad decisions because paranoia is governing you. They will spend a lot of effort trying to figure out why the president is here or preventing word of it from leaking out. They will eventually piece together that it was all fake. But that will only make them more nervous. That bitch that runs the NSF will be up late at night trying to figure out what our play is. And what is our play? Restoration, Jack said. In one word, he summed up what was needed. Can it be done? If people believe it, then it can be. How do you do that? Jack grinned. Parker, when they took us down, we didn't see it coming. They played off our divisiveness. They took us down by pitting us against each other. They used the media to manipulate us. If we do the same thing, we can hit them just as hard. The truck hit a pothole and bounced for a moment. It's easy to plot the overthrow of the government, holding on to power. That takes finesse and skill. They don't have it, and no one has been willing to challenge them up until now. Jack drove for nearly an hour, dropping off his accomplice at his car that was parked behind an abandoned gas station in the middle of nowhere, about a mile from his own vehicle. He parked a rental truck in a low depression he had scouted out in advance. Taking a gas can out from the rear, he doused the vehicle's interior and exterior, leaving a trail of gas some 15 feet away. From there, he lit the gas fuse, engulfing the vehicle in a ball of fire that sent a black plume rising skyward. There would be no DNA to recover from this vehicle, and he had chosen the isolated location to ensure its complete destruction. He climbed into his own car and took off, heading north. They will pursue this sighting out of fear, and that gave them some satisfaction. Fear was their lifeblood. It was what gave them strength to rise to power in the first place. It had started with the fear of the pandemic, then fear of riots, then fear of reprisals. They love to inflict fear. Now let them have a dose of it themselves. Let them wonder if the president is alive, what he's up to, how he evaded them for so long. Their fear will get them to turn on each other eventually. Jack was fully prepared to feed that paranoia as well. The more they focused on this, the more we can advance our own cause, the restoration. Wheaton, Illinois. Kaylee sat at the bus bench across from the CVS. This was where she had seen footage of Richard Farmer and an unidentified person. She was not looking for any specific evidence, but she sat there, trying to get into the head of Farmer. It was a gloomy day. Light purple clouds blocked the sun. The air was humid, not warm or cold, just damp. The government-sponsored digital board flashed the day's slogan, "Your neighbor may be the problem," in large red scrolling letters. The man he had sat on the bench with was young, which ruled him out for being an old crony from his days in the Sons of Liberty. Farmer had come to Wheaton for a funeral that he had missed. Her analysis had quickly narrowed that down to one Arthur Forrest. His rap sheet was less than spectacular, but entertaining. He had been locked away for being the leader of a cell in the SOL, a former college professor. His daughter Karen held a field post with social enforcement. That was intriguing to Kaylee. She had changed her last name to Forrester after her father's release from social quarantine. I'll bet their Christmas gatherings were entertaining as all hell. Arthur Forrest never named names, even after being sent to social quarantine for 2.5 years. While SE's files on him were mostly obscured for her access, she was able to piece together that he had been an almost ideal prisoner. She also saw notes of medical reports for injuries.
which experience told her came from beatings at the social quarantine camp. Forrest had died of cancer. He had to be who Farmer had come to pay respects to. Kaylee had tried to pry open more information on Arthur Forrest, but yes, he had locks on almost everything. She looked at an old photo of him and saw what appeared to be a kindly old college professor. Short, less than imposing. Looks could be deceiving, she knew that, but he did not strike her as a domestic terrorist type. He had spoken out against the liberation. That had been his crime. The SE targeted him, as they loved to do, ruined his career, his family, everything. It was then that he became a member and leader of the Sons of Liberty. The SE took a man voicing his opinion and turned him into a terror leader. The irony was not lost on her. He had a son, Andrew Jackson Forrest. His first and middle names would have been troublesome. The SE had encouraged blacklisted people named after historical figures to change their names. Andrew hadn't. He was a chip off the old man's block. As she sat on the bench, she pulled up her iPad and swept through his files. No real trouble with the law. The SEs had an AI tag on him. Active investigation. Bingo! She pulled up his image and compared it side by side with the grainy footage from the bench. The mystery man next to Richard Farmer, with a few quick stabs of her fingertips, she ran a comparison. An 89% match. So Farmer had met with the son, right where she was sitting. Kaylee Latrim knew enough not to leap to conclusions. She had to think things through. Could it have been a simple conversation? Perhaps he wanted to share a story about their time together in the SOL. He had missed the funeral. Perhaps he was just apologizing for that. The trained detective in her shook that off. Why meet here? He must have suspected that Andy was being monitored at home. If it was a simple condolences discussion, why did Farmer take his own life? No, the conversation was something more than two men sharing their sorrow. He was telling him something, sharing information. Could Andrew Forrest be a threat? As she tabbed through his file on her iPad, she doubted it. Where his father had been in the military, Andrew had gone to college. He lacked cyber or terror-related skills. He had never even taken self-defense classes, didn't previously own a firearm. She turned to his image and looked at his face. This was not a terror leader, not unless we make him one. He did have one thing, the secret that Richard Farmer had shared with him. She shut down her iPad and put it in the messenger bag beside her. There was no doubt that she was not wasting her time. She had to penetrate the Sons of Liberty and find her target, the traitor president. Richard Farmer's suicide was proof that the Sons were alive and she knew they were active. She had seen that in West Virginia. A few long minutes she sat on a bench, contemplating her next move. I need to find Andrew Forrest. If Farmer would not talk, perhaps he could be persuaded. The local SE had him tagged as an AI. That would complicate matters. She knew his address was only a few blocks away. She left the bench and began to walk. As she moved, her mind went over everything she knew, making sure she had not overlooked something obvious. The SOL was being bold, daring. She had seen that with the dead left in West Virginia. Could Andrew Forrest be following his father's footsteps? He didn't look like the type, but what she had was data, not the man. When she came to his apartment building, she noticed an SE surveillance team parked out front. They looked like a man and a woman sitting in an unimaginative sedan, the kind of car a middle-aged family might buy. She noticed that the man behind the wheel was smoking. On the ground near the driver's door were several cigarette butts. They had been there a while. There were other SEs floating around, she was sure of it. That didn't faze her in the least. She made her way to the apartment building and used her badge to get the security guard to let her in. She took the elevator to the 4th floor. It was not a plush building, nor was it a dive. Forrest had been a fairly successful consultant before he lost his job, thanks to a less than discreet inquiry by the SE with his employer. She had seen that in the data she had access to. That was all it took. When social enforcement started asking questions, most companies would rather terminate their people than deal with possible repercussions. They probably told the guy he lost his job for some minor infraction. She walked down the long hallway to apartment 15 and knocked on the door. It opened quickly, but it wasn't Andrew Forrest that greeted her. It was a chunky woman with a round face. "May I help you?" Kaylee knew the face. It was that of Andrew Forrest's sister, Karen. She held out her badge, NSF. "I'd like to speak with Mr. Forrest if he's available." The woman looked at the badge, unimpressed. "He's not here right now. Do you know when he'll be back?" "What is this in regards to?" the portly woman asked. "That is NSF business. This is an active SE investigation," she said, pulling out her own badge and flashing it arrogantly. "We have this well in hand." Kaylee leaned forward and saw 2 SE operatives in the room, dumping the contents of a desk drawer on the floor. "Yes, I can see you were being quite efficient," she said with a slight smirk. "Regardless of your investigation, I need to speak with Mr. Forrest." "You can talk to him when we are done," she said defiantly. "Look," Kaylee said, "I don't want to mess up whatever this," she waved her hand at the room, which was obviously being trashed, "is. I just need to talk to him for a few minutes. I'm sure we can work this out." "I told you," Andrew's sister said in a stern tone, "we have this taken care of." She stepped back a half step into the apartment and began to close the door in Kaylee's face. Latrim jammed her foot in the way, preventing the door from shutting. She hit it hard with her shoulder, knocking it back into the larger woman's face. "I don't want any problems," Kaylee said, through gritted teeth, "but the NSF does not fall under SE's authority." Red anger rose into the chubby cheeks of Karen Forrester. Behind her, the other 2 agents dropped what they were doing and walked toward the door. "You're interfering with our work," she said angrily. "What's your name?" "Kaylee Latrim," she said. "Though I can tell you, if you think you can apply pressure to me, you're sadly mistaken." "Well, Miss Latrim," Karen continued, "if you don't leave now, I will have 5 more agents up here, and we will physically remove you. What do you think of that?" A part of Kaylee wanted her to try. From where she stood, the SE operatives were hardly a threat. "Is this a situation I want to push? Andrew isn't here. So even if I beat the shit out of him, it doesn't get me any closer to what I need." Another part of her wanted to punch this chubby woman just for the fun of it. She stepped away from the door. "Very well. This isn't over." "Oh?" Karen Forrester said. "I think it is." She shut the door, and Kaylee heard the deadbolt click into place. She left the building, standing outside for a few minutes, trying to think about where Andrew Forrest might be. Her phone chirped, and she saw that it was the secretary. "This is Latrim," she said as he answered the call. "You're in Illinois," the secretary said, not asking but stating it. "Any luck?" "A little. I'm following on a lead that will get me closer to the SOL." "Good. For now, I need you in Salina, Kansas." "A problem?" "A sighting of your primary target." "In Salina, Kansas?" she restated. What would the traitor president be doing in Kansas? "The info is already in your folder in the NSFC cloud," the secretary said. "I want you to put a lid on things there. Whatever it is accurate or not, we don't want rumors floating about." "Understood. And Operative Latrim, if you do find him, you know what to do." Kaylee nodded. "Yes, Madam Secretary, I understand completely. No loose ends." Detroit, Michigan. Raul Lopez was the most popular person in his youth corps troop. A box had come from his mother. Not only had she sent him a letter, she had sent him homemade cookies, a jar of her salsa, a small loaf of zucchini bread, several new pairs of socks, and an assortment of candies. Just opening the box made him long for her. He loved working in the Youth Corps. He certainly had never been this physically fit in his entire life. The Corps gave him training, too. He had learned to use a cutting torch and a jackhammer as part of his work to dismantle an old abandoned factory, skills that he could use elsewhere later in life. While the Youth Corps had been his surrogate family, nothing could replace his mother in his heart. They were on a late afternoon break, sitting in what had been some sort of conference room or office in the factory. Most of the buildings had already been dismantled by the Corps, taken apart by hand. Much of the brick and steel could be repurposed or recycled. The office, now little more than a room with faded chipped blue paint, covered with graffiti, and a floor with peeling tiles, was one of the few places they could assemble. The others gathered round as he opened the box, practically salivating at the contents therein. One reached for the candy, only to have Raoul slap his hand jokingly. The candy was the easiest to share. He opened the small box of chocolates and passed them around, taking 2 for himself. While the food was good in the Corps, it had been a long time since he had tasted chocolate. Paco had been badly injured in the assault by the SE, but was back with the troop and slowly healing. The stitches on his head left a nasty scar. His cheek was swollen. Even after all this time, he took a piece of candy and said, "Gracias," which spurred the others to thank him as well. Looking up, he saw Troop Leader Avalon Winston standing off to his side, smiling. Someone handed him a piece of chocolate, which he took with thanks to Raoul. "Take a good look at Raoul," he said. "He's a good citizen. He received a gift from home, and he could have kept it to himself, but he didn't. He shared it. When he had a lot, he gave to those that didn't. That was one of the reasons we fought the liberation. There were people out there that had a lot. They got what they had from the hard work and sweat of those less fortunate who were forced to work for them. They profited and lived lives of greed, while people who worked for them had almost nothing. Equity is fairness. That is what we are told, and it is as right today as it was then." Winston unwrapped the candy and popped it in his mouth. Raoul had heard the justification before. There are many reasons that the liberation had been waged. One was to bring about equality and fairness. The rich had been stripped of their wealth, and it had been redistributed to others. Did it improve lives? Raoul struggled with that. Most of the money that the poor got didn't seem to change their lot in life. What it did was give them more money to buy stuff. Stuff he had come to learn did not bring about happiness or prosperity. It was just stuff. The other reason was the tyranny of the traitor president. Even speaking his name was banned. That's how bad he was. His injustices and crimes were many. Like most tyrants, he had met his fate awaiting trial in prison. Another justification was the rampant racism in society, especially the police. The federalization of the police into the NSF had solved one part of that, where reparations solved the rest. What Raoul struggled with was basic. How had these injustices been allowed to go on for so long? It made no sense to him. If these were indeed problems, who had allowed them to fester for so long, and why? How did money solve inequalities? His mother had lived in the same apartment for years, and she still had to go and work. Raoul wondered if such changes really helped the people they were intended to help, or did others benefit? Winston pointed to the loaf of zucchini bread in the box and nodded to Raoul. He understood. He wanted him to share that as well. It was one of his favorite things his mother cooked. This was something that he did not want to share. But he felt the stares of the rest of the troops fall on him as he held the loaf in the box. Sharing it was the right thing to do. At the same time, this was something special. He could imagine his mother baking it, the smells of the spices filling the kitchen,
The memories alone made his mouth water. Looking up at Troop Leader Winston, he got a single nod, telling him what he had to do. "This is my favorite thing my madre bakes," he said, unwrapping it. He could smell the spices as soon as the loaf was exposed to the air. He pulled out a knife and cut himself the end of the loaf, a large enough piece to savor. He struggled with reluctance as he handed it to the greedy hands of the rest of the troop. The loaf made its way around the circle, shrinking with each person that cut themselves a slice. When it came back to him, there was only a single slice left, which he clutched as if it were found treasure. Winston bent over, leaning in front of Raoul's face. "I know that wasn't easy, Raoul. What you did makes me proud." His words made him feel somewhat better. He coddled the jar of salsa that his mother sent, intent on not sharing that as well. A few minutes went by, and the troop leader moved to the doorway. "All right, then. Everyone thank Raoul for being a good person and sharing his wealth." The young men and women rose and obeyed, thanking him. Suddenly there was a whooping sound, a loud roar from where they had been working. The troop froze in place. This was a sound they had not heard before. Even Troop Leader Winston was frozen in place for a moment. Looking out across the now stripped factory floor, Raoul and the others saw a plume of black smoke rising in the distance, in the area they had been working. He set the box down and joined the others as they ran to see what was on fire. The troop had a bobcat, a tiny excavator, to help with moving the heavy debris from their deconstruction efforts. The red and white machine was fully engulfed in flames, as if someone had soaked it in gasoline and set it on fire. For a moment everyone stood staring, the heat from the fire warming their faces as they looked in shock. "Get some extinguishers," Winston called. The troop scrambled, searching for them. 5 were found and began to douse the fire. Raoul hooked up a hose, which helped. It took the better part of an hour to fully extinguish the flames. When they were done, the charred and blackened bobcat was still steaming wisps of white smoke into the air. "How did it happen?" Julia said. "None of us were even around it." Paco, sullen-faced, looked at the smoldering wreck, then turned to the troop. "It was that SE group, the one that beat me. They did it." The troop leader, Winston, held his hands out. "Now, we don't know that." "Yes, we do," Paco said. "Look at where it's burned. The scoop is not flammable, but it's on fire. Someone soaked this in gasoline and set it on fire." There were murmurs of agreement. "It was those followers of Islam." "We should do something," Arvella added. "They can't just come over here and beat us and burn our stuff." Winston saw the anger rising in his troop and tried to smother it. "Someone set this on fire, but we don't know who." "Let's call the NSF," Jacob said. "They'll investigate it." Raoul knew differently. There was a divide between the NSF and the SE. Everyone knew about it. They won't investigate because it's messy. It's about religion. Father Ryan had told him about the rift. Our religious freedoms were often oppressed by the administration, and how law enforcement did not like getting pulled into religious issues. The government thought that religion was part of the problem in the country. It contributed to the need for the liberation. Getting them involved would not make things better. "You can call," Raoul said. "They'll do nothing. We're on our own." "Without the bobcat, some of the jobs are going to take days." "Can't these people be talked to?" Jacob asked. Winston took control of them with soothing tone of voice. "We don't know if they did it. I had hoped they would leave us alone. I will go over and talk with them. In the meantime, I will call the NSF and file a report. Since we didn't see who did it, chances are pretty good they will let it drop. But it is worth filing the report anyway. For today, let us get this cleaned up and make sure that the rest of our equipment is secure." Raoul put his box down out of the way and went to shut off the water to the hose he'd been using.
On the way back from the spigot, he came upon the troop leader. "We should post some of us on guard tonight," he said grimly. Winston nodded in response. "Not a bad idea." Interlude. Almost 5 years earlier, Washington, D.C. Jack Desmond watched the images unfolding in the White House above him from the security of the service's Emergency Response Center. The battle on the lawn of the White House had been brutal, but they came in waves of humanity to storm the building. Some brought pickaxes, others sledgehammers. To the casual observer, it looked like a mob, but Jack had been trained by the best in the Secret Service. This was organized. They had teams. They had an objective. They won't get him. He's in EOC, safe and secure with Charlie. If anyone was stupid enough to go after the president, they'd have to deal with Charlie Kaczynski. She was the best on the detail, maybe the best Secret Service ever on a president's detail. The counter-assault team was waging its own war on the main level of the White House. He could not hear the gunfire, but he could see the muzzle flashes on one of the monitors. The rioters were returning fire, shotguns destroying the decor and riddling the armored counter-assault team with potentially deadly pellets. Fireworks were set off. Roman candles and mortars, intended for the outdoors, fired in the hallways. Drapes went up in flames, as did numerous pieces of art. The fireworks were far beyond annoying. The flames filled the rooms and corridors with smoke. They were augmented with Molotov cocktails. Body armor could stop bullets, but it was nearly useless against burning gasoline. One lucky hit splashed 3 members of the counter-assault team, forcing them to break ranks and duck and roll. Jack's jaw ached as he watched the monitors. "Why isn't the fire suppression system on?" he asked. Special Agent Drake Barker sat in the ERC's main board. "I took it offline." "Why the hell did you do that?" He spun in his seat, his service weapon in front of him. "Don't even think it, sir," he said. Jack was stunned. He had known Drake Barker for a year, since being posted to the White House detail. He seemed to be a bright guy, level-headed. Now he sat with his gun drawn. Barker's eyes were wide, his nostrils flared with excitement. "Your weapon," Barker said, nodding to his shoulder holster. "Betrayed. How many others in the detail are working with Antifa?" His mind raced at the thought that one of their own had flipped. Jack opened his jacket, slowly exposing the holster. "How could you, Drake?" "How can you defend such a criminal?" he spat back. "He stole 2 elections from the people. He stomped on people's rights. He's a racist, a white supremacist. Everyone knows it." "You're a fucking traitor," Jack said, studying Barker, his stance, the angle of his gun. "He's younger. We're only 2 yards apart. He's faster than me. I need a distraction. If I can get his aim off, I can still take him." In his mind, he knew right where to hit the man to disable him. But could it happen with a sucking chest wound? "I'm a patriot," he proclaimed. "I've already disabled the access controls and retasked the counter-sniper squads. Once we've neutralized the counterattack team, we will move on the EOC and extract the bastard, dead or alive." Jack used his right hand to slowly move toward his pistol. As he got closer, Drake moved his pistol more aggressively in his direction. "Don't try anything stupid, Jack." Desmond looked at his weapon, and he knew that Barker's eyes would follow his. He knew that his weapon was a threat, but not the only one. His left hand shifted to his belt, to the remote control on his belt. Only the secretary had it. It was something that Barker, no doubt, did not think of. As he touched his pistol handle with his right hand, his left triggered the ERC emergency alarm for an unauthorized intruder. It was a simple button, a remote, A klaxon sounded, as did a red flashing light. Drake Barker's eyes darted to the warning. What the? Barker's aim went off as his body turned. Jack pulled his gun, raising it before Barker could re-aim. Jack fired, hitting him in the left shoulder. Barker spun in the office chair under the impact, his own shot ricocheting off behind him. His ears roared as he lunged at the younger man, firing another shot that hit the left side of his target's head, tearing off a chunk of his ear. Barker dropped his gun, grabbing at the grazing wound that sprayed blood from the side of his head. Jack grabbed Barker's gun and tossed it. He wanted to shoot the younger agent right in his heart, kill him. That wasn't the way. I'm a federal officer. I need to do my job. Instead, he throat-punched the bleeding man hard, cutting off his windpipe. Barker dropped to the raised tile floor with a thud, whimpering and gasping for air. Jack went to the main controls. What he saw stunned him. The security systems had been disabled. He tried to reopen the access controls, but they had been encrypted. Jack shut off the unauthorized intruder alert. He returned to the man at his feet. God damn it, Barker. What's the code? Barker got his breath in a gurgling surge of air. I'll never tell you. He's fucked and so are you. You're all going down tonight. He groaned. Your family is dead if you fight back. What? Barker chuckled. We have a team on your family, an insurance policy. If I don't get out of here alive, they're all dead. He winced in pain, sweat drenching him on the floor. You've already lost, Jack. You just don't realize it yet. There had been instances of Antifa targeting police officers' families. The Secret Service considered itself safe from that. Their screening process would have protected the identities of agents. Obviously, that had failed. The bleeding man that taunted him was proof. His thoughts of his wife and child flooded him, but he pushed them back into the dark recesses of his mind. I have a goddamn job to do. Then I can go and save them. Jack stared at the screen. His face was hot with anger, and adrenaline filled his ears with a roar. He grabbed the mic and opened a line to the Emergency Operations Center. Rabbit, this is Slingshot. Tunnel access is open on this end, and I can't close it. Bad guys are heading your way. Kick on your systems. He paused, knowing that the elevator deterrence would only buy them time, not prevent the inevitable. I am authorizing snap count. Say again, snap count. Rabbit, run. Get out of there while you can. There was no response from the OC. Jack glared down at the wounded agent bleeding on the white tiles, smearing the blood as he writhed there. Glancing at the few working monitors, he saw that the counterattack team was being driven back through the smoke-filled corridors. Fireworks meant for celebrations were being fired as weapons. He saw one rioter with an AR-15, raised his gun and blast the camera. The screen went white. I can't do anything else here. I have to get home. I have to save my family. He stepped over the fallen body of Drake Barker and donned his body armor. Washington, D.C. So many movies portray an elaborate secret series of tunnels under the White House. It had almost seemed cliché. They always seemed so big on film that they made people in the know chuckle out loud in the theaters when they played. Such elaborate tunnels were the things of myth perpetrated by urban legend. In reality, the purpose of having a bunker deep under the White House was to avoid having tunnels that could be accessed. The tunnels that did exist were not for human passage as much as they were for pipes, electrical lines, communications, etc. They were dark, narrow, and in many places had to be traversed on your hands and knees. They were deliberately difficult, with several steel barriers and sensors. No one could enter such tunnels without triggering alarms. The locks were inaccessible for anyone trying to break in. For Secret Service Lieutenant Charles Kaczynski, crawling through the darkness was not difficult. But for the President,
A man past his prime physically. It was a challenge. She had gotten word from Jack Desmond before he went offline. Trouble was coming. She could wait it out in the Emergency Operations Center. That was what protocol required. Protocol had never anticipated the White House falling to a siege situation, not like this. If Jack had told her to go, that was what she was going to do. To hell with procedure. There were 4 other agents in the EOC with her. Here's a word from upstairs, snap count. Everyone knew how grave the situation was with that code phrase, evacuate the president. She had them break out their personal gear. Normal duty in the EOC allowed agents to bring a change of clothing. One agent had donated a hoodie and sweatpants that were approximately the size of the president. She had told him to put them on, and he gave her a stern, sideways glance, then complied. The hoodie helped conceal his face, and Washington National's ball cap solved the problem of his trademark hairstyle. The sneakers another agent provided were big on him, but they helped further mask his identity. Another agent gave the president reflective sunglasses, which further hid his face. U.S. Army Major Dan Swanson hovered nearby. Swanson held the president's emergency satchel, the nuclear football, the device that allowed the president to launch America's nuclear missiles. Swanson was in his 40s, white, black crew-cut hair, no nonsense. He glanced down at his uniform, then at Charlie. What about me? Snap count calls for 1 agent to avoid drawing attention, she replied. Agent Kaczynski, where he goes, I go, Swanson replied. There was resolve in his voice that told her not to push the issue. Ditch the uniform, Major, she said. Swanson did. Another pair of sweatpants were offered, and he put them on along with his white T-shirt. Even stripped down, he looked like a military officer. The president stirred, looking at how he was dressed. You got me decked out like an old rapper. What's the plan, Charlie? He asked after he put the clothing on. Sir, she said firmly, the tunnel security should hold, but the call from upstairs is that we shouldn't count on it. We have a plan, a last ditch of sorts, called snap count. I'm taking you out by the utilities tunnel. It isn't easy, but that was the call we got. The agents will hold them as long as they can. We go out, low profile, get you someplace safe. She reached into her pocket to make sure she had the keys to the tunnel security gates. I thought there weren't any tunnels down here. Technically, there aren't. These are utility corridors. It's a tight squeeze, but we mapped it out a few years ago just in case we had to use them. One run takes us to an access point on the Metro Orange line near the Farragut station. The rioters should be concentrated around the White House and Capitol. If we're lucky, I can get you out of the city. I think we should try the Pentagon again. Sir, with all due respect, they are hanging us out to dry, she said, having heard their prior conversation. If the director gave me the snap count order, that means I need to get you out of here. He nodded glumly. I never thought it would come to this. None of us did, she said. Major Swanson, still clinging to the brown leather satchel, moved to her side. He took his sidearm and slid it into the waistband of his pants. She made eye contact with the officer, who gave her a firm nod. Now then, let's get you out of here, sir, she said. Chapter 11. Doing nothing is something. Aurora, Illinois. Andy followed the short woman that had saved him. She parked the vehicle and got out. She hadn't spoken to him in 2 hours, and as the sun began to set, he wondered what her plan was. They had driven to a shady part of Aurora, Illinois, a place of tiny Sears 1940s houses that had been run down and some were burned out. As they came up to the chain-link fence that surrounded the freight yard, she moved to a place along the fence and pushed an opening that had been cut there. She did this ahead of time. She planned on us coming here. The woman held the fence back on one side and gestured for him to go through. It wasn't easy. One pant leg caught on a barb of the fence,
and tore at the waist of his pants slightly, but Andy ignored it. "So what's your plan?" he whispered as the two of them ducked, moving into the yard, hoovering next to a steel roll flat car. "We hop one of the trains out of the city," she said in a low tone. "We need some distance between us and the local SEs. By now, they'll have alerted teams all over the state." Andy was afraid. He'd been chased and shot at. Now he was with a stranger, planning to hop on a train like a hobo in some 1930s movie. He had a lot of questions, but the young woman was intent on her work. She made her way to a boxcar and used a small pair of cutters she pulled from her backpack to cut the seal. With a hard tug, she cracked open the door enough to see that it was filled with boxes. Silently, she moved to the next one, with the same result. Then came a voice, a low whisper. "Over here." On the track next over, a door was cracked open, and a hand gestured for them to come. She went, with Andy right behind her. The hand reached down and helped them up. It was an older man, perhaps the same age that Andy's father had been. The air around him smelled of old sweat. His face had a thick, curly, grayish beard. As they entered, he closed the door behind them. The woman produced a small light, which she turned on. The boxcar was half filled with cardboard containers. The other half was empty. The woman that saved him seemed to size up the old man, eyeing him from top to bottom. "Thanks," Andy said, extending his hand. The old man's grip was tight and firm. "People gotta help each other these days." His compatriot nodded. "We appreciate it. Where's this heading?" "South," he said. "If the bills of lading are correct, where are you going?" "South," she replied, moving over to a bare spot and lowering herself to the floor. Andy moved next to her and looked at the older man. "I'm Andy," he said, holding out his hand. The man shook it. She extended her hand as well to the stranger. "I'm Charlie." There was a hesitancy in her voice, as if she weren't entirely sure who she was. There's a story with her, a reason she hesitated. He was happy that he finally knew her name. Even on the long car ride, he had kept silent, constantly checking the mirrors to make sure they hadn't been followed. "And you are?" Charlie asked. "Robert," he said proudly, sitting down with them, moving her light between them as if it were a campfire. "You must be new at this. When you pop these seals, you have to bend them back around, or the yardmaster will spot 'em and think someone's trying to steal stuff." "Good tip," she replied. "I've done this a few times. I guess I've been lucky so far." "Who's after you two?" What makes you think anyone is after us?" Andy asked nervously. Robert grinned. "Doesn't mean shit to me, but I know people that ride the rails. You two aren't those types. That means you want out of town without those fucking social enforcers laying into you, or the NSF. Forgive my prying, but if we're riding together, I need to know if I have to worry about getting my skull caved in." Charlie flashed a small smile. It was the first he'd ever seen on her. "We aren't the murder hobo types. We've had a run-in with one of the local SE groups. Really, it was just a misunderstanding. My boyfriend here," she put her hand on Andy's shoulder, "he decked one of them pretty hard. You know how they are. They trashed our pads, smashed everything. We figured we'd move on." Andy marveled at her, how she wove such a lie off the top of her head. He would have fumbled and made mistakes. The way she talked, he actually could picture those events happening. It was so natural. Where did she learn to think that fast on her feet? Robert smiled. "You don't have to tell me about social enforcers. I was a high school teacher, social studies. When the fucking liberation happened, they came at me with a lot of changes to my curriculum. Some of the stuff was pure bullshit. They were literally changing the country's history. I was too stubborn for my own good. I told them I wouldn't teach the kid things I knew were wrong." He dipped his head and sighed heavily, pausing in memories. "Then I made a big mistake." "And that was?" Charlie asked.
One kid asked about the flag. It was right after the ruling council had purged it. Just owning a flag was a high crime. I had one left over from my father's funeral. He was in the army. I knew I was supposed to turn it in, but it was my dad's. So when the kid asked about the flag, I brought it to class. To explain the symbols on it, the stars, the stripes. His voice trailed off for a moment, lost in memory. One of them turned you in, didn't they? Charlie asked. Robert nodded. That was stupid. You were doing your job, Andy said. You were a teacher. They wanted to learn. He wiped a tear from his right eye onto the dirty sleeve of his flannel shirt. The SEs came and got me the next day. They took my father's flag and burned it on my front lawn. An example. I guess for anyone else out there. Behind closed doors, it was more personal, more vicious. The memories seemed to swell in him as he spoke. His voice became clearer, angrier. They rough you up? Andy asked. They burned my house down, he said flatly. They pressured the school to fire me. It didn't take much. Nobody in the school district wanted trouble, so they fired me. They scared my wife to the point that she took our daughter and disappeared on me. Everywhere I got a job, they followed me, hounding the schools that would hire me. Now I'm tagged in their system as a risky employee. I can't work, and it'll be a cold day in hell before I accept their reparations or welfare. He paused as the anger rose in his face, reddening his round cheeks. So now I travel. I get odd jobs enough to get by. Sooner or later my past catches up with me and I'm on the streets again. Those fuckers won't let me go. They claim I'm a corrupt element in society. All I wanted to do was teach kids and do it right. Charlie bowed her head for a moment, then raised it, looking into his eyes. They will pay for what they did, eventually. Will they? Robert countered. Hitler was in power for 12 years. They've been in power for almost 5. He was one person. There's no single head to this snake. The ruling council doesn't give people a single person to take out. They were smart about that. We don't have one enemy for people to rally against. Andy understood. His father had said almost the same thing to him. The tighter they squeeze, the more resistance they'll face. My dad told me that. You might be right, Robert said. How many have to suffer in the meantime? How many lives must be destroyed before people take back what is ours? They can't take away our spirit, Andy said firmly. They can't take away hope. Dad used to say that hope isn't a strategy. He also said that hope was the key to bringing them down. This system they've created is not sustainable. It'll come down at some point like a house of cards. Your dad sounds like a hell of a guy. He was, Andy said. He was a teacher like you. They sent him off for social quarantine. They labeled him a terrorist simply because he believed in freedom. Robert nodded, and a freight car lurched as the train slowly started out of the yard. The boxcar's rattling and rumbling of sounds of things shifting was surprisingly loud. I've written this line before. You have 6 hours or so before we stop. If you'll pull apart some of the boxes, you can make a mattress of sorts out of the cardboard. It isn't much, but better than sleeping on the floor. He got up and moved off into the darkness away from the light. Charlie wasted no time tearing open a large cardboard box that held a dining room set, which was more like a giant wood puzzle. This is yours, she said, and put another large piece down next to it. She moved the flashlight between the two of them. I don't know if I can sleep, Andy said. Try, she replied, using her backpack as a pillow, carefully pulling out one of the pistols and putting it on the cardboard next to her hand. When we stop, we'll get off and get our bearings. Where are we going? She looked at him as he lay down, the flashlight between the two of them. That's up to you. I just wanted to get out of whatever net the SCs were throwing up to catch us." He was confused, and she clearly could see it in his face. She continued in a low tone so that Robert couldn't hear. "Look, I was told that your dad was a bigwig in the Sons of Liberty in the day. We got word that your father left you a package. I was given the mission of extracting you if it got hot and helping you recover the package." "How do you know it's not back in Wheaton?" "Is it?" Andy shook his head. "You see, I know the SCs tossed your dad's place and yours. While they were rooting around for it at your apartment, I was watching them. That tells me that it isn't with you." It made sense. "How did you know where they were going to take me in?" "I didn't. I just watched them. When they made their move, I decided to get you out of there." "Why does everyone think this package is so important?" She shrugged her shoulders as she lay on the makeshift bedding. "You tell me. I don't even know what it is," he sputtered. "Dad and a friend of his, Richard Farmer, they hid it after the fall. Farmer thought enough of you to get word to us." "Who is us?" She said nothing for a moment. "The Sons of Liberty never really got wiped out, no matter how hard the FedGov tried. As it turns out, it's hard to destroy an idea. A former colleague reached out and pulled me into their organization." "Where did you work before all of this?" Her jaw set slightly at the query. "I'd rather not talk about it." "Sorry," Andy said. Her past was clearly an issue with her. "What's the SOL up to?" "I don't have all the details," she said. "The less people know, the better, I guess. What I do know is that they have a plan, one that will put the screws on the administration. For me, that's enough." He wasn't sure if he believed her or if Charlie was holding something back. "Look, it's not enough for me. Until a few weeks ago, I had a job. My dad was alive, and I had a life. It wasn't great, but I had one. My dad died. My sister turned out to be every bit the asshole I always thought she was. I've had this house and my apartment trashed. I was in a fight with the SE who wanted to take me in, and everyone seems interested in some package that none of us knows what's in it. Every question I ask you, you seem deliberately evasive about it. I get it. We all have our burdens. My life is at risk. I've lost everything. I don't have a family, a home, or anything else. I'm not some counter-revolutionary. I'm just a guy." Charlie said nothing as he stopped and drew a long breath. Her eyes looked across the space between them as if she were studying him, judging him. As her short hair fell across the backpack she was using as a pillow, she lay silent. Finally, she drew a deep breath. "I've been playing at being other people for so long, I've forgotten what it's like to be myself," she said. "You've been through some shit, I'll give thee that." "So have I." Charlie paused as if gathering her thoughts. "You want the truth?" "Yeah, I think I do." She breathed out a long sigh. "You remember the night of the fall? I was assigned to the Personal Protection Unit for the President. I was a lieutenant in the Secret Service." Andy said nothing for a few seconds. "You were?" "Yep." "How did you get away? I mean, they captured him at the White House." "They didn't." Andy was stunned. "He got out?" Charlie closed her eyes for a moment, then nodded. "We did. But I saw pictures of him in prison and of them hauling his body out on a gurney after his heart attack. A farce. A production. You have to remember, Hollywood was a big backer of the fall. They wanted his blood, too. When he didn't surface, they presumed he was dead, but didn't want to deal with people thinking he might be alive out there. It was all a show, designed to satisfy the radicals and send a ripple of fear into everyone else. CGI, doctored photos, the whole shooting match. With him dead and presented to the public, the President of the United States, who could really feel safe? Who would dare oppose them?" Andy stirred on this piece of cardboard. "So he's alive?"
She shook her head and her cheeks seemed to draw in. No, it was complicated. Andy understood. The Secret Service was supposed to protect the leadership, and she had failed. It clearly hit her hard. He wanted to know the details, but he also saw the pain the memories brought her. It showed as wrinkles on her brow and the way she diverted her eyes. What happened to you? I had access to some fake identities. I went into hiding. As one of the people that was with the president, I'm a wanted person. After all, if I talked, their little sideshow would be exposed. I knew that if they found me, I was as good as dead. So I became other people. I took on new identities. I hid in plain sight, twice working for the NSF after it was formed. Why did you stop? An old friend, my director, he had joined up with the SOL. He told me something that gave me hope. Which was? Charlie cracked a thin grin. There's a successor out there, a legitimate and rightful person who legally is in the line to be president. If that's true, it means all of this bullshit can be brought down around them. They've had their day. They've ruined the lives of a lot of people, and it's all been fun and games for them. The armed mobs won, and their anarchy became the rule of law. Well, all of that changes if there's a legal successor. My former director, he has a plan to kick off a restoration, a kind of rebooting of America. Andy paused. It'll be a civil war, you know that. The tree of freedom must occasionally be fertilized with the blood of patriots. She said, quoting Thomas Jefferson, there will be a fight, but there should have been one last time. They overthrew the government with relative ease, helped out by the opposition party, who the crazies turned on as well. It was so fast there was no time for conservatives to organize. This time around, they'll have to fight people who are fed up with their BS. This time, the people that love the country will take it back. Their cause has fallen apart. We've hurt them badly. They are afraid. Otherwise, they wouldn't come after you. I'm no threat. They know that. You know why? When you have illegally seized power, you start to see everyone as a threat. That makes everyone a target. You said you were not a counter-revolutionary. I call bullshit. We all are, Andy. We are Americans. It's part of who we are. Revolution is in our nature. Hell, it might be genetic. We want our freedom. We demand our rights. We believe in something greater than us individually. That was what spawned the fall. Antifa and BLM didn't call themselves domestic terrorists. They called themselves patriots. You are a freedom fighter, whether you know it or not. Her words hit home. It was strange, hearing that kind of talk not coming from his father. Dad knew that the spirit of the people would not be squashed. He was right. Charlie validated that. He knew what they had to do. They had to recover the package his father had hidden. As the rail car swayed slightly, Charlie switched the light off. Tomorrow we'll get our bearings, come up with a plan. I know where it is, Andy said slowly, but to get there we have to go where we are not allowed. Charlie's voice in the darkness came back to him. I've spent the last 4 years in places where I'm not allowed. Where is it? South Dakota, Andy replied, closing his eyes. We're going to Mount Rushmore. Of course it is, she said sarcastically. All right, she replied. Get some sleep. Ye are going to need it. Salina, Kansas. You can understand my skepticism, Kaylee, said Miss Mannheim as the woman put a cup of fresh coffee in front of her. I'm telling you, it was the President of the United States, she said proudly, just as plain as day. You saw my photograph of him. Kaylee looked about the small kitchen. Her eyes fell on a tiny wall-mounted display rack with a collection of Hummel figurines, then back to the round-faced, middle-aged woman she had come to visit. "Yes, your photograph did get my attention," she said, slowly lifting the coffee and breathing in its aroma before taking a fast sip. As she sat down, she watched Mannheim's face carefully. She had been trained in lie detection. People did things when they tried to conceal or mislead. There were gestures, the way they held their eyes, a dozen or more ways to spot it. "Did you see where he went after he purchased a bottle of Coke?" Mannheim shook her head. "I didn't see him walking down the street south of Walnut." Her eyes didn't drift up or down as she spoke.